Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, and filed in the City Clerk's office and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Mr. Blakely. Present. Thank you, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Good evening, ma'am. Mr. Harrison.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Thank you. Mr. Michelle.
Present.
Good evening, sir. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Ms. Vaughn. Council President McGrath.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Now call the directors. Mr. Cruz.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Chair.
I'm present. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Liston.
I'm present.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Bridges.
Good evening, Sally Samuel on behalf of the Law Department.
Thank you, Ms. Samuel. Director. Mr. Slack.
Director Wilson for Police Department.
Director Wilson, my apologies, sir. That is correct. Thank you very much for correction. I didn't get my sheet corrected. My apologies. Acting Director Wilson is present. Thank you, sir. Chief Mazier.
Good evening, present.
Good evening. Also note in the record, Ms. Vaughn has arrived.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Clerk Collins.
Good evening, ma'am. Mr. Delisle.
Present.
Director Lowe.
Good evening, I'm present.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please, if you've joined us, please mute yourselves at this point in time. If you're on a landline, dial *6 and mute yourself. If you are on a smartphone, please mute yourself by using the little microphone. Thank you. Director Onatieri.
Present. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Director Richardson. Director Lavenberg. And Mr. Zielinski, Acting Director Zielinski.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Council President, we have a quorum. The directors are present. Would you like me to proceed?
Invocation and flag salute. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could bow our heads. Almighty Father, we ask for wisdom for this council and the deliberations that they are going to make tonight. We also ask for a special prayer for two members who have gone before us. An American hero and 2 times Bronze Star Medal winner, Mr. Leonard Giddens, who served in the United States Army for 21 years and was a decorated combat veteran. And also Mr. Sean Dominionic, who is a volunteer firefighter in the Ardmore, PA Fire Department across the river. He gave his life in the line of duty on July 4th. We ask that you remember them and protect all of our soldiers, sailors, and our first responders. For this we pray.
And don't forget the young man, Mr. Collins.
Ma'am, who is that? Ma'am?
The young man that was killed on the 4th of July.
I'm sorry, I did not hear about
Prospect
that.
Stuyvesant.
Council President, it is also noted, and we ask that you remember the young man who was killed in the corner of Prospect Stuyvesant on July 4th, and that you remember his family as well. For this, we also pray. Amen.
Amen.
If we could all rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Indivisible, liberty, and justice for all.
Council President, would you like me to proceed down the docket?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. First, we have, and I sent out to council the November 12th, we have started minute production again with the new staff member. They have been trained. So we will start seeing minutes caught up. We have the November 12th minutes, which was sent out to council the other day. A correction was sent out last night, just for some minor corrections for third person, first person. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of November 12th?
So moved.
A motion
Second.
by Caldwell Wilson, I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. All in favor of approving the November 12th minutes?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So ordered. Council President, next we have communications, petitions, and reports from the Trenton City Clerk's office. If I can find my docket, I can actually give those to you. We have 13 communications and petitions from the Trenton City Clerk's office. We also have 3 reports, including the yearly report, and I'm going to just note some things for the record. For the month of June, we received in the clerk's office a total of $59,051.50. For the funds collected in June, for the end of the fiscal year 2020-21, the funds collected by the clerk's office totaled $805,011.15. I just also wanted to point out for the record, the prior 2 years, the yearly end totals for 2020 were $446,442, and for 2019, they were $654,000. I'm pointing that out because this year it seemed much higher, and the anomaly was COVID-19, and the arrearage caught up from COVID-19. So we actually collected some of the prior fees that were due to COVID-19 in 2020, which is why it is $200,000 higher than last year. Do I have a motion to approve the communications, petitions, and reports? I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison, I believe was first to the gun. All in favor of approving?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So ordered. The communications petitions to the clerk's office with the annual report are approved. Council President, next we have unfinished business. We have 2 public hearings for 2 ordinances. Would you like me to proceed to open the public hearing?
Yes, please.
And I'm going to mute some people. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can mute yourselves at this time, if you are not on the city council, it would be greatly appreciated. You will have a chance to speak during the public hearing. We will call for that if you could wait to be recognized. I now declare...
Council President.
Go right ahead.
Council President, our question, Council President.
Yes.
The walk-ons you're doing at the end of the meeting? I just want to clarify.
Yes, we need to get through the public.
Yeah, they would be new business, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Council President, would you like me to proceed with old business?
Yes, please.
This is the second reading public hearing, and I now declare open the public hearing for ordinance 21-014. 21-014 is a bond ordinance providing for the replacement of the water main pipe along Olden Avenue in the Trenton Waterworks service area by the water shut-off utility of the city of Trenton in the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $4 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4 million of bonds and notes to finance the cost thereof. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to be recognized by the Trenton City Council for the public hearing on ordinance 21-014, I will ask permission from the council president for you. If you could raise your hands at this time and let us know. Council President, would you like to open up the floor to the public?
Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time to raise your hands and speak with regard to the ordinance for 21-014. Once again, this is a bond ordinance for $4 million for water main placement on Olden Avenue. Do I have any members of the public who wish to speak during the public hearing?
Yes.
And your name for the record, ma'am.
Faith Ann Pearson?
Council President, Ms. Faith Ann Pearson.
Yes, the floor.
Ms. Pearson, you have the floor.
Is this bond ordinance supposed to help with the break that happens there at the Home Depot and Goodwill on Olden Avenue?
Can anybody from the administration, Council President, would you like to entertain that question from the administration for the public hearing, ma'am?
Mr. Whose ordinance is this?
This would be either be the administration. It was signed by Mr. Zielinski, the finance director, but I believe Trenton Waterworks or Mr. Cruz probably have the best information.
Mr. Lavenberg, could you answer her question?
Mr. Lavenberg was actually absent during the roll. I don't know if he's arrived yet.
Okay, Madam President, I can answer if you allow me to.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. To the public speaker, yes, the money is to replace that line that continues to break in that area. And the most recent one, And the most recent one was right by across from the business that you mentioned. Mr. Clerk, I also wanted to add that I guess we can hold a public hearing today, but the actual vote is going to have to take place in August because this ordinance we have to go in front of the local finance board next week so that we can get their approval, and then it could be adopted in the August meeting.
Okay, I was not informed by that by the administration. I thought that the local finance board approval had been received because I received a supplemental debt statement. And I know the application had been filed, so thank you for that information. So yes, this will have to be voted on. We can proceed with a couple of public hearing, Council President, and then table the ordinance to such time, any future time for vote. At your discretion, Council President. We've already opened the public hearing. If you'd like to proceed.
Yes, continue the public hearing for
Yes, ma'am. So, thank you, Mr. Cruz. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Pearson, are you done?
Yes, the question was answered. Move on to the next person, please.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard for the public hearing on ordinance 21-014? Second call. Is there anyone else?
Mr. Collin, we're getting a lot of feedback. Somebody is running water or typing or.
I'm multitasking, ma'am. I got him. I'm looking for him as I talk. Does anybody else wish to be recognized for the public hearing for 21-014? Do I have a motion to close the public portion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes no to close the public portion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sleeping over here. Yes, of course.
Ms. Vaughn votes close the public portion. Council President McBride.
Yes.
Public portion is closed. Council President, did you want to open up the floor to the body?
Yes, I just wanted to say to the body, once we open this up for comments from the council on August the 5th, it will just be a vote. It will not be any discussion. We will discuss it this evening.
Madam
Okay.
President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I oppose the issuing of this $4 million in bonds because these purposes are covered by the American Rescue Plan. We should first use the American Rescue Plan money and keep away from indebting the city anymore with these bonds. There's no need for us to issue bonds for that job that could be covered by the American Rescue Plan. So if somebody feels that I'm lying, convince me. But I went through the whole thing, and this is one of the areas. The clean water is one of the main issues in the American Rescue Plan. So I suggest don't vote on this ordinance and use the American Rescue Plan for it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes, and I concur with Santiago Rodriguez on that. And I know that if anyone read through the guidance and the provisions of the American Rescue Act plan and what the funds can be used for, water infrastructure is one of the items that a municipality can use those monies for. But also, I'm voting no as well because the Department of Water and Sewer still has not shown this council that they have brought the water utility to a place where we can all say it's fiscally healthy. We have asked for a forensic audit. We have not seen any findings and recommendations coming out of that audit just yet. I understand that there's been a lot of obstacles and roadblocks put up. No one likes an audit, but nonetheless, We understand throughout this city how important that audit is, and the fact that we are almost a year into that audit and we have not received any reports of any findings or recommendations from that or from the internal auditor that external auditing company that we hired to perform that piece of work. So, a lot of the financial information coming out of Director Lavenberg's office has been suspect, to say the least. You can't reconcile anything back to anything. It doesn't make any sense. And even today, he doesn't even think it's important for him to show up for council meetings, to even give the public, the owners and the customers of our water utility an update. There's no transparency in the water department as far as its financials. So I'm very hesitant to move forward with any further funding. We have, at this council, has complied with DEP around funding the major program, the lead service line replacement. And we spoke to Mr. Lavenberg at length last couple of council meetings ago as to our disappointment as to the progress of that, of delivering that project. To date, he's reporting 4,700 lead lines or have been replaced under a program that he has spent down already almost $50 million. So $50 million have been spent down, and all we have to show is that we got 4,700 lines replaced. Now, of that 4,700 that he's reporting, which has been replaced, we all understand that 600 were replaced by the employees of the Department of Water and Sewer, and not the various contractors. So that means there's really only 4,100 lines that have been replaced by the multi-million-dollar contracts that we have engaged outside entities to do the work. So we're very disappointed and concerned, quite frankly, that we're under ACO, and it doesn't seem like we're making any of the targets, and we're delivering. The lack of productivity is concerning. So I'm not going to be voting for this until I get a comprehensive a report from that audit, like yesterday. Okay, we need this, Mr. Jim O'Brien, if he's on this line, and Mr. Lavenberg is listening, if he has sent an alternate, Mr. Cruz, we need to see that report. And we need Lavenberg and Mr. O'Brien to come to council and walk us through that audit and their findings and recommendations. And that's all I have to say about that, Council President, and I'll yield my time, and I will be voting no.
Thank you.
Any other members of the body wish to be heard? Council President, as you cannot vote on it tonight because of the local finance board application, we have a motion to table to the August 5th, I believe it's August 5th, 2021 meeting.
So,
A motion to table to August 5th, 2021 by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second to that? I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
I have a comment on that, Mr. Carlo, Madam President.
Pardon me?
And a motion to table, I believe, must be heard immediately without debate, but let me just double check. Yeah, it actually doesn't allow debate on a motion to table. So, Council President, I mean, you can suspend.
My point, Council President, is that we should be able to discuss this issue on the next meeting. If we're going to table it, we should, if it's going to be tabled, we should be able to speak on it in August.
But that's what, we're only voting in August, period. We're having the discussion now.
No, we could have a discussion in August also, because nobody participated, not even the public.
Well,
that's what I'm asking for.
They have a choice. That's their choice, Councilman. They're on the line.
Not their choice, Madam President. If we have been
already
had
public discussion.
Yes.
They're on the line, Councilman, and if they want to be a part of the discussion, they would raise their hand. All righty, so let's move on to the
Okay,
next.
thank you very much, Madam President.
This is to table to August 5th, 2021. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
I don't know why. No.
You're tabling it because you can't vote on it this evening because it has to go before the local finance board. All righty,
Well, I
that's
guess-
that's
And
your
Council
All right, well, you know what? I'll just abstain. I don't even understand that. They should have told us that from the get-go. I didn't understand it. I thought we were voting on this to pass. I had no idea that the local finance board, still, the application was not complete. So once again, we not following protocol and procedures in the city of Trenton. What a surprise.
Council President McBride, your vote, ma'am.
I'll vote to table.
Thank you, ma'am. The vote on this, the public hearing was held tonight and closed this evening properly, ladies and gentlemen. Per the rules, they can table it to the vote, actually, to any other meeting thereafter. The vote has been tabled to August 5th, 2021. Thank you. There will be the public hearing once again was tonight. So on August 5th, 2021, there'll be a vote. Council President, we next have ordinance section 21-016. Would you like me to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I now declare open a public hearing for ordinance 21-016. This is a ordinance sponsored by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. This is Community Gardens Program, ordinance amending Chapter 54, city-owned property of the Code of the City of Trenton to create a community gardens program. Ladies and gentlemen, the public hearing is open. Council President, can I take questions from the floor of the public? Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to be heard, please speak up at this point in time. This is the public hearing for ordinance 21-016 for Community Gardens Program. Do any members of the public wish to be recognized by the council? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the public hearing for ordinance 21-016 has been opened. This is the Community Gardens Program, ordinance amending Chapter 54, city-owned property of the Code of the City of Trenton, create a community gardens program. Second call for members of the public who wish to speak. Council President, we have Ms. Shadora from the East Ward, Council President.
Yes, Shadora. Ms. Shadora, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for having me speak tonight. My question about this is, how accessible are the current gardens that are open to the public? I wasn't here / I didn't read the ordinance, to be transparent, but in terms of gardening and
There's a lot of feedback.
Right? Everybody mute themselves because we can't hear Ms. Lee.
Please continue, Ms. Lee. We'll work on it as we go.
sorry, I said I didn't read the ordinance, but in terms of gardening, community gardens in Trenton, I want to know how accessible they are to the public. Just because it's for my own interest. I'm getting into gardening, and I've emailed Isles. So if you're on the line, Isles, email me back. It was only about 2 days ago, so they're probably still, emailing me back. I don't know. But I just want to know how accessible the current community gardens are to the are to the public, just because I live right down the street from a garden. And when I ride past it, there's nothing happening. And I'm not trying to bash Isles. I don't know that organization at all. But I want gardens, if you do make another garden, for them to be more open to the public, meaning inviting, meaning when I'm walking by or riding by that garden, that big garden on I think it's North Clinton, or right by the police station. When I'm riding by that garden, I want to go there and sit down and read a book, because that's what I like to do in gardens. I don't know what anybody else likes to do, but I like to read books in gardens. I like to listen to the birds. So yeah, it should just be more inviting, and that's it.
Ms. Lee, if you email me tomorrow, I'd be happy to email you a copy of the ordinance, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. I can also probably look it up online. Is it posted?
It is on the Ecode 360. So if you email it to the clerk at TrentonNJ.org, I'll email it to you. Otherwise, you can look it up there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Council President, if I may.
Council President, Ms. Colwell-Wilson would like to answer the question from Ms. Lee.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes, so the ordinance has all kinds of rules and regulations about cultivation, about taking care of the garden and who's responsible for it, and there are rules they have to follow, so it will be maintained and it is for the public. But if you get the ordinance, you can read all the information. They're supposed to be monitored, and if someone doesn't, and they can't use them as parking, and, you know, for parties and stuff like that, it's strictly community garden. But there's a lot more information in the ordinance, and it's like 3 or 4 pages, so you might want to get it to read it better.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone else wish to be recognized by the Trenton City Council with regard to Order 21-016? Second call. Does anyone else wish to be heard for the public hearing of Ordinance 21-016, Community Gardens Program, an ordinance amending Chapter 54 City-Owned Property of the City Code of the City of Trenton to create a community gardens program? Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Colwell-Wilson, I have a second by Mr. Harrison. It's a public hearing. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Colwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Public portion for the public hearing is closed. Council President, would you like to open the floor to the body?
Yes.
Yes, Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes. Well, I want to thank Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson for putting this forward because, as Mr. Doherty stated, she loves gardens. I love gardens. I love all types of gardens. I love flower gardens. I love vegetable gardens. I grew up farming. You know, my parents, planted. They had 7 kids. We ate from the garden every day. And during the winter months, we went to the things that we preserved and the little canisters and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm all for gardens. But right now in the city of Trenton, we don't have the infrastructure to monitor and maintain these gardens and provide, effective oversight. So I don't know who is going to provide the oversight of these gardens, because they should be inviting and they should be pleasant to look at. They shouldn't be eyesores. And of course, we all know all gardeners aren't created equal. Everybody does not have the green thumb. And some people, everybody's garden can't look like Santiago Rodriguez's garden, right? So, and that's what my concern is. That some gardens are going to look really raggedy, and they're going to have a lot of weeds, and they're not going to maintain them, and it's not going to do well for our city landscape or the beautification of our city landscape. And all I have to say is that we have a housing inspections director, Ben Delisle. Is he on the line? Is Ben Delisle on the line?
I am present.
Okay, so since you're the director of housing inspections for the city of Trenton, how are we going to effectively monitor and provide the oversight that's going to be necessary of these various gardens?
Mr. Delisle?
Council President, is it all right
Yes.
if I respond?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman, it's an excellent question. As you know, we don't have currently a community garden program. Any gardens that have been done in the city prior to have been done on an ad hoc or as a one-off, a lease by lease. This ordinance is to establish a program where we can set standards across the city for community gardens, for community input. They'll have community sponsors or community groups that will participate in maintaining the gardens. And being a program through the department, I will have the inspections department inspect the gardens on a regular basis as part of their inspection routine for code violations. And if we find that there's issues, we'll work with the sponsors of the gardens to address those. And they are short-term agreements. And if they are not kept up to snuff, we just won't extend the agreements.
So one more question, Mr. Delisle. So to ensure that they are kept up to snuff, so, I mean, outside of deploying your staff to do the obligatory checks, right, to go around, make sure everybody's compliant, but I don't understand how you're going to do that because your current staff can't do that for a lot of the houses that are vacant and eyesores across our city landscape now. So I don't know how you're going to mount the gardens to make sure they look nice as well, because you're not doing a good job with the vacant houses. So, but my question is, are you going to be providing funding to these individuals to help them with keeping their gardens up to snuff?
Council President?
Go right ahead, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman, I can't say I think it's fair to say that our inspectors aren't keeping up with all the vacant houses. I mean, we do what we can, and we certainly enforce the ones that are brought to our attention, and we do citations, and then they get processed through the courts. These community gardens will be ones where we have agreements with the sponsoring organization. So we will have an agreement with them, and this is to use city-owned property. Certainly all the vacant properties are not city-owned property. So we will have an agreement to enforce and bring to bear, and we'll certainly partner and work with Recreation Department, Health Department, Public Works to support these gardens however we can. If there's funding available, we'll avail ourselves of it. Right now, the program does not guarantee that we'll provide that funding, but should we have it, of course, we'd love to support these organizations and these gardens. But again, this is brand new. We don't have an ordinance currently in place for this. This is a new program that we're starting.
Well, I want to see funding for these individuals and not for these nonprofit organizations, again, okay? So I don't want to, if individuals are out here taking on this responsibility and if nonprofit organizations that are not in our border, they're not even in our borders. Isles has headquarters in Hamilton Township. They're not in Trenton. So we need to make sure the funding goes to the homeowners and the residents who take on this effort. And so and time again, we get it wrong in the city of Trenton by giving the money to these nonprofit organizations, and they don't do they don't deliver as expected. And that's a fact. And if anybody wants to challenge me on it, have at it. My phone number is public, so give me a call. So all I have to say is that there are, if there's no funding tied to this, that means nobody gets any funding, and that includes these nonprofits too. And they cannot use the city of Trenton and this program as a way to get funding on any application. So I don't want to see some application come to council says, oh, we need $800,000 for community gardens in the city of Trenton. So if that comes to bear, then I want to make sure that money gets allocated across every single individual person, resident, who has taken, who has been, that your office has given, has accepted an application to have a community garden, okay? So I don't want to see this application come across for Isles or any other organization accepting money with our good name on it, Trenton, the city of Trenton, with this program, using this ordinance to get public funds, and don't use it for the purposes of beautiful, be quiet. See, people just love to interrupt me.
It's an echo, ma'am. Nobody's interrupting.
I suggest that you call me. I suggested that you call me. If you don't want to do that, then you should be quiet.
Ma'am, it was just a feedback. No one was interrupting. It was a feedback.
Oh, yes, they were. I heard what they said. So, so I have very good ears. So, anyway, that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
The funding, and of course, because there is no funding, and I believe that, again, this is just some mechanism to get funding to certain organizations with the pretext of community gardens, and those gardens will never come to bear. And the citizens will be left without any resources to maintain them at the level that any city would expect. So I'm not going to be voting for this. Big
Madam
no.
President,
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez, go
President?
right. Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
oh, yes. Well, you all know that I'm a gardener, and I support this program 1,000%. As a matter of fact, I was expecting this program to be the Adopt a Lot program that we passed. I thought that was going to be this, because I suggested to Mr. Delisle that we should create a gardening program. Yes, definitely. But I also agree with Ms. Chadura. The ones that are on the aisles, they are controlled by just a few people. They are locked up. So Roberto Clemente Park is locked up, and you can't go inside there except for the people that they choose. And when people from the community go there, like I did to both those gardens that Ms. Chadura was referring to, I'm a gardener. I used to farm 100 acres of land. So what they offered me was a little square, like 10 by 10. 10 by 10. I felt ridiculous when there were lots that were like 1,000 meters for certain people, 100 meters, 400 meters for certain people, and they offered me this 10 by 10 little square. I refused it because I needed more than that. We have to be careful about this. I agree with it, but we have to be careful. This should not go through ours at all. If it's going to be a city project, it should be run by the city. Also, I agree with Ms. Bond, 100%, that our inspections department not even bother to inspect our houses, especially that one, in the 300 block of Center Street, where our residents have to be displaced because nobody bothered to go and check that those apartments, And although according to our economic director, he said that the inspectors knew about it, but they never took any action until I brought the subject. And then they threw out that family to the streets. And I then got cursed by the mayor about that issue because I was fighting for the family. So I definitely vote yes, but I have my reservations. I would like to we have to, as a matter of fact, I will be, and I hope Councilwoman Marsh Cardwell will do the same. I will be going to those gardens. I will be inspecting them. I will be making sure, and I will go there to give advice on how to. I'm an expert gardener, not gardener. I was a farmer. Acres of land. I used to farm. Through my life, I started farming when I was about 6, 7 years old. So I know how to farm. That's why my garden looks good, like Ms. Bond said, because I know what I'm doing. Anybody, it's easy. People tell me, oh, you have good hands for planting. I said, no. It's not that I have good hands. It's that I plant and I cultivate. I take care of my plants after I plant. That's why they look so good, because it takes time. So there has to be a compromise of whoever is going to adopt one of those gardens to take care of them. Weeds don't belong there. Weeds don't belong there. What? Somebody was talking?
No, sir. You're fine.
My time is up.
No, sir.
Nobody talks. Nobody talks about this issue, so I'm going to talk. Mr. Conlon, we have to change this system. We have to go to Zoom because people interfere. There was people interfering in Ms. Bond when she was talking, and that shouldn't be. They shouldn't be able to interfere. But I tell you, since I was 6 years old, I started farming in Puerto Rico, and since I bought this house here, before that I used to live in apartments and stuff. I couldn't farm, but ever since I bought the house, instead of grass, I planted vegetables, and not only makes the city look good, and my flowers look wonderful, beautiful. everybody compliments me on my garden. But it's not only that, it's an economic factor. You know how much I save every year? I don't have to buy vegetables, never, because I collect them in the summer, freeze them, and use them the whole year around. My cilantro, my peppers. I have pepper beans all year around. I go to my freezer, pull them out, and cook them. And I save hundreds of dollars that way. And that's, later on, if my plants go as I want them to go, we're going to have gardens everywhere in the city, even in the windows. We're going to have something like Holland or the garden from Mesopotamia, in Trenton. Trenton is a beautiful city, and gardens will make it more beautiful. And I suggest Mr. Delisle to start, once we start with this program, start competitions among blocks, among sectors, on who is going to have the best looking garden in Trenton. And I'll put up a price. If we cannot get money, I get donors to pay the prices. Yes, we have to clean the city. That is good for everything. It makes the city look beautiful, I tell you. And if you have doubts about what I'm saying, come to my house and take a look at my garden, or go into Facebook and take a look at my garden. That's all I have to say. Thank you for the time.
Council President, Ms.
Council
Cole.
President? Yes, I just wanted to say that in the past year, I've had numerous calls from constituents who have been asking about the availability of community gardens where they can have a garden. And that's what prompted me initially to be supportive of this. Everybody's not going to be a great gardener, but there's a lot of professionals around this city that will be willing to help them. This was not for the nonprofits, and this is for the private citizens. And they should get a priority if they want to do a community garden. And there have been rules set in place that once they understand them and follow them, it should work out fine for them. But like Councilman Rodriguez said, we will be going around and checking on these gardens and looking at them, and if there's a problem, we'll report it to inspections. But I think we have to start somewhere, and people are craving to garden, to grow vegetables, and I think that we should facilitate that when we have empty lots. Thank you.
Council President? Hello? Council President?
She's muted. Council President, you're muted.
Yes, go right ahead.
I would like to start off by saying I'm a strong advocate for the community garden program. At the end of the day, we know we have a lot of city-owned properties. If we weren't doing this, they could be overgrown, and then the city would have to be cleaning them. There could be groups now or individuals who want to work together in the community to set up gardens. I think that's a great idea. It's a partnership bringing the community together, neighbor across the street working with neighbor to help grow tomatoes, cucumbers, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, I think it's a wonderful idea. Great job, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Thank you.
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
I'll be voting yes. That's it.
Pardon me?
I'll be voting yes. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. If no other hands are up, we can move forward with the vote.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, I assume you'd like to continue the introduction?
Yes, I'll move it.
And do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison, an introduction by Council Vice Chair Caldwell-Wilson, and I'll call the roll. This is for the adoption of Ordinance 21-016, a community gardens program, or an ordinance amending Chapter 54, city-owned property of the Code of the City of Trenton to create a community gardens program. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Ordinance is adopted. Thank you very much.
So
Because
you would have to, Mr. Collins, it would not be 10 minutes.
I understand that. What would you like the minute? You can set the limit at any time that you want, ma'am. What would you like that to be?
Yes, it should be 3 minutes.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to open a public portion for public comment. This would be on docket items only because this is a combined meeting. Normally, we have a Tuesday workshop, but because we're not having that workshop, the full council president would like to open up the floor to the public, and this is for items on the agenda or on the docket only. If do any members of the public wish to be heard for public comment on the new business items? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this would be for new business items only. Items on the docket. If you are on a phone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand, or raise your hand using a little microphone. If not, speak out, please, now.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Your name?
Faith Ann Pearson.
This is for new business only, items on the docket only. There'll be a second public portion later for other items. Council President, Ms. Faith Ann Pearson.
Go right ahead.
The ordinance that I see is 21-272, which is authorizing the purchase of the Verizon selected services for the police department. I'm curious, the $60,000, is this in conjunction with the already current Verizon services that is doing for the police department? And that is it.
Yes, this is just a question. There will be no response to you. Someone will respond to you.
Yeah, and Ms. Pearson, if you send the question to my office, I'll get your response. You can email it to me at clerk@trentonnj.org, and I'll get your response from the police department. Is anybody else with, Ms. Pearson, were you done with the public portion? Ms. Pearson?
I said yes.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I'm sorry. You're not here. Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard for 3 minutes with regard to public comment on new business items only for the docket and agenda? Do I have a motion to close public portion on new business?
Mr. Collins?
Oh, okay, go ahead, ma'am, yes.
Yes, this is Sherry Garrett, West Ward. I emailed something to the council in regards to the American Rescue Act.
This is not, Ms. Garrett, this is not the time for that. This is on new business only, items that are only on the
new
docket.
business. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Does anybody else wish to be heard for items on the docket only?
Motion to close.
I have a motion to close public portion by Council President McBride. This is for new business only. There'll be second. Do I have a second for the motion?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So ordered. The second comment for public portion, or for the public portion comment for new business only has been closed, ladies and gentlemen. Council President, would you like me to proceed to the docket?
Please.
Council President, would you like to do walk-ons first, or would you like to proceed to the items on the...
The items on the docket?
Yes, ma'am. So first, ladies and gentlemen, we have Resolution 21-305, a resolution designating the official newspapers for all municipal notices and advertising. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a
Second.
second? A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Second.
Floor is open.
Council President?
Excuse me.
Hello?
Yes. Yes,
I
I'm
would like to comment on this.
Go right ahead.
Yes. So the two newspapers, I assume that we are statutorily obligated to designate are the Trenton Times. I mean the Times and the Times and the Trentonian, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
So, of course I believe in the democratic process, and the framework that the founding fathers of this country put forward, and our belief in the fourth estate. But, I just wanted to comment that, if I had my way, and if there were other newspapers that covered our municipality in a fair and unbiased way, and not with tints of racism, discrimination, and sexism, I would not want this council in our city and our taxpayers to do business with the Trentonian. We do not get the coverage that the community deserves. And if there's any legal way that comes around, and I would ask Mr. Kaloji to research that if this city could not do business with the Trentonian, then that's what we should do. And because they cover our citizens in the most disparaging ways, they never even report the positive things that go on in the city, only the negative things, and they highlight the stereotypes about African Americans. And no, our communities are not we're not all criminals. And to put that, we're not all uneducated and poor and how could I say it, dependent on the government for services. Okay? So we have corporate welfare going on for corporations, the wealthy, nonprofit organizations. So a lot of folks get handouts in the city of Trenton that aren't African Americans. Actually, we are the most underserved by the government. So the beneficiaries of the funding that comes through the city are not given to people that look like Robin Vaughn. So the discrimination of that newspaper and how they cover people of color in this city, that is a demographic largely of people of color, is horrible. And I just will refuse to deal with them. Okay, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you, Council President. Of course, I will just symbolically vote no for this, and that's it. Thank you.
Madam President.
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Bond. I believe we should be looking at this many digital papers that cover Trenton, and they do it in an impartial way, very excellent. So if it's too late now, well, we should consider that for the future, using at least, because to me, the Trentonian is not a newspaper, it's a tabloid. Page 6, gossiping, sometimes lying about stuff, that, exactly like Ms. Bond said. We have so many positive things happening in Trenton. But the Trentonian covers City Council only when one of us says something wrong or whatever, or they make it look wrong. That's the only time we get covered, or to chastise our clerk or our workers. That's what they do. That's when they cover us. And lately, I buy the Trentonian every day because they are but what they publish, especially lately, they have not been, everything is from the Associated Press, except for Mr. Isaac column and L.A. Parker's column once in a while. But everything that comes is coming from like Washington. They stop covering Trenton. They don't cover what happens in Trenton. And I would like to see that's the press that we need. So I will be abstaining for this vote. Thank you.
President McBride?
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
I'll be voting no for this resolution. I think the Trentonian is troubling, to say the least. I think that they focus on the cheap and tawdry and lowbrow subjects of this city. And also, it's important to note that they're not even located in Trenton anymore. They have moved to Hamilton Township, and I think it is highly ironic that a newspaper called the Trentonian doesn't even think it's necessary to be headquartered in Trenton. And so I'm going to be voting no. I think that we should explore possible opportunities for additional news outlets that we can support. And it's also important to note that the Trentonian is now owned by a hedge fund, which is not, I believe, investing in quality news at the Trentonian. They're down to one reporter. I would much rather use our money to possibly look at more localized newspapers like Peterson's Breaking News, which I think is doing a much better job than the Trentonian in terms of publicizing information. And I think that I have a question if we don't, if the council president would allow me to ask.
Go right ahead.
Do we have to actually highlight two newspapers? Can we just give?
We do have to highlight two newspapers, but one has to be circulated in the city, which is the Trenton Times. The other does not. It has to be a county newspaper. So I will take, if anybody has an amendment on the floor to replace the Trentonian with a newspaper that is circulated in Mercer County, but it has to be an actual circulation. Trentonian, Peterson's Breaking News doesn't actually have a published edition. It actually has to be a paper edition. And mostly this is for legal public notices that we have to by law publish for the award of contracts, for ordinances, and stuff like that. We use in this office mostly the Trenton Times, except that there is a deadline that must be met for administrative purposes. But most of our advertising goes to the Trenton Times. We have.
What other?
I don't know what other newspaper in Mercer County would be acceptable. I think we can. If the council knows of a circulated newspaper, we can amend it on the floor and replace the Trentonian right out with another newspaper. And so I have an amendment on the floor. Ma'am, do you have a suggested paper that is a circulated paper in Mercer County for the amendment?
I would like to speak before the amendment.
That's Councilman Blakely that was speaking, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
President, before they put the amendment on the floor, I would like to say something.
Yes, I need to allow the councilman to complete his questions.
Thank you, Council President. So I think that, for the reasons that I outlined, the fact that the Trentonian is not based in Trenton anymore, that they're owned by a hedge fund that is known for shabby treatment of their employees, I think it's important that we look at another alternative to the Trentonian. According to the newspapers, give me 1 second, I'm going to pull it up right now. According to the newspaper's own reporter, I'm going to get the quote real quick if you don't mind. I will give the quote in terms of what the newspaper reporter, Isaac, actually mentioned about his newspaper. I want to quote just so that we're very clear. He said that, give me 1 second, I'm pulling it up. Pardon me. Give me 1 second. I'll come back, if you can come back to me, but he made a comment about the newspaper that was very, very telling. And so I would like to know what other newspaper that we can look at. And because I support Isaac 100% in his assessment of his employer.
Okay, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Wait, I got it right here. I got it. I have it right here. I'm sorry, I have it right here. He says on June 1st, he called his newspaper a trash company because Alden Global is, quote, pure ass and doesn't care about journalism. He also says FUCK Alden. And so I stand with Isaac, the newspaper reporter, and that we should, go to a company that is not, in his words, pure ASS and doesn't care about journalism.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caldwell.
Madam President?
Councilwoman Caldwell.
Okay, so I agree with everything my colleagues say about this newspaper, but what I want to stress is that when we send out notices, it's not about the content of the newspaper, it's about getting the notices out to the public. And I think it's really important that we be careful that we make sure that we have circulation to the public so that they can actually see the notice of the meetings and whatever else we have to post in the ads that we have to post. So I think we have to look for another newspaper, but I think in the meantime, we need to still advertise in that newspaper, if you can call it that, so that the public can see what we're doing and what ordinances we're passing and when the meetings are. Until such times as we can actually find a newspaper that actually circulates in Trenton. Thank you.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
A question. Do we have to vote on this resolution today? Do we have a time limit? Are we forced to make a decision today?
I don't.
Table this?
Yeah, I'll defer to legal on this. Normally, this is run at the change of the fiscal year as a housekeeping issue. The only two newspapers that I know that are actually paid and circulated in Trenton are the Trenton Times, and I'm talking a paper copy, are the Trenton Times and the Trentonian. I think certain newsstands sell the Princeton Times, but I'm not sure that it is of wide.
Nubian News. The Nubian News is circulated in the city.
Excuse us,
But
Councilman.
it must be a paid newspaper. The Nubian News is a free newspaper. I know because I read. And unfortunately, the Nubian News is a free newspaper. It must be a paid newspaper of circulation in the municipality. So I am familiar with that publication, and I did look at it. But unfortunately, because it is not a paid publication, I cannot use it.
So,
Council President,
Councilman
Council
Rodriguez, wait, I just need to make sure that Councilman Rodriguez is finished with his question.
Well, I still was not giving an answer. If it's mandatory that we vote on that today, can we hold it?
It's mandatory that we vote on it today.
And Mr. Clogy is actually is trying to give an opinion on that, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Right.
just wanted to.
We should table it until August at least, then so that we could research and see. So Mr. Blakely and we could look around and see.
So, Mr.
I just
Listen,
wanted to
deserve
cite
our money.
statute. I'm sorry.
Mr. Colosi, will you speak to that?
Yes, I just wanted to cite a statute which is relevant to what we're discussing, NJSA 40:53-2. And it says all ordinances or other public notices which any municipality, it says except cities, that's very interesting. And I don't know if that means the city form of government or it means, it says may be required by law to publish where the manner of publication is not otherwise specified, shall be published in at least one newspaper published and circulating in the municipality. And if there be no such newspaper, then at least one newspaper published in the county and circulating in the municipality. So the first question is this issue about except cities doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I know there's case law on this. My suggestion would be if we could adjourn this for a month, or not a month, until the August meeting to designate the official paper. I don't think any harm would be done by, continuing what we're doing until then. And then we can make a final decision based on what the case law says. I know there are court cases on it. The News Tribune in Woodbridge got into a big legal battle about the issue of where publication, does that actually mean the printing press has to be in the town and all this other stuff. So to do it right, it would have to be researched. If we put it off till August, I'll be happy to research it and give you an opinion.
And also, just please also look at the Open Public Meetings Act because that's where the requirement for the two newspapers comes from.
Right. So Mr. Colosi.
Well, I move to table it.
Mr.
Council
Colosi.
President. Yes, Council President.
Mr. Colosi, with the the question that I wanted to ask was, because there's a lot of reservation with the Trentonian, can I believe that the resolutions should be separated. I believe that the Trenton Times resolution should not be joined in with the Trentonian. I believe that they should be voted on separately. And
President Right.
And then that way, even if we are looking into the one newspaper position, we still should separate the two and make it two resolutions instead of one.
President McBride.
I second that.
Council President. Council President.
Yes, I'm going.
I have lost volume. Does anybody else hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you. I'm going to go to Mr. Harrison.
And can anybody else hear Council President? I can no longer hear Council President. I don't know why, but.
Can you hear me, Council President?
Yes, I can, Councilman Harrison.
Okay. My stance on this is these are the two local newspapers that have been doing it for a long time. I mean, we're implying that the newspapers, what is this now, racist and everything else? We've said, this council, you've got it in the political game. Sometimes we said things we don't like, but at the end of the day, to imply that the newspaper is this, that, I mean, really, is that where we're going now? I mean, there's just a lot of things in the Trentonian that are done by local people. So I'm not sure how is that we're implying that that now the Trentonians racist and what else are they? I don't know. I'm kind of confused here that why are we picking newspapers when we should be, like you said, these are the two locals that we've been using for a long time.
And so I had Mr. Rodriguez, did you have a motion on the floor to separate?
Yes, I did
August 5th, I believe.
I make the motion, or I second it, whichever, to separate.
You with the motion. Do I have a second?
President McBride, I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead. Well, Mr. Collins said that when a motion is on the floor, we must hear the motion immediately.
Well, certain motions do have to be heard immediately, but it's once again, it's at your discretion. So, yeah, I mean, we only have the motion.
This is important. Would it be possible? Thank you, President McBride. I appreciate it. Would it be possible to do both the Star Ledger, which has a statewide circulation, and the Times of Trenton? And so that would suffice with having two newspapers in terms of having a statewide circulation and one that's local?
Yeah, if it's sold in Trenton and it's circulated in Trenton, then it's eligible. It doesn't have to be focused on Trenton. It just has to be sold and circulated in the city. A paid newspaper sold it and circulated in the city. It could be, if the New York Times were a dominant newspaper in the city, you'd probably use that as well.
So we could do the Star Ledger. We could add an amendment to remove the Trentonian, to add the Star Ledger, and that would be appropriate. We'd have two newspapers, and I just think for the reasons outlined, the hedge fund owned company, the Trentonian, that we believe that a few people believe are irresponsible. They are not entitled to the city of Trenton's funding. They are not entitled. And I think that, quite frankly, they're not even a newspaper. They're a tabloid. They're down to one reporter. And I think that their circulation is dwindling. And I think it would reach more people if we were able to reach out to the Times and the Star Ledger. And I think that, let me finish, Mr. Conlon, because this is very important. The Trentonian has a long history of being very, very troubling. They call human beings roasted nuts when they refer to a fire at the State Psychiatric Hospital. They have referred to our children as animals, as historically. And they, quite frankly, we don't have to subsidize their outrageousness. And I want to, like I said, refer to what Isaac said. I stand with Isaac because Isaac was very clear about that company being a trash company, that the hedge fund that it's owned by is pure ASS that don't care about journalism. And so this is an opportunity for us to do something that is, because quite frankly, the city of Trenton's tax dollars are subsidizing this tabloid. And so, quite frankly, they're not entitled to it. We would have two newspapers that would suffer. And Colin, you actually said that we predominantly focus on the Times. And so that the Trentonian,
all of it in the Trenton Times, except
so my thing was, Councilman Blakely, was that Mr. Pelosi stated that under the law you only have to have one newspaper. Under the law, he stated that. So if you add the Star Ledger, that would be a plus because the law said you only need one. Now the second thing is, do we want to table this or do we want to make a motion to separate it out and amend it on the floor?
Well, the only thing I'm asking for is because there is a second requirement that Mr. Pelosi recommended, and he actually spoke to it, and I just want to clarify because I think I misspoke. The second requirement is that there are three requirements: that it is published, and that's the requirement that Mr. Pelosi is speaking about because that's the case that he's talking about, in which, and he said, there was a case about it, whether it actually being published is in the municipality, and I don't know if us being the state capital has any influence on that because we are the state capital, we're the center of the state, and a statewide newspaper may be appropriate. But that's why I'm asking this is my resolution that maybe we should table it and let him read that opinion, just to make sure.
Yeah, there seems to be a number of statutes that address this. Now I'm seeing another one entitled 35, Publications by Counties, Municipalities. I would just recommend that we table this by to the meeting of the 4th, and I will have you a comprehensive assessment. I'm not disagreeing with anything anyone said. It's just that there seem to be several provisions of law that address this, and we don't want to put something in a newspaper that turns out not to be a qualified newspaper because arguably it could affect the substance of what we're advertising. For example, an ordinance that's been passed, etc. So if we could just put this off until the next meeting, I think it would be a good idea, and I'll have an answer for you well before then.
Councilman Rodriguez, would you like to make the motion?
He did make a motion.
Yes, I move to table it to the next meeting.
Right. And do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Vaughn. I will not call the roll. This is tabled to August 5th. Mr. Blakely.
yes.
Ms. Colville-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The matter is tabled to August 5th, and Mr. Pelosi's opinion. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, next we have Resolution 21-306, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Trenton expressing its support of Senate Bill 685 and A3386, Assembly Bill 3386, pending the state legislature permitting the establishment of a 5-year residency requirement for police officers and firefighters and allowing certain exceptions thereto. Do I have a motion?
So
Councilwoman
moved.
Vaughn.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Vaughn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Cole Wilson, floor is open.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I was sent this. I was notified about this this bill. Thank you, Council President. This bill that's currently on the state legislature that has been put forward by some of our minority, African American and Latino leaders, assemblymen and women, and state senators. State Senator Teresa Ruiz of Essex County, and co-sponsored by Ron Rice, Senator Rice, and I believe Sandra Cunningham, and a couple other folks, as well as our own representative, Belina Reynolds Jackson. So it's a very important resolution, and right now it has not been passed. It still has to get voted on by the entire assembly. However, it passed handedly in the state Senate that firefighters and police officers will, upon application, must be a resident of the city, and they must maintain residency for 5 years. So this is very important when we're talking about community service, knowing the community, paying taxes in the community, being vested in the community, being invested in the community, and just overall being a part of the community. So you can't claim to understand. Of course, the law will, or the bill does have certain exceptions. And we all understand those exceptions, because there are sometimes there's certain talent that we will have to, that will require, that we may not be able to locate in the municipality. So the bill does allow for those instances for us to go outside the municipality and find that talent when it's necessary. So there are exceptions to that. And we have that level of exceptions today in our residency law. So nonetheless, we all know how important it is for our first responders, firefighters, and police officers to reside in the municipality and serve here. And this bill supports that dynamic. And I just hope that when it comes to pass, the city and this council holds to our commitment that we will, at that time, adopt that law into our charter and our city code. This resolution here tonight is just a resolution that says that we support our state legislature and that we support this law to be enacted throughout our state, and at which time it comes into law, and I hope that it does, because I know the economic impact for the city, and I know the impact to better serving us from a policing perspective and from a first response perspective. So it's good to have our firefighters living next door to us or on our block, and same for our police officers. So asking for 5 years is it's not a big deal. So, and that's all I could say, and hope we all support it. Thank you, Council President.
Madam President,
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
if it was to me, I'll make that until they retire. They should live in Trenton until they retire. But I agree with Ms. Barr on this issue. That's a start. That is great. In those 5 years, we could lure them into staying in Trenton, as residents of Trenton. We have to do that, and we have to start looking across the board for the residency ordinance in Trenton. What I suggest to Mr. Connell, and I know he's going to do it, to send this resolution to every assembly and Senate member of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no more hands,
Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Like my colleague had said, in this ruling, there's an exemption in this one. So for that reason, I'm not supporting it. I don't believe it should be an exemption, but it says that in there. I'm reading right here where my colleague had read it. It says provides for such applicants under certain specific circumstances. So because it's in there like that, I will not agree with this. Thank you very much.
Seeing no more show of hands, we may move to the vote, Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am. I have an introduction by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered, the support of the council is expressed with regard to the Senate and the Assembly bill. Resolution 21-306 is adopted. Council President, next is Resolution 21-307, and I didn't know if you wanted me to read this into the record. This
Yes,
is a resolution
please.
supporting Athing Mu in her quest to become an Olympic champion.
Yes, please do.
Yes, ma'am. Council, this is Resolution 21-307. This is sponsored, ladies and gentlemen, by the entire council. Council President McBride, Council Vice Chair Cole-Wilson, Councilmember Blakely, Councilmember Harrison, Councilmember Michelle, Councilmember Rodriguez, and Councilmember Vaughn. I assume you also are co-seconding it together. This is a resolution supporting Athing Mu in her quest to become an Olympic champion. Whereas between the 8th century BC and the 4th century AC, the ancient Greeks engaged in athletic competitions among the city-states in Pan-Hellenic Games held in Olympia, Greece. And whereas in 1859, the spirit of the Olympic Games was revived in Greece when the first games were held in nearly 1,400 years in Athens City Square between Greek and Turkish athletes. And whereas in 1896, the Modern Olympic Committee held the first international organized games at the Pan-Athenic Stadium in Athens, Greece. And whereas the Olympic Games have become a symbol and beacon of peace for global participation by the international community, whose athletes come from all walks of life and who are representative of their people, culture, and spirit of their countries. And whereas selection as an Olympic athlete through the Olympic trial process is the culmination of a lifetime of immense dedication, mental and physical fortitude, hope, and faith in oneself. And whereas the selection as an Olympic athlete is the pinnacle of honor and achievement to which every athlete who is engaged in competition at every level dream and aspire to. Whereas Ms. Athing Mu, a graduate of Trenton Central High School, has earned her place as an Olympic athlete for the 2021 Olympic Games women's 800-meter race. And whereas Ms. Athing Mu also holds the second fastest time ever run internationally and nationally for the indoor women's 600-meter race, as the current holder of the women's under-20 indoor 800-meter world record. Whereas the Trenton City Council, the City Council of the City of Trenton, and the citizens of the city are deeply honored, inspired, and proud that Ms. Athing Mu has earned her position in this ultimate level of competition as an Olympic athlete representing the United States of America and the city of Trenton at the 2021 Tokyo, Japan Summer Olympic Games in her quest to become an Olympic champion. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, New Jersey, that it does express its deep pride and congratulations to Ms. Athing Mu for her selection as an Olympic athlete for the 2021 Summer Olympic Games, and the council and the city wish Ms. Mu the best of luck in her quest to become an Olympic champion. And be it further resolved, that the resolution to be forwarded to Ms. Athing Mu and to the United States delegation for the International Olympic Committee for the 2021 Tokyo, Japan Olympic Games. Congratulations, young lady. I have a joint motion and a joint second. Council President, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Council President, did you want to open the floor to let individual members express their support briefly?
They had the floor. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please express your support for Ms. Mu.
Madam President,
Go right ahead.
I tell you, I wish the Trentonian had been publishing this young lady's career. We have some positive things going in Trenton. I saw her, I've been following her for about 3 years. This young lady is impressive. Worldwide, Trenton's name is going to be in the Olympics. I don't think we have been in the Olympics too many times in the past 30 years or so, but finally we are going to be all the way in Tokyo, and that young lady is going to bring us a medal. gold medal most likely, and she's going to break the world record. The way I have been following her, she is going to break the world record, and we're going to have in Trenton an Olympic gold medal. So I will be, if I could vote 1,000 votes for this, I will do 1,000 times. Thank you.
Council,
President McBride,
yes, go right ahead.
I just want to say, what's that?
You have the floor, Councilman.
Just some feedback, sir. You please continue.
Thank you. So I just want to say to Ms. Mew, kudos and congratulations on your personal and professional and athletic accomplishment. You really bring great credit to this community, to Trenton. I'm proud to be a fellow tornado with you as a former educator and as a graduate of Trenton High. I just want to say you bring such good tension and press to our city. I was watching a commercial and saw a glimpse of the Trenton Makes the World Takes Bridge, and you are really putting Trenton on the international map. You are a credit to this city, and I know that you are going to bring home the gold to Trenton. You know, there's a saying that Trenton makes, the world takes, and I am really looking forward to you taking the gold when you break the world record in terms of what you're doing. So you're so just awesome. Thank you for what you're doing. And I look forward to, the mayor and this community hosting a proper Olympic welcome for you back to this hometown. You are just, all of the bad things people say about Trenton, we can say that we have an Olympic champion in our midst who walked the halls of Trenton High, who walked the streets of Trenton, and we just want to say thank you so much and good luck and Godspeed. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, I really do. I am so full of pride, this young woman, and I would say to anything new, you have earned your name in international sports history. It will always be there. And I think that this is absolutely amazing. I know you're going to win the gold. You are the shot in the arm that this city has needed for a long time, because we lost our sense of pride with everything that's going on. And you're also a classmate to many, many young people that have done great things and will do great things, but don't get recognition. But I just want you to know that we're very proud of you, and we're rooting for you. And the city of Trenton will be there to give you the spirit to bring you home with the gold. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yeah, I concur with all the comments that my fellow colleagues have voiced here regarding Ateen Mo. When I saw her race, I was crying, I was smiling, I was calling everybody, I was texting everybody, I was posting to social media, and everybody else was doing the same. All over the country, folks were posting on TikTok, folks were on Twitter, folks were on Facebook talking about the young woman from Trenton, New Jersey. When she had her interview, the banner at the bottom of the screen read, "Hometown, Trenton, New Jersey." So, and she was so proud. She stood tall. She spoke well. She represented Trenton in all the positive things that we are. She is Trenton. And I couldn't have we couldn't have a better ambassador. And now she's embarking on being an Olympian champion. She's favored to win the gold in her heat, and we're confident that she will. And how many towns can say across this nation, and even throughout the world, to say that they have an Olympic champion? And we have one in Trenton. And she, through her achievements, through her success, she will uplift the city and move us forward. and that is a big. She has made a big contribution in that respect. So for that, we will celebrate her, and we'll work with every entity to do such. A lot of folks have inquired about plans of different events and celebratory type events, and as well as honorary events to where we all can participate. So information will be forthcoming on that. But right now, this resolution is a very small gesture, but for a very large Trenton pony. And we'll be watching. And congratulations to Team Move. We're very proud of you, and you have made your footprint in Trenton in the world, and you have served us well, Trenton, on the world stage. Congratulations. God bless. Thank you.
I would just like to say to Ethan Mew that Trenton has had some really dark days, but you bring light. You bring light to our children, you bring light to our city, and you bring light to the country. I wish you the best, and I don't think we have to wait for you to bring home a gold. I think that you're successful right now. We would love the gold, we would love the silver or the bronze, but I think a pep rally should be given to you right now in honor of you for the greatness that you have already achieved. Hats off to you, Ethan Mew, and congratulations, and we hope to see you cross that line to bring home the gold. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I would like to say the city of Trenton has had some great leadership in the past. We had Greg Grant in the NBA. We had Troy Vincent in the NFL. And now we have a young lady who is going to be an Olympic champion. She's a bright star for the city, but a bright star for the youth of the city. The young men and women of the city have somebody to look up to. So at the end of the day, you're right. We should be promoting anything positive. So just hats off to all the work that Greg Grant does, that Troy Vincent does, now this young lady's going to do. You can see it in her eyes that she is so proud to be from this city. Trenton pride. It's something special. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Mr. Collins, we may move on, please.
Yes, 43.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. The floor is open. Council President,
Yes. Move for
would
the
you like
vote,
to-
please.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes. Mr. Conlon, you have no help managing this system this evening from the IT department?
I do believe there is a member of the IT department here from the contractor. It's mostly just feedback, but if people are giving feedback, she has been muting. She's been messaging me about muting and stuff, so it's hard to keep up sometimes. Next is Resolution 21-344, and I do want to note this does contain the special conditions that were included in the settlement agreement that was approved by the City Council at the ABC meeting. So the special conditions from the April 20th, 2020 board meeting are in the resolution. So this is Resolution 21-344, a resolution granting renewal of an alcohol beverage plenary retail consumption license with broad package privilege, number 1111-32-019-009, Ransom Group LLC for the 2021-2022 licensing period. Do I have, this is Trading Championship Sports Bar. I have motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Council President McBride. The floor is open.
Seeing no hands, we'll move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 21-345, resolution granting renewal of alcohol beverage plenary retail consumption license number 1111-33-198-009 for Cal Perfection Lictures, Inc. for the 2021-2022 licensing season. And there are only two more of these, I promise. Do I have a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second? I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Council President, would you like to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely.
Councilman-
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez. This is for
Yes.
Cal Perfection. Thank you, sir. Ms. Vaughn
Yes.
and Council President McBride.
Yes.
Next, we have Resolution 21-346, a resolution granting renewal of a plenary alcohol beverage light club license number 1111-31-269-001, the Polish American World War Veterans Club for the 2020-2021 licensing period. Do I have a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
And I'm sorry, that should be the 2021-2022 licensing period. I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, a second by Ms. Vaughn. Council President, would you like to call the roll?
Yes.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Last but not least of these, the late payers is 21-347, resolution granting renewal of the alcohol beverage plenary retail consumption license number 1111-33-124-008, Lopez Aparicio Enterprises LLC for the 2021-2022 licensing period. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Council President, would you like me to move the roll?
Yes, please.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Next, we have Resolution 21-263, a resolution awarding a contract through a competitive contracting request for proposal process with Capital Health Occupational Health Center for occupational health clinical services for the City of Trenton for a period of 1 year from June 1st, 2021 to May 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $164,300 per year through competitive contract number 2021-02. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
Yes, Council President.
Go right ahead.
Just a quick question to Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, is this the, can you just briefly tell us what this is for?
Madam President,
Go right
may
ahead.
I?
Yes, go
Thank
right
you,
ahead,
yes.
Mr. Cruz.
Yes, this contract is actually for the pre-employment screening, the return to work screening, drug screening, fitness for duty screening, CDL randoms, and CDL physicals. And it's a 1-year contract.
Have Capital Health been historically the healthcare group that gets the contract?
Yes, they have been in the recent years. They have, yes.
Mm-hmm. So, again, you know, we should put these things out to bid so that other healthcare facilities, because other healthcare facilities can certainly provide these same services. But it's just you know, something that I will continue to call to your attention, that, you know, we abide by the open and fair process, the contracts. So it's not the closed and unfair process, right? We're competitive, and we want every company, organization who specializes in certain provides certain products or services have a fair chance. So we just need to work on that. It doesn't make sense for the same companies to get the contracts?
Well, Councilwoman, we did advertise it, and we got the bids back in April 28th, and it was only one proposal submitted. But we do follow the local procurement, and as required by state law, and we only had one competitor submit the proposal, which is Capitol Health.
Yeah, so Capitol Health is right here in the city, and that's excellent. But, there's a lot of other great health institutions around. Princeton Medical, but now that's affiliated or under the umbrella of the University of Pennsylvania Medical Center. So there's a lot of other organizations that the city of Trenton should want to do business with. And, we just got to do better because, when you have a systemic issue, time and time again, when it's the same company year after year after year, that's a systemic issue, and we should rectify that. We got to tell ourselves that it's something that we're doing wrong, but not necessarily wrong, but maybe we could do better and reach out and getting advertising out there so other folks can compete for these contracts. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, you may move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. I have a resolution introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Thank you very much. Next, we have Resolution 21-272, a resolution authorizing a contract to Verizon Business Services for the purchase of Verizon Select Services through New Jersey State Contract Number T-1776-85943 for a period of 1 year from February 10th, 2021 to February 10th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $60,000.
I have a council.
Do I have a motion?
We have to have the motion and a second.
I have a motion. I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Is Mr. Wilson available?
Yes.
Can you share with the public and the council exactly what this resolution is for?
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead, Acting Director Wilson.
this is for a contract that already exists, extending it for services received by Verizon for our police buildings and our surveillance cameras and cellular network that we utilize in the police department.
So when you say cellular network, this is not connected at all to the communication room or what we know as the radio room.
No, this is separate from that.
So this is just telephone services, cell phones, period?
Internet services for our police buildings, internet services for our surveillance cameras.
Okay, so internet services, so is that, why aren't we going through our own IT department for this contract? Thank you, sir. Mr. Cruz, why wouldn't we go through our IT department for this contract? When you're talking about internet services, Mr. Wilson said internet services.
Yes, Councilwoman, as we are all aware, even when we have, he mentioned the cameras, even when we have cameras need to be able to send a signal for us to be able to receive the image at the, at the police station. And we need a mean to send that signal. So what we have done is that we have Verizon supply that service rather than having Optimum or Xfinity. As you are aware, we don't produce our own signal. We would have to create a network throughout the city in order for us to be able to send a wireless signal from location to location. And so that is why we utilize Verizon.
Okay. The only thing that I will say is if the technology officer is on the line, I don't need him to respond, but I say this to Mr. Wilson, yourself, and Mr. Rivera, that, we have a centralized technology platform that, the council uses, everybody uses in the city of Trenton. We have the access, we have internet access, we have a phone service. So I don't understand why the police department is having a different internet service can be delivered to the police department. I thought it was via the city of Trenton Technology Group. I don't understand why we're going out to Verizon. Now for cell phone capability, okay, but still, I would think that would be part of the city contract that I'm on as well, right? I have an issued city phone that gives me internet service and all access to the World Wide Web. So I really don't understand some of these redundant contracts, and I don't think some of the directors understand as well. And I think that is where you come in, Mr. Cruz, to make sure we are capitalizing on these synergies, right? So if there's synergies to be had and internet services, I think Mr. Rivera needs to get over to the police department and make sure that any type of technology request or services, that it has to go through him. Directors shouldn't be out there engaging in contracts on their own when we have a technology platform and expertise in-house to acquire these services for each department. This is very concerning, and I believe it's redundant and it's a waste of money, a 60 grand if we can go through our IT department and get these services. Makes no sense to me.
Ms. Vaughn? Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Excuse me, who's speaking?
It's Mr. Wilson, ma'am.
City Council. Council President?
Okay.
Yes.
Director Wilson.
Go right ahead, Mr. Wilson.
We also need the Verizon we have a need for secure lines that are independent of the city lines for security reasons.
Mr. Collin, can you cut
Yeah,
that background noise?
I'm looking for it. That's why my head's going up and down.
Okay, so, again, all our lines are secure. Okay, we are all in need for secure lines.
Councilwoman, hold on for a minute.
I found him. I got
I
it.
don't understand why we have to go through this every council meeting. The meetings are being recorded. The councilwoman is speaking, and then there's guests on the line that refuse to mute themselves. Can you find it, Mr. Collins?
I did. I'm finding them as they come up, ma'am. There's a lot of people in the room, but I am going through the list. So I will mute them, and repeat offenders will have their mics disabled for the meeting.
So I would want Mr. Collin, I would want Mr. Rivera to expound on this further. Why isn't it that he did not get a request from the police department, and why didn't he source the contract based on the technology platform that we have in the city? It makes no sense. These are standard services. Why go through Verizon? I mean, everybody knows Verizon is as expensive as all get out. So, if we could, leverage current contracts and platforms that are already existing, why would a department has to go out on their own? Because the Verizon network is secure. It's a secure network. I mean, they don't do anything special for the police departments that they don't do for individuals. So they're regulated by the FCC, the Federal Communication Commission. So I don't get it. $60,000. This is, Mr. Rivera, you need to investigate. You need to review this contract. Is he on the line?
No. Speak to Mr. Cruz.
Okay, so Mr. Cruz, you need to get with. We need to review this contract, Mr. Cruz, because I don't understand what Verizon is providing us, the police department, in this particular contract above and beyond what generally what any other department would get as far as internet services. I just want to know what's the real difference here. It doesn't seem like internet access. What? Come on. We have internet access. We are on the internet as we speak in this meeting. So I don't understand what the police department is getting in this contract as above and beyond what our platform delivers for any across the city as far as broadband is concerned. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I need Mr. Rivera, the CTO, the Chief Technology Officer of the City of Trenton, to review this contract and come back to council and tell me why the current SLA service level agreements that we have across the city that he has negotiated for the city, why do we need this contract? Why can't that contract service the police department and provide these services that Steve Wilson is asking for here?
Madam President, if you like, Madam President, if you'd like me to.
Can you put it in writing, Mr. Cruz, and have it submitted to us, please?
Yes, we done spent millions of dollars on the RTC, the real time crime center.
Councilwoman.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Very good.
Council President.
So, Mr. Cruz, if you could get that in writing, that will be suffice. Okay.
Will do. Thank you.
Will do. Councilman Harrison.
Yeah, Council President. I would like to
Yes.
know with Ms. Durlacher, she's had her hand up for a while. I'd like to know what she would like to say.
No, this is not a, no. This is, the, business administrator and, the, police director. Mr. Collins, could you move forward, please?
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Would you like me to call the roll, ma'am? You can say move forward. So yes, Mr. Blake,
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered, Resolution 21-272 passes. Next, we have Resolution 21-332, a resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance of the fiscal year 2021 appropriations. Do I have a motion?
This is, which one is this?
This is 21-332, ma'am. And Mr. Harrison, was that you, sir?
Yes. So moved.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Floor is open.
Yes. Council President.
Can you put that one up on the screen for me?
Yes, ma'am. Let me find it.
I got 321. 3. 313. Okay, I have it.
Okay, I'll still put it up. I'll put it up for everybody else.
Yes. Mhm.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Vaughn, and the floor is open.
Yes. My question is, Council President, may I ask my question?
Yes, go right ahead.
My question is of course, the largest numbers. And this would involve the police department in the overtime. So salary and wage adjustment program, $400,000 and then $300,000. Where is that? That's overtime, correct? Mr. Cruz?
Madam President.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
So Madam President, these transfers are actually to close out the 2021 fiscal year that ended on June 30th. Some of these lines were in need of additional funding, as we all know, due to the surge in crime that took place last year. We had to increase personnel in the police department to cover certain sectors in the area. And so therefore, we continue with the coverage, and this is why we are incurring overtime that requires an additional transfer of $300,000 for the police department. The other department, as you can see, are very minimal increases, minimal transfers, which is pretty much normal when we're closing out the years. So, but yes, as Councilwoman mentioned, is it for overtime? Yes, Councilwoman, it is for overtime in the police department.
Yeah. So, but it doesn't specify the period. So the shootings tapered off and going into the fall. So what period of overtime does this cover?
Well, don't forget that you know what? When it comes to coverage, I would rather have the police director answer those questions. And then if Acting Director Wilson needs for me to jump in, I'll be more than glad to assist. But I believe this could be answered by Director Wilson better than me.
Yeah. Director Wilson, Acting Director Wilson, can you shed some transparency around this number? And during what period, payroll period, this 300 and some, almost $400,000 covers?
Council President?
And what month of overtime are we paying out here?
Go right ahead, Mr. Acting Director Wilson.
I believe that this money covers for the last 6 months of the neighborhood enforcement program.
Well, the last 6 months, we didn't have a lot of crime. So Mr. Cruz said it's closing out fiscal year 21, which goes back, would run from July 1st, we're not talking about the current transitional year. We're talking about the fiscal year that was July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. So during July 1st, the pandemic started in March, and most of the crime and the homicides and shootings occurred, between April and August, and they tapered off. So this period of overtime is being applied to which month? That's all. I just want to know the month that the period of overtime is being applied for. And can you give me that documentation?
Well, I think you can directly correlate the lowering of the violent crime with the overtime costs. The message is you can't trade safety for dollars, so the overtime expenditures was used, and you can see a result.
No, that's not what I'm asking, sir. All I'm asking is, the result is if you had that level of overtime, no one should got shot, right? So if you were really out there in the streets doing their job and getting paid this amount of money, and you're putting that amount of overtime in, nobody should have got shot. But everybody seemed to got shot. So I don't know. I just want to know which month this overtime cost was incurred. Was it in December 2020? Was it in November 2020? Was it in, which month? That's all. And you don't have to have it tonight because you didn't expect the question. But please, can you guys come back to me and tell me which month this expenditure is being applied to? That's all.
Madam, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Harrison.
Yeah, regarding that overtime, that was one of the questions I wanted to ask the previous director. That was one of the questions about overtime.
Why didn't you?
Because I was only allowed to ask one question when I had 24 questions in executive session, which my colleagues were in. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we get that answer, please, at some juncture? It doesn't have to be tonight. You didn't expect a question, in all fairness. But I just want to make sure, because going forward,
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay. Thank you. You're welcome.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I have a question for Mr. Cruz. This money comes out of, it says salary and wages, ADJ, adjusted. What does that mean? Where is that coming from? That money coming from?
Councilman, the transfer is going from the salary and wage adjustment. Yes, so there is a line item in our budget that we are taking the money from and moving it to the various departments that are in need for their salaries and wages.
Okay, that means that when we approve the budget, that line was not too much money on it. Overblown somehow. What happened?
Councilman, yeah,
It's a lot of money.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, thank you. So, Councilman, you are correct. It is a lot of money for salaries and wages, but when we did the budget hearings at DCA, there were tons of money, well, a lot of money that was taken from the various departments, from the salaries and wages, and this is what you're seeing right now. You're seeing the result of us having to now go from department to department, finding funding to be able to fund the various departments. So whatever department or whatever line we had where there was additional funding is that we were this from where we are pulling the money out of right now. If the cuts were not so severe when we went to DCA, we would not be having. You will probably not be seeing a $500,000 transfer tonight. You may be seeing something smaller than similar to previous years.
Yes, Mr. Cruz, I'm still waiting, and I hope to get an answer on what happened with the 8.5 or $7.9 million that were stolen from the waterworks surplus. Can you give me an answer soon, a written answer, and to the whole council, please?
Because of the way you asked the question, Councilman, I will not be addressing
No, I am not
question.
asking you for an answer now. I want you to send me a written report on that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Collins, you may move forward. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am. I have an introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Vaughn. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution fails. It requires a two-thirds vote.
We need to be able to balance the budget to close out the year.
Poor forecasting.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Next, we have Resolution 21-333, a resolution authorizing the use of an estimated tax levy for the purposes of issuing 2021 third quarter tax bills. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
A second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
Yes, I just want to make, Council President?
Yes.
Yes, you know, we're in the midst of a recovery, an economic recovery in the aftermath of the pandemic. And all levels of government has recognized how we have to clear this hurdle. And the government has given the city of Trenton a lot of financial assistance to do that. So there are a lot of subsidies that we're going to be subsidizing. Hopefully, the mayor has not produced a plan yet, and he hasn't told us how he's going to allocate the funds. And council's waiting for that, and I hope council president and vice president is really pressuring him to get that to the council. But, you know, as far as the taxes are concerned, a lot of folks, I mean, you know, even the New Jersey Mortgage, or the New Jersey Housing Mortgage and Finance Agency is having concerns, you know, that a lot of folks in the mortgage space is concerned at the end of this month, a lot of houses are going to go in for foreclosure for a lot of reasons. I mean, for, you know, rather it's because they can't afford the mortgage, or they're behind in their mortgage, and they were in forbearance, and they're got to, you know, get caught up on their mortgage, and they got to get caught up taxes. They're pushing accelerated tax liens on Trentonians, and they got to move, you know, they're pushing folks' homes to you know, placing liens upon them. So we need to come up with a solution real quick. And this resolution to ask for more taxes. I know it facilitates the transitional, the transitional year budget. Is that right, Mr. Cruz? Is this to facilitate, is this a tax levy to facilitate the transitional year budget?
This is actually for us to collect the taxes for the third quarter. So it has nothing to do with the federal plan or the transition to the budget. Every quarter we must collect taxes, and this is what this is. It's an order for us to allow us to send the tax bills for the third quarter.
Yeah, okay, but at the end of the day, all the bills in this country, utility bills, cable bills, PSE&G bills, they bill the water department. Everybody been billing quarterly traditionally, right? But we're in the aftermath of the pandemic. So this municipality, we have some, we can provide some flexibility. Why are we strong-arming Trentonians at a time when we are in recovery in the aftermath of the pandemic, when we have been identified as one of the cities in our country that has been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic? Why is it that our local government, the mayor Gussior and yourself, are not recognizing that? Why are we still billing Trentonians as if though we're not a impacted city by this pandemic? I mean, we don't have any flexibility here. I mean, people are hurting here, Mr. Cruz. How are we going to collect any money from them for any bill, whether it be taxes, whether it be for the water bill, whether it be for PSE&G? I hear that PSE&G is coming up with an amnesty program for these utility bills. So what is Trenton doing for its residents to give them some relief from the pandemic? I haven't heard anything from the mayoral administration, and nor has my constituents, because they've been ringing me and emailing me off the chain as to, Robin, when are we going to get some relief with our sewer bills, our water bills, our PSE&G bill, our taxes, our mortgages? What is going on? And I know this week the employees got their check of $7,000, but even then, people are calling me and complaining they got a big tax deduction out of that check. So they got $7,000, so they really only got $4,000 and something because the federal government took out $3,500. So people are hurting, Mr. Cruz. And I just want to know, what are we doing here? We cannot keep forcing people homes into tax liens. And we have this council and this government, we have the powers to provide some relief, an extension, 30 days, whatever. We're not even doing that. And I don't care what DCA says or the state. We could do it. It's our government, home rule. We could do it, Mr. Cruz. So we can give our people a 30-day extension, a 60-day, 90-day. And Mr. Kaloji, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
So, Mr. Kaloji, can you get back to the council about the ability, if there's a statute, because I saw a statute, and I'm going to send it to you, because I had the same discussion with our prior law director, Mr. Morelli, that the council has the authority and the powers to extend or give folks an installment payment and help citizens with their taxes if they're behind, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to know what options do we have as a government to help citizens who are having tax issues or hardship? So we got to have something that we can give our citizens when they're undergoing hardship. And this, unfortunately, our mayor administration have not done anything in this regard to help our citizens while they are under hardship. So that's all I have to say. And Council President, I yield my time. Thank you, Mr. Kaloji, and thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I'm not going to ask a question to anyone, so I don't need an answer. I am going to make a statement. 3 years ago, sometime around a day like today, I sat with our mayor, Honorable Rick Gusciora, and I believe Ms. Bond was present, Mr. Morelli was present, and I brought the issue of the capital city aid. Why are we waiting to go after the state so that the state will pay the equal of the taxes for their buildings to the city as they were doing before 2010? Millions of dollars that were taken away from the city, and then in turn they gave us this transitional aid, handling the city, and Mr. Cruz will know about it, where DCA controls everything that happens in the city. Our mayor cannot make decisions because DCA has to go. We got stuck with the MOU because the state decided at that time they were going through an economic recession or whatever. But right after that, 2011, went out. Why couldn't we be returned to the capital city state? And thanks to Councilwoman Bond, we got $10 million. Not thanks to the administration, thanks to Councilwoman Bond that went and lobbied with Senator Turner for those $10 million. The way Councilwoman Bond got $10 million by herself, how comes the administration have not tried to get together with the whole council so we could go together and ask the whole Senate and the whole Assembly to reinstate about $40 million that they took away? And I'm going to say they stole it from us. The state stole it. Whether anybody like it or not, the state stole that money from us, and they owe us that money. Mr. Cologgi, you're listening? Start getting the paperwork together, because if nobody else follows me, but I want to sue the state for that money. Thank you very much.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, Council President, I think my colleagues are confused. The DCA and the administration worked together for a zero budget, but two of my colleagues voted against it, but now we're talking about taxes. It's kind of like we're talking out both sides of our mouth here. Isn't it? Why would you vote against a zero tax increase when my colleagues had asked for a zero tax increase, but you vote against it, but now here tonight you're talking about taxes? Wow. Ironic, but I think people are watching and people are listening and people are not buying it. So just keep talking about it. People won't worry about it.
Council, Mr. Conlon, you may continue, please.
Yes, ma'am. I have an introduction by Ms. Colwell-Wilson, a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Colwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Resolution 21-333 is adopted. Next, we have Resolution 21-281. A resolution accepting bid and awarding contract to Enterprise Networks Resolutions. Resolution accepting bid and awarding contract to Enterprise Network Resolutions Contracting, LLC, for the underground storage tank closure and related environmental remediation in accordance with state requirements to close 4 underground storage tanks at 2 city-owned properties for a period of 1 year from June 11, 2021 to June 10, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $70,000 pursuant to bid 2021-22. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm a second by Ms. Colwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
Madam President,
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
can I, this was written in real tiny letters, and I can't hardly see because I'm partially
Could you
blind.
put it on the screen for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Can somebody tell me the locations of these tanks? Where are they at? I don't know, but I'm not even trying to look at it because these letters are so small. I don't know.
Council President, may I
Yes.
respond?
Yes, you may, Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Councilman, these tanks are located on two city-owned properties at 325 Mulberry Street and 104 Taylor Street.
You said 325 Marbury,
Yes,
and the other was Taylor, what's the number?
104 Taylor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate if that is included. And if somebody writes with a bigger font, because this is, I don't know, I tell you, I'm getting rare blind, but I see everything else, except for this. Hey, why so small? Thank you.
Councilman, I'll take it under advisement when we prepare future resolutions.
All righty,
Even enlarging it, I still can see them.
Council President?
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yes. I just want to know, who is Enterprise Network Resolutions Contracting LLC? Mr. Doyle, who are they?
Council President, if I may?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman, they were the lowest bidder that responded to the RFP. There were a total of 13 proposals.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I could finish. They responded to the bid and were compliant with the bid. They had all their paperwork and whatnot in place.
Okay, well, if you read the statute last council meeting that we discussed, it's the responsible bidder that gets the lowest responsible bidder, I believe, that gets the contract, right? Responsible bidder doesn't mean just because they only met the criteria of the lowest bid. A responsible bidder has to meet and have to be compliant with a lot of other things as related to public contract. And that's what I want to drive home to the administration. When Mr. Kaloji sent you his opinion, and hopefully you read it, it's misinformation. I don't know whether it's deliberate to mislead. It is not the lowest bidder that gets the contract. It's the most responsible bidder. And the contractor has to be reviewed and vetted very vigorously by our procurement department to ensure that they are a responsible contractor and that they are compliant with all the New Jersey state contract laws, right? And the Department of Labor laws. There's a lot of contractors who is on the bad list, so to say, right? That the Labor Department circulates around municipalities because they're not responsible bidders. They cheat, they lie on their contracts, or on their applications, they lie on their RFPs. As Council President has honed in on, there are contractors who come in at the lowest bidder to later put in change requests to make up for the fact that they didn't want a contract at the lowest bid. So these are the games that contractors play and make them not a responsible bidder. So please, I would just ask of you, Mr. Cruz, and all the directors here appointed to serve the city of Trenton, that you don't come to the council. Mr. President?
I'm looking for it.
Please do.
That you don't come to the council and always tell us, oh, it's the lowest bidder, because the lowest bidder has been found to be cheating, has been disingenuous, has put forward a proposal that they knew that they were not going to adhere to. Then they put up a pricey change request, and then we could have given it to a responsible bidder. So are they the responsible bidder? So have they been vetted properly? Because I'm looking at their company now. They're located in Camden County, right? Is that the organization? Mr. Delisle, is it the organization? They're located in Camden County?
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Director.
Councilwoman Vaughn, I didn't look to see what county they're located in, but their bidding documents have them in Berlin, New Jersey.
Okay, so they're in Camden County. So they haven't been vetted. We don't know if they're the responsible bidder and whether they meet all the criteria.
No, Council President, if I may respond?
Yes, you may.
Councilwoman, that's not true. All the bids were received. It was a public bid. It was opened publicly, and they were all reviewed by the purchasing department for which ones were responsible bidders, that they filled out all the paperwork properly, that they had all the licenses or the business certifications and whatnot in place. And you're correct. It's not just the lowest bidder. It's the lowest responsible bidder is
Correct.
what the law requires. And that's what they were reviewed and vetted and are.
Okay. Well, I hope they're complying with all the requirements that will make them a responsible bidder, that they've been hiring women and minorities, and they're complying with all those things that are part of that RFP and contract that's noted on the contract. So that's all I have to say. So we got to start doing better, as I stated to Mr. Cruz earlier, when we vet these contractors. And so they have to be compliant. They got to check all the boxes, not just one box. But thank you, Mr. Delisle.
All righty, Mr. Collin, can you move forward, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-281, resolution accepting bid and awarding contract to Enterprise Network Resolutions Contracting LLC for the underground storage tank closure and related environmental remediation in accordance with state requirements to close 4 USTS at 2 city-owned properties for a period of 1 year from June 11, 2021 to June 10, 2022, an amount not to exceed $70,000 pursuant to bid 2020-22. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Wait a minute, is this for 281?
Yes, 21-281.
No.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Next, we have Resolution 21-282, a resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton and Elizabeth Guerrero and Daniel Colon for the sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $62,100. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. Floor is open.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay. There's another resolution on the docket that's very similar to this one, but to different people. Now, I need to see who these individuals are, because they're using names that are very interesting, but nonetheless, I don't understand how can we give a mortgage to individuals that don't reside in the city of Trenton? So, Mr. Delisle, that's one question to you. Why are we giving mortgages to folks, a purchase money mortgage to an entity, individual or LLC, because if you follow up with these individuals and you research these names, they are incorporated. They're LLCs. So why are we giving mortgages to LLCs in the city of Trenton? And who don't reside here, who are not domiciled here, who do not pay taxes here, okay? And I just want to know, at the end of the mortgage payment, right, after they pay the debt to the city, and I didn't even know if the city had the infrastructure to accept mortgage payments, right? And that's another thing. Are we a bank now? Do we have the licenses to do that? Because I thought you got to have you got to be a holding company to put out a mortgage. I don't understand this. So, and I just want to know who, at the end of the day, will own who owns the title now? So I guess it's public property. And what is the city of Trenton getting in return for issuing this mortgage? And Mr. Delisle, how did the city and the taxpayers benefit by issuing mortgages to entities like these individuals?
All right, Council President, may I respond?
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman, you had quite a few questions in there. I'll try to broadly outline it. And if I don't hit them, please, let me know. But this, and you may recall also, this was auction property, and in one of the rules of the auction, that the city would offer these money mortgages to the successful bidders of auction property that was restricted for home ownership. So these are only properties where the person has agreed to purchase the property and live in the property for a minimum of 5 years. The offering of this money mortgage is permissible under state law, and we are not extending a loan to the person. Basically, what we're saying is instead of paying us all up front, pay the city over the next 5 years with interest. We did this as a way to promote home ownership and to fix up abandoned properties in the city of Trenton, recognizing that it can often be very difficult to get rehab loans or to make repairs to properties while you're paying a mortgage. They could certainly prepay the mortgage. They could refinance it once the repairs are done. But again, this was a way to encourage home ownership and the rehabilitation of abandoned properties in the city of Trenton. So these I'm unaware of them being incorporated as an LLC. These were for individuals that purchased the property, and the mortgages will be issued to them as such. It's the first time we're doing this. It's something we're trying to see how it works. The city certainly does collect money for various things, whether it's taxes or water bills or other fees and fines. So we'll work out a mechanism to do it. But also one of the rules of the auction was that we come to council before we execute this, and that's why the form of the money mortgage is attached to the resolution. I think I hit all your points. Let me know if it's the same thing.
How does the city benefit now? What do we benefit? How much is the interest rate on these loans?
It's the interest rate is 6%. It's set by state law, and that's why it's 6%. How does the city benefit? We're trying to rehabilitate abandoned properties and encourage home ownership in the city of Trenton. So that's how we benefit.
So what will be the taxes on this property? How much will the individual be paying taxes?
They will be paying taxes from day one. There's no pilot.
No, I asked how much, Mr. Delisle.
Councilwoman, I don't know what the tax rate is on these properties offhand. I apologize.
I mean, when you go for a mortgage, that's one thing that they tell you what the tax rate is going to be. So how could you be giving a mortgage to some entity, a taxpayer dollars in the city of Trenton, and you don't know how much you're going to be paying in taxes to the city? Other than the principal, the interest on the mortgage loan?
Councilwoman, we're not, Councilwoman, Council President,
You would know what the properties are assessed at, right? So you would know how much taxes they're going to be paying.
Council President, if it's all right if I respond?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Vaughn, I apologize. I don't know the taxes off the top of my head. We are not escrowing taxes. They'll be paying taxes the same as anything else. Again, this is not a mortgage like going to a bank and taking out a loan. We're not extending money to pay off another third party. What we are doing is saying, rather than paying us a lump sum of the full purchase amount at the closing, we have an agreement that they will pay us over the next 5 years with an amortization schedule. Yes, including the interest, but we're not extending credit or a loan like to pay off a third party.
Understood, but you know the address of the property, right? Do I have to go in and look up myself, Mr. Delisle? I'm asking these questions because we have people on the line. I want to know what the current property, the assessed value of the property, and how much taxes potentially will be this buyer will be paying in the city. That's the simple question. We should have that information.
Just a point of information, it is up on the screen. The assessed value is $54,100 for 2020.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
And the taxes paid per year, $2,946.29 for the property.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So is that what's it's going to be occurring, Mr. Delisle, as part of the terms of the mortgage? Or the transaction?
They'll be paying their taxes. Is it like anyone else would?
Well, I'm just asking you, Mr. Delisle. That's what I'm asking you. A lot of times we give people a tax break in the city and discount it. So it's good to know that they're going to be paying the full rate of the assessed value. So that's what you're telling me, right?
Oh, yes, Councilman. There's no credit, pilot, abatement, or any other reduction in taxes.
And my last question was about the benefit. Did you answer my question about the benefit?
I did.
Okay. Well, one thing that I wanted to know also, so this is called a mortgage, a money purchase loan. What is it called? I'm sorry. It's called a purchase money mortgage. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. So you said that this program or this vehicle is given to folks who are buying properties. So are they investors? Or are they residents who are looking for residential? Because one of the homes is a two-family, right? So are these investors coming into the city and you're offering this vehicle to investors, or you are offering them to people who are looking for a residence to live?
Council President.
Because my understanding of what a purchase money mortgage is that this is a vehicle for people who can't afford or who will not be able to qualify for a loan if they went to, say, a Chase Manhattan Bank or whatever, right? So they would, they don't have the financial status or the credit to be able to obtain a conventional mortgage in any other bank. So they have to, municipalities offer this. So are these individuals meet that criteria for this vehicle? Because I would want to see this vehicle given to someone who's homeless or who's deemed low income or very low income, right? Who's living at maybe transitioning out of public housing, right? Not some investor. So I don't think this vehicle is supposed to be used for this purpose. So can you tell me in your words, Mr. Delisle, what is a purchase money mortgage and what are they used for? I thought they were used for people who are low income.
Council President.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Delisle.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Vaughn, as I stated earlier, these were only offered to people who purchased property at the municipal auction, in the last one in December, for properties that were restricted for owner occupancy. So we're not offering it to anyone in the city. Again, it was only to those people who are one of the property at auction. And we offered it to people that agreed to live in the property that had an owner-occupied restriction. So it's not for an investor, for someone that's going to live there for 5 years. And this is something that's permitted under the local lands and building law, that the city can either take the money at closing or can offer this purchase money mortgage.
Yeah, okay, well, but so it's not for low-income people.
It can be for anyone that wins the auction.
No, that's not one of my question. Again, I don't know. I didn't think that low income people come into the auction, but okay. But I know that my understanding is purchase money mortgages are for municipalities offer that for the low income and very low income people to transition them into homeowners. And I don't believe these individuals or entities are investors. And they're just trying to define themselves as what you are saying, that they're going to live there for 5 years and this, that, and the other thing. Please. They are not. I don't think that based on what I think that we need to vet these entities more thoroughly. And I know for a fact that purchase money mortgages are for the very low and very low income. And I don't see that individual going to city auctions buying property. People go to city auctions and buy public property for investment purposes. And I don't think this program or this investment or this vehicle, this mortgage vehicle is for those individuals. And these folks are just trying to, for lack of a better term, game the system and say that they're low income and they're not.
So let me ask.
So I want to see the application. All right, thank you, Council President. I'm done. I won't be voting for this until I see more information about these individuals and entities.
Council President, this is Sally.
Madam President.
Wait a minute, Ms. Samuels. Please.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead, Councilman Rodriguez, because I wanted to ask a piggyback off of Councilwoman Vaughn's question, but Councilman Rodriguez, you have the floor.
Okay, first, I'd like to know, this is based on Resolution 20-671. I voted for that, I believe, because I was under the understanding that these programs were going to be for residents of Trenton that want to buy their first property or whatever. They in a way work, but they don't have this credit from the banks. But I thought it was residents of Trenton. Are these people residents of Trenton? And let me get the other part. If they are not residents of Trenton, no way, Jose. No. Let them pay a price. If they are from New York, let them stay in New York. We have enough.
Lakewood.
Here.
Lakewood, New Jersey.
Let them stay in Lakewood. Lakewood is a nice city. Also, I see here, this is confusing, because it says, where Ines Monroy was the successful bidder of certain city-owned property commonly known as 536 Pennington Avenue. And then it says, whereas Miss Ines Monroy, I guess it's a miss, executed a contract of sale and pursuant to paragraph 15 of the agreement assigning her rights, obligations, and liabilities on the contract of sale to Elizabeth Guerrero and Daniel Collins. What does that mean? That means that the person that bid, that won the bid there, is making a deal
Council
right
President,
away.
mute yourself. You get a lot of feedback from your line.
Can anybody answer that to me? Why do we have two different people there, two different names? Why do we have Ines Monroy and we have the Elizabeth Guerrero and Daniel Collins? Why? What was the deal? What happened? They sold their rights? What rights? If they haven't paid for the property, how can they sell their rights? And then we are going to help the people that got the rights. That money is, those programs are earmarked for Trenton residents only. If they're trying to do that because there was a loophole in that resolution, Mr. Cologgi, is resolution 20-671. Right away, start working on amending the resolution to make it specifically for Trenton residents. And I'd like to have my questions answered by whoever can.
Council President, can I answer the question? This is Sally Samuel from the Law Department.
What's going on with this meeting? Jesus Christ.
Council President, you still...
We got get rid of this
can
IMSS
you,
thing.
can you put up paragraph 6 for me on the screen? And can you also pull up the memo that came from Sally Samuels when we were supposed to go and discuss this in executive session?
Okay, it'll take me another second, but just,
Oh, okay.
okay, go ahead.
So, 1, 2.
My question was regarding Ines Monroy and Elizabeth Guerrero. Who are they? Who are two names there? Two different names?
Council
One
President,
at the same.
I can answer that question right now, Councilman Santiago, if you'd allow me to.
Go ahead. First, are they from Trenton? Both.
I can't hear you, Councilman.
I'm waiting for Council
I
President to
can't.
give me permission to speak.
Mrs. Samuels, please, you do not have the floor here. Mr.
I know, I
Councilman
know that.
Councilman
I'm having a hard time
Rodriguez.
hearing everybody.
Councilman Rodriguez, can you speak up, please?
What's that?
I said, could you speak up?
Well, I can hardly hear you. You know, I have my volume all the way up. It's the system that we are using, Teams, that is not working. But
It's
my
actually the
question is,
microphones and the devices, but
it is miles way up, all the way. And I have a nice tablet here that you bought for me. So my question is, are these people, Ines Monroy and Miss Elizabeth whatever Guerrero, Trenton residents? My first question. And then my second part is, why there is two names there? What happened? You know, I don't know, I must be dumb, but can somebody explain that to me?
Council President, if you would allow me to speak, and I can explain.
Speak to the question that's asked, please.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to speak to that. So thank you for the question, Councilman Santiago Rodriguez. Ms. Inez Monroy, who was the successful bidder at the December 9th auction in 2020, she is a Trenton resident. The other two individuals who so once she became the successful bidder and the council approved the resolution to accept the bids, she signed a contract of sale with the city. Within the contract of sale, there's a provision in that agreement that says that she could assign her rights under the contract. The two other individuals that you see, who is Miss Guerrero, Elizabeth Guerrero, and Daniel Collin. Elizabeth Guerrero is Ines Monroy's daughter, and Daniel Collin is her son-in-law. Yes, they both live in New York now, but they want to relocate to Trenton so that they can
forget about it. Okay,
to their family. So the property that Inez purchased is 5-year owner restricted, and they're going to be required. They want to live in Trenton. They want to relocate from New York and live in Trenton so that they can be closer to their mother and to the rest of their family who currently live on Pennington Avenue in Trenton. So yes, pursuant to the resolution 20-671, it said that we could offer purchase money mortgages to anyone who wants to live in Trenton. They could be a present resident that is now renting and wants to become a homeowner, or they could be a person that lives somewhere else that wants to move to Trenton. You know, Trenton is a place that we're trying to revitalize, and we're trying to get people to move here. And so this is why they are eligible to receive the purchase money mortgage if council would approve it.
So let me ask.
Madam President, let me finish and then.
Yes, go ahead.
I like Mr. Cologi to work on this. This has to be changed. I was under the impression that this was for Trentonians. If outsiders want to go to the market and buy a chip, because we have good prices in Trenton, if they want to do that on their own, they are on their own. If these people want to move to Trenton from New York, welcome. Go into the market I'm buying properties. There's plenty of them for sale in Trenton. But these city properties and these city programs should be exclusively for Trentonians. Exclusively, not that somebody buys the property and then, oh, I'm going to let you have it. So no. This is not clear. To me, this is a little bit unethical, because the first bidder promised that he was going to leave that property for 5 years. And then now, oh no, no, we have to change that wording on that resolution to 271, whatever it was, 671, 20-671. Mr. Pelosi's are working on that, and I'm going to vote no to this.
President McBride.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely. Excuse
Thank
me,
you.
Councilman Rodriguez, you're finished, right?
No, I finished.
All right, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you so much, Council President. So I have a number of questions about this. I actually think that this is a really good thing, and I want to ask some questions to clarify why it's a good thing. So number one, is this money mortgage process available to all successful bidders for resident or owner-occupied sales at the auction?
Council President, can I ask that question?
Yes.
Councilman Blakely, yes. The answer is yes to your question. To all successful bidders on properties that have an owner-occupied 5-year restriction, this purchase money mortgage is available to them.
Thank you. So let me ask a couple follow-up questions. Is this a state law or is this a local law that allows the money mortgage document?
Council President, can I answer?
Yeah.
So Councilman Blakely, yes, it is a state law pursuant to NJSA 40A:12-13A. It allows us, once we do an auction, and it's only through the auction process, through the public, well, actually either through public or private sale, that the city may offer to sell that property either for cash or upon credit. And the credit is what's deemed as the purchase money mortgage. It's defined within that statute, and the statute also sets forth what the interest rate should be. It refers to another statute, which we had to refer to in order to determine what the interest rate is. And you will note that, as the director indicated, the interest rate is 6%, which is rather high considering that interest rates are like much lower now. But because it's not a conventional mortgage, it's not an extension of credit in the traditional sense of the word. It's just an opportunity for that bidder to be able to pay us the purchase price over the term of 5 years. And in order to have that benefit or that luxury of doing so, you're paying it at a higher interest rate, almost similar to like having a credit card, where the credit card's rates are much more high than, say, regular loan rates. And so it was an opportunity to invite renters who currently live in Trenton, and for people who don't live in Trenton now, who want to become Trenton residents, it was an opportunity to give them, to avail to them the resource so that they could do so. In addition to that, it was mentioned that these people are not low income. We created an underwriting process, which I created an application which each person had to complete. They also had to provide us with 2 years of tax returns, copies of their pay stubs, and in particular, these people are very low income. Some of them only make $30,000, like Monica DeLeon, which is the other one purchaser, so that you're going to be considering. So for it to be said tonight that these people are not low income and that they're from Lakewood, Monica DeLeon is a longtime Trenton resident, but she's been a renter. And when she read the terms of the auction, it excited her that she could possibly becoming homeowners. She's always wanted to do that all her life. And so this is an opportunity for those people who have been longtime renters, who are low income. They won't qualify for other financing through conventional lenders, to now afford a home and become a homeowner and be part of that American dream. And so I'm urging council to really consider this, because we did vet these people. We have more applications that we're underwriting now, and we're going to come before council.
I have more I have more questions. I have more questions.
Yes, because there's others. Councilwoman Call.
Yeah, I know. I have
I'm
more
ready
questions.
to ask the question. So let's.
Can I finish my questions?
Yes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So my other question. I'm not giving a speech. I'm asking questions.
I'm talking to Mrs. Samuels.
Oh,
I don't need a speech from the attorney. I need her to answer the question and keep it moving.
Okay. What happens if the person, if they don't, if they default on the loan, right? So not on the mortgage, the money mortgage document. What happens if that happens?
So we immediately, Councilman Blakely, we immediately can retake the property. There will be a provision included in the deed once we execute the deed and we close and we record the deed that indicates, and also within the mortgage documents, which will be recorded as well, it indicates that if they don't make timely monthly payments, that the city can immediately deem them in default and retake the property. So that's where we'd be. We'd be where we wind up with the property again, and then at that time we would determine through whether we're going to sell it again via auction or what we'll do with it. But at least, yes, we do have an avenue to get the property back if they don't make timely monthly payments.
Okay, so let me say this, and I'll try to be succinct. This is a no-brainer. This is a win-win. We have hundreds of abandoned city-owned properties in this city, hundreds that cause blight in this community, that are havens for vermin and mice and all types of things. The fact that we have an opportunity to help folks become Trenton homeowners. Number one, it allows us to encourage a culture of home ownership in the city of Trenton. Number two, it allows us to attract new residents. Number three, it allows us to refurbish and bring back to life into the tax rolls housing that currently doesn't exist. And I think that this council spends a lot of time talking about the importance of encouraging home ownership. What this money mortgage process does is it encourages home ownership for people who live here. A speculator would not even be eligible for this. Someone who, the so-called Lakewood folks would not even be eligible, because most of the people from Lakewood who buy property use those properties for speculative processes. They use it for renter to rent. And so the fact that we would be providing an opportunity for the people who currently live here or people who don't live here to become Trenton taxpayers is an excellent thing. As our attorney showed, this is something that is available across the state in every municipality for a money mortgage, and we should be encouraging it. This is actually the first time that I'm learning of the money mortgage process, and I think that this could be something that could really encourage people who don't have all of the money up front, but would be willing to put in sweat equity into their home. They would be willing to take the 5 years to invest in their property. And, quite frankly, we should be doing everything that we can to encourage home ownership, particularly around properties that are currently vacant and abandoned. And if we have an opportunity here to turn these properties that currently are empty and are vacant and have been vacant for some time into owner-occupied renovated homes that, will hopefully serve as a engine of recovery for these particular communities. I think we need to spread this far and wide. I'm glad that I found out about this, and I know plenty of other people that would probably would want to participate in the mortgage process if they realized that they could have time to pay the property as well as to fix it up. So this is a no-brainer. This is a win-win, and I'm going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Council President?
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I, for one, do not want to deter people moving into the great city of Trenton and purchasing property. And especially in this program, with them mandated to stay there for 5 years. Now, this one woman, her mother lives here. She wants to move here with her family. That's what Trenton's all about. It's all about families. But I'm going to go off this resolution just a little bit and ask Ms. Samuels, don't we, apart from the auction, don't we have a first-time home buyer program?
Council President.
Samuels?
Council President, can I address?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for the question, Council Vice President. Honestly, I most cities have a first-time home buyers program. I think that Director Delisle might be best suited to answer your question because I am not sure if Trenton has a first-time home buyers program. So, but I know pursuant to like.
I'll ask the Director then.
Thank you.
Mr. Delisle?
Council President, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Councilwoman, yes, we do have a first-time home buyers program here in the city. It's funded with CDBG funding. Of course, the county has one as well, and HFMA. That is unlikely that will be very helpful for folks because that's usually used for the closing costs, and they're pretty minimal with what we're doing here. But certainly, if it's something that's eligible or people could avail themselves of it, we certainly would help.
Okay. All right. Thank you, because what I wanted to say was there is a program out there available for Trentonians, for first-time home buyers, for Trentonians that don't necessarily want to go to auctions and purchase properties at auctions. And I think also I concur with Councilman Blakely, this is a no-brainer. Thank you.
Mr. Is there someone asking to speak? Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I agree with my colleagues. This money mortgage for 5 years for an auction, it's a wonderful idea. I'm behind this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, finally. Well, let me start here. First of all, Mrs. Samuels said that one of the particular individuals purchased a home and then she turned it over to her children out upstate New York. So, just in case my colleagues do not remember RCA funding, Regional Contribution Agreement. That is where they allowed every underprivileged family to move into this city and make this city a concentrated poverty center under the RCA funding, Regional Contribution Agreement. Now, you talk about families that need a start, and you talk about this being a no-brainer. Well, let me tell you, I spent all last week down at the Kingsbury's where families feel as though they don't have a way out. If we have programs such as this, then our families in this community need to be the ones that have access to this type of program. I have an employee in the clerk's office that cannot afford to purchase a home, but she never heard of this money loan. So when you talk about how good the program is, it's only good to me if it's helping the residents in the city of Trenton. It's only valuable to me if it's lifting up the families here in the city that otherwise would not be able to afford a home. If you talk about such good investment, then why don't we start with our own employees in the city that make $32,000 and $37,000 that can't afford a home? So when you talk about it's a good investment, to me, it's only good if it helped the residents. Because when you talk about going out of the city, getting other underprivileged families, then you're talking about regional contribution agreement. We should be talking about assisting the families in this city. And if there's a program to assist them, and if they had to bid on a property and let the mortgage be held for them, then they should know about it. But they don't. So I say to all my colleagues that think this is such a great idea, go down to the Kingsburys and see those people that need out, that need a home, that can't even sleep in their apartments because there's no air conditioning unit. Why haven't they been offered these type of loans that you would hold a mortgage? So to me, when you talk about giving someone a leg up, you make sure it's the people that voted you in to give them the leg up. Give them the leg up. The ones that need it here in Trenton, not people that live in New York and want to be close to their families. I have a lot of people want to be close to their families right here in this city. And don't get it twisted. Getting families from New York is regional contribution agreement. And we should be getting our families right out of the city hall and right out of the Kingsburys, for an example. And that's all I have to say, because this makes no sense to me. It makes none whatsoever.
Madam President, may I say something?
We're gonna move. We're gonna move on. You asked Mr. Kaloji to get the paperwork ready to include Trentonians only, and I suspect that he will get that done.
Well, can we table this until that's done, Council President?
You can ask for a motion to table if you like.
I second it.
I have a motion to table, Ms. Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn, what's to table until Mr. Kaloji gets the amendment done to 671? Is that the tabling?
This is Director Blau.
You cannot, sir. This is a motion to table. It cannot be interrupted. It is without debate. Please do not interrupt this process, sir. Okay? This is the rules of procedure. I got to follow them. Please do not interrupt. I have a motion to table by Councilmember Vaughn, a second by Mr. Rodriguez. We'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely, table.
No.
He votes no to table. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, to table.
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes no to table. Mr. Harrison, to table.
No.
Mr. Harrison votes no to table. Mr. Michelle? To table, sir.
For Michelle.
Is that a no, sir? Negative? One more time, sir. Is that nay?
Nay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Michelle votes nay. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes to table. Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes to table. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Council President McBride votes to table. The motion to table does fail. I do still have the present main motion on the floor by Mr. Blakely, seconded by Mr. Michelle. Council President, you wanted to move to the vote?
Yes, go right ahead.
This is an introduction by Mr. Blakely, a second by Mr. Michelle for Resolution 21-282. Resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton and Elizabeth Guerrero and Daniel Collin for the sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $62,100. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
Mr. Michelle,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
No.
Ms. Vaughn,
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered, the resolution carries by a vote of 4-3. Next, we have Resolution 21-334, a resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton and Monica De Leon and Flora Di Maria De Leon for the sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $57,157. Do I have a
So
motion?
moved.
I'm
So
motion
moved.
by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I just want to say that, again, I'm not going to take up any more time because I already voiced my opinion about this particular issue. But these programs, the Economic Development Department, Mr. Delisle, and, and Sally Samuels, I mean, for them to come online and argue against the advantages, and I mean, to disadvantage Trentonian, to make a case for outsiders above Trentonians is just outrageous. And those folks should not be working for the city of Trenton. The other thing, because if you're going to advocate against our residents, you don't belong here in this city. So, and you should not be working, getting paid by Trenton if you're going to advocate against Trentonians. And that's what has been done here tonight, on many other cases. So, as far as this community, Lakewood, we have a lot of investors from that town, but do your research. Lakewood has a lot of poverty there. A lot of their residents qualify for entitlement programs, and they receive. Their school district alone has budgetary issues. And they have in the state of New Jersey, their district receives the most funding for special education because they have a lot of special needs kids in that community. So anybody who thinks that Lakewood is a wealthy community, they got it wrong. So don't push your poverty into our neighborhoods, and don't use your citizens' economic status as a way to get programs that were earmarked for Trentonian and other cities across the state. So all I'm saying is I'm an elected official for the city of Trenton, and any program or any funding that is supported by public funds and are entitled to our residents is going to get it. So long as I'm on this council, I'm going to vote for Trentonians getting that program and getting that money. And I will advocate making folks like Ben Delisle honest and accountable, and make sure he gets out in these streets of Trenton and communicate these programs to, like Council President says, to Trentonians. Not advertise and market to outsiders. That's just ridiculous. That's just absurd. It's not even worth even debating or negotiating. So, no, Lakewood has a big poverty level. And they use that to their advantage to get funding from public funding. And that's why we have a poverty level in our city, and we need to get those funds earmarked for our citizens. They should apply for those programs in their own city, in their own town. Don't come to Trenton and expect Councilwoman Robin Vaughn to support you, because I'm not going to do it. Okay? So get out of here. And Mr. Delisle and Ms. Samuels, y'all better get busy supporting Trentonians. And I'm getting tired of you guys coming to this council arguing against Trentonians. Okay? Don't collect the paycheck, because this council can make that happen very easily. So you got to know your job. So, Council President, I have nothing to say about this further, but these individuals, if we trace them back to the LLC, you'll find out that they are not Trentonians and they are not who they say they are. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes, I'm looking at Resolution 334, and according to this, the people who want to purchase this property currently live at 569 Chestnut Avenue, Trenton. So where are we getting Lakewood from? Mr. Delau?
Making it up.
Council President, if I may respond?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman, for pointing that out.
You need information, Clark. I can send information.
Excuse me.
Councilwoman Vaughn, point of order.
I can send the information. That's all I said.
The winning bid or the purchaser here is from the city of Trenton, as were 23 of the winning bids from the auction of the 49, another 7 from neighboring towns. There was not a single winning bid from Lakewood at the December auction.
Thank you.
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
So a couple things. First, thank you for pointing out. I mean, I don't know where Lakewood came from. I am surprised that Lakewood is coming up when this has nothing to do with Lakewood. Number two, nothing is stopping anyone from purchasing a home in this way. If folks in Kingsbury want to buy a home, a city-owned property in the auction, they're welcome to do so. And if they win, they can go through this money mortgage process themselves. And so there's nothing that stops anybody. So to pick this as, protecting Trentonians from outsiders, I don't think anybody here is indigenous to Trenton. We're all of our family members were at one point outsiders from Trenton. Trenton is a home for immigrants from all over the world. Trenton is a home for migrants from the South. So to keep this language of we're protecting Trentonians. Listen, Trenton's population has been going down precipitously for 60, 70 years. Part of the problem in Trenton is that our population has declined by 50%. So it seems rational that we would try to reverse that so that we can have, in addition to the people who live here, new people. Because quite frankly, a city in decline, a city that is falling in population, is a city that is in trouble. We have hundreds of properties that are city-owned that are abandoned, that have been abandoned in some years for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so to keep talking about as if keeping these properties abandoned is somehow pro-Trentonian is ridiculous. Well, no, I shouldn't use that phrase. Doesn't make much sense to me. And so what we should be doing is encouraging Trenton residents. I had no idea about this money mortgage process. This is something that I am going to be sharing with my constituents, and I hope that we can share with people in Kingsbury and other opportunities, because this is an opportunity for home ownership for people who live here and people who want to live here, as well as it's an opportunity to refurbish our neighborhoods and revitalize our homes. And so that's why I refer to it as a win-win situation. Furthermore, the regional contribution agreements that President McBride mentioned have absolutely nothing to do with this. When you look at the Mount Laurel decision and the RCAs refer to predominantly low-income credits that suburban towns sold to communities like Trenton, and that served to concentrate poverty in this city. That is a bad thing. But how that is comparable to assisting both Trentonians and non-Trentonians or new Trentonians from buying property in the city of Trenton that's currently abandoned and revitalizing it, I don't understand how that can be compared. They're two totally different things. Now, I can totally agree that RCAs were a bad thing, but this process of encouraging home, and not just home ownership, occupied home ownership is is so far away from RCA's that it's to be very, very like clear. And so this is a good thing. We should be encouraging people in Kingsbury and other communities to purchase property this way. This is something that I'm glad that I know about because this could really open up to a lot of people who may not qualify for traditional mortgages, but because of the relatively low cost of these properties that are sold by the city would allow people who may be credit challenged, who may not have access to traditional forms of credit. This may be a perfect opportunity to, number one, encourage home ownership in the city, and number two, encourage people who presently don't live in Trenton. Quite be done by encouraging the people that live here to stay here, as well as recruiting new people to come to the city of Trenton and become new Trentonians. 100 years ago, most of the people on this council's family were not in Trenton 100 years ago. That's a fact. Trenton is a home of immigrants, it's a home of new migrants, and it's time that we reverse the trend of population decline. And I think that this money mortgage program is just one additional way to reverse that trend. Thank you very much.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
I am 100% with this money market, whatever we call the program, yes. What we are doing, no. First, I'd like to talk about the first-time homeowner program. A few months ago, I remember that I went to a hearing. I believe Ms. Baum was present also, not the rest of council, with Ms. G. They were explaining how the CDBG funds were going to use. And she told me that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, $40,000 was going to be earmarked for first-time homeowners program. I told her, why not $400,000 out of the rest was going to go to nonprofit, about $400,000 because, I have residents that I have advised them to go to economic development and to apply for the first-time homeowner program. Every time, everyone that went there, and I'm talking about years and years and years ago, because that's not a new program. When they go there, we ran out of funds. We ran out of funds. That's the word. I like for Mr. Delisle to tell me how much money is in that fund right now. And how many people have benefited out of that? How many people economic development housing have reached in the city to let them know that these programs exist? I have not seen this advertised, not even in the tabloid Trentonian. Not even in the Trentonian I have seen this first-time home buyer money advertised. I agree with yes, but I agree with this. With this specific, if the person is a Trenton resident, I'll vote yes for it, yes. But if it's just a relative, me, that I'm going to, my daughter don't have the $1,000 to bid, because that's another, Mr. Blakely, $1,000 you have to put in before you can bid in one of those auction properties. Do you know that? It used to be 100 and it was increased to 1,000. And I'm in this case, not the other one, but this case, the property is going to be, it says 63,000, 57,000, I don't know. But if it's 60,000, you divide that by 5 years, that means a person will be paying $12,000 a year, plus the 6% interest, plus utilities. That's going to be at the rate we are now, also living now, it's going to be probably about $2,000 a month for that person. $2,000 a month. And these people, you know what's going to happen? Exactly what Ms. Samuels said. They are going to come back, city, I'm sorry, but I cannot afford it. Just like the city worker that came to us crying for us to receive his property, I believe in Ohio Avenue or whatever, because he could not afford it. Because this is in the words look fine, but when you put the numbers out, $2,000 a month for a mortgage is a lot for mortgage utilities, and that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Plus, not too many people from Kingsbury or from the city of Trenton can afford that $1,000 fee. I suggest to Ms. Cardwell and Mr. Blakely to accompany me in rescinding that $1,000 deposit for the auctions based on case by case. If the person can afford it, investor from upstate New York or whatever, from Lakewood or wherever, yes, they should pay the $1,000. But one of our poor residents, or not poor, low-income residents, people that make less than $60,000 in Trenton are low-income people now. Did you realize that based on economy now? Less than $60,000, it's going to be hard for you to come up with $2,000 a month for a mortgage. It's going to be hard. So think about this. I agree. Yes, Trentonians, yes. But outsiders, go into the market. We have plenty of them. Or go into the regular, but not this program should be for Trenton residents to empower our residents. Finally, we should empower our residents, not empower outsiders to come in. Outsiders can come in anytime they want to. Like I said before, the value of housing in Trenton is relatively low compared to New York or compared to Hamilton, compared to other cities. Go ahead. I encourage any outsider to come, but please don't expect us to give our taxpayers money to you, giving you breaks. No, you come at the regular like I did. I bought my house. They didn't give me. I didn't get the $25,000. I didn't get anything. I wasn't offered that by the city. I have a relative that went to the city requesting that. The first time homeowner program, and she was told no. And Mr. Delisle said that Hamilton, the county has, yes, the program, but Mr. Delisle, if you live in Trenton, you are not entitled to the county program. And I know about that. I used to be in real estate for a few years. I know that those numbers. If you live in the county, you don't qualify for the Trenton program, because specifically for Trenton, because Trenton, I believe, is the only town in the whole county, I don't know if Hamilton has it, that has its independent program. That would be okay, but it limits us to the amount that Mr. Delisle decides to put every year from the CDBG funds into this fund for first-time homeowners. For Trentonians, I'll vote yes, but I would like that to be changed. First, to get rid of the $1,000 from the auctions, and to limit the Trenton money to Trentonians. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah. Mr. Delisle. I have a question for Mr. Delisle.
I'm here.
Okay. Could you elaborate again on the person who purchased the property but was not able to follow through because of his family members passing away? We had that on the docket, correct?
No, we're not. That's not on the docket now.
No. I'm asking Mr. Delisle. Was that? Because I'm saying that, Council President, because we're talking about having compassion for city homeowners, and this guy's a city worker who got on this meeting before in the past, and he was crying his eyes out that he lost his loved one, but we didn't have no compassion for him. But we don't seem to realize when there's an auction's open to everybody, but the auction comes with a 5-year stipulations that you must reside in it. So we're doing this whole thing about grandstanding. At the end of the day, why didn't we show that compassion to the man who came here on the auction, who was a city worker, right? Who's a city worker who had lost his own loved ones. Why didn't we show the same compassion to him? Good question, huh? Remember, if we talk about compassion, why wasn't the same compassion, Council President, availed to him? Because I remember I could hear the crying in his voice. I could hear the letters that he sent us. Where was that same compassion?
President, this has nothing to do with on the docket.
Well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Council President.
No,
You grandstand all the time. You grandstand all the time, and you
No, I
talk.
do not.
Talk. I wasn't talking to you again. I'm saying in general. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying in general.
Why is he allowed to speak? I can't. This is
Because
ridiculous.
it's my
Point of order.
Yeah, I was speaking. That's what I'm saying.
No.
You interrupt me.
Stay
You interrupt
on the docket.
Point of order, please. The
Interrupt me
councilman
again.
has the floor, but the councilman also has to stick to the topic and the resolution that's on the docket. The resolution on the docket is based on Ms. DeLeon and this a money mortgage. That's what you have to speak to.
So, Council President, then why did you bring up Kingsbury? Why did you bring up other things? See, it's called grandstanding, and everybody sees that. You know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. At the end of the day, people are going to see what you're doing. We all see it. You talk, you're right. This is all on the docket.
Sir, it's improper to do this.
All the way off the docket. That's what I'm saying to you. We should have stayed on docket.
We are on topic.
No, you didn't. You talked about.
You're the only one that's off topic, Mr. Harrison.
You really? You did.
Yes.
How does Kingsbury?
If you don't
how does
know,
Kingsbury?
then I can't explain it to you.
No, because you remember, Council President, during the pandemic, I didn't see you anywhere out there in the community. So don't talk about helping the community out.
Oh my God!
Doctor, get out of here! What is wrong with you?
Okay.
Get out of here!
Right, get out of here.
Am I a doctor now?
Why does Kingsbury?
In the place of a
Why does
pandemic?
Kingsbury
I'm not gonna
apply
have
to
this conversation.
Why does Kingsbury apply to this? It doesn't. Right?
A point of order.
Council President,
Mr.
you
Harrison,
applied.
stick to the topic. The topic is the resolution. The topic is
exactly. The resolution is 5 years for an auction for people to apply. That's it. Don't make stories up like most of you do. Thank you very much. Grandstanding. Not going to help.
Oh my goodness.
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
I just want to do a point of clarification. This situation is different. This is 5-year owner occupied. The previous one that the councilman raised up was not under that condition. They were not going to be owner occupied. They were going to be fixing up those properties. Close to $500,000. And that wasn't for owner occupancy. That's a whole different program. Thank you.
Mr. Collin, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. I have Resolution 21-334, a resolution authorizing the execution of purchase money mortgage documents between the City of Trenton, Monica De Leon, and Flor de Maria De Leon for the sale and purchase of city-owned property in the amount of $57,150. A motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Joe. Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Mr. Council President McBride.
Yes, for this one.
So ordered. Resolution carries by a vote of 6-1. I just want to caution everybody, there is a tropical storm moving into the region right now. It has the outer bands are starting to hit New Jersey and South Jersey. So just in case in the next hour or so we do lose power, we'll try to make the best of it, okay? So that being said, next is Resolution 21-335, a resolution authorizing change order number 4 to the contract with Levy Construction Company, Inc. for bid 2020-49 renovation of the Reading Senior Recreation Center, 15 Ringgold Street, Trenton, New Jersey. Do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Floor is open.
Let's go.
Council President,
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Vaughn.
I will say again about these contractors that we constantly do business with for decades, and we don't vet properly, and we don't do proper community outreach. We don't do the appropriate level of advertising. So, Marge and Kathy, can you mute yourselves?
I'm taking care of it, man.
So here again, we just go contract after contract in front of the public with their money, and we do not demand any accountability. And you know, there is a procurement process, but you know, it has become normalized just to, you know, take the contractor that we know, that we're familiar with, that has gotten a contract for decades, and in doing so, we do everybody an injustice. We don't vet the contractor anymore. Just assume that they are compliant with all the rules and protocols. We don't vet them for, you know, we don't get any documentation from them as far as whether they're compliant with the Civil Rights Act, whether they're compliant with affirmative action, with the minority and women business-owned enterprises, the veteran statutes, nothing. And I could bet you that these contractors have become so comfortable in knowing that they're going to get the contract that they just give you the same old documentation over and over again, and nobody vets them. So, but I do hold ultimately the business administrator responsible for that. The procurement office reports into him like all the departments of the city. So every time we get a contract on this docket, and it's the same contractor for decades, and I got a list of the names, you know, the same ones who've been getting the contract year after year after year for decades on end. And they haven't been compliant. Because they'd been compliant, there would have been Trentonians who would have worked for these organizations already, and there's not. Okay? So they're not compliant. They're not responsible bidders. So I'm not going to vote for this one. He's not a responsible bidder. How many Trentonians have he hired? How many low-income individuals have he hired and trained? But yet, the city of Trenton has given him millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I'm done. Thank you, Council President. I'll be voting no.
Mr. Collins, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, your hand is up.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm very upset about this because I hold the city responsible for this change order. Because from what I understand, this alarm system was not in the RFP. So I can't hold Levy Construction responsible for asking for more money to do something that wasn't in the RFP. Am I correct, Mr. Delisle, that this was originally not in the RFP?
That, Council President, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Councilwoman, yes, that is correct. This is for work that's, in addition, was not included in the original scope.
I mean, why wasn't this in the original scope? I don't understand that.
If Council President.
Go ahead.
Councilwoman.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, as I said in previous meetings, these plans and specs were put together almost 2 years ago. So I can't. It was before my time. I can't speak to what went into the original scoping of the project. I can say that there was the fire plans could not be located in the city. So part of this work is to come up with plans or drawings for the fire alarm system. And then additional work or additional detectors were requested or required after inspection by the fire subcode official. And that was more recent. So
why didn't the fire subcode official inspect this building before the RFP went out?
It's a different official is one thing that could have caused that, and two, Councilman, I can't speak to why the building hadn't been inspected prior to. I think we found, as we said in previous communications, we're finding a lot of things that were damaged, or we found disconnected wires when they started getting into the project and doing selective demolition work.
But that is an old building, Mr. Delisle, and that's why I have trepidations about what's going on in that department as far as inspections and codes and all of that. Because this should have been noted, and they should have been able to see that. I mean, you know, you can't keep saying that things are hidden. They need to know the history of that building and how long that system has been in. And, you know, I just really do fault the city on this, and I think that future jobs, before you put out RFPs, we need to be very thorough on the scope of that RFP. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, this is the second change order. We voted for one for 21,501.54 recently in the same place. What's going on? I believe that they want to go all the way to the 20% that they are claiming. You know, the 20 is less than 20%. So let's change it. Let's go all the way to the 20%. Let's make money. How comes Mr. Hugger, they say Mr. Hugger went there and justifying this. How comes Mr. Hugger wasn't there before? Before we put the RSP out? He had been in the city, working for the city, 15 years or more, longer? You know, how come he didn't go there and check that? All of a sudden now they are coming up with new stuff. Oh, they got to do prints and stuff to install alarms. I tell you, if they want to do it with that money, let them do it with what we pay them. If not, we'll get somebody else to take care of the alarm system, you know, or the fire alarms. But come on, this is incredible. And they keep on going. And Mr. Delisle, you let that happen? You let that happen? What are you doing? And this is not the same. There's another. I believe there's another one for the same thing. So, you know, what is that? I talked to you the last time you brought something like this. I asked you specifically, is this the last thing? After we approve this, there's not going to be any more change order. That's it. The Reading Center is going to be completed. Yes. And now we got another one. And we got another one for South Broad Street, and we're going to get orders for the others because they want to get that go up 20%. 20% that they are allowed. So they bid, they are the lowest bidder, but they are the lowest bidder because they know that they send us a change order, and we as city council, we are very good to these contractors, so we're going to agree to it. I will be voting no to it, and Mr. Delisle, don't bring any more of this stuff to me because I'm going to be voting no all over. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
I remember in the past, Mr. Delisle offered the council members to go to the senior centers, and I was seen to be the only one that showed up there. But if you've been to the Reading Center, you would know that the first and the second floor being used, they put an elevator in, and there was a lot of upkeeps that need to be done. But they call them change orders because at the end of the day, we're council members. We're not contractors. We don't know what happens in the walls after they rip the walls open. So I think we should probably stay in our lane, but we're doing this again. We're trying to incorporate and tell people what they can and can't do. These are senior centers for our seniors. The Reading Center is used by seniors from all over the city. And at the end of the day, we need to do these upgrades because the seniors are the ones that help build this city. So we should be concerned about upkeeping our senior centers, like we were talking about other properties around the city. Thank you.
So, Mr. Conlon, can you tell me how many change orders this make for this particular site? I think it's 3 or 4.
This will actually be the fourth one, ma'am.
This is the fourth. This is the fourth one.
Yes,
So, just in case my colleagues don't know, there was an architect that went in to look at that building before the scope of work was done. Am I right, Mr. Delisle?
Yes, Council President. The scope was put together with city staff and the architect.
Yes. So the architect was Clark, Canton, and Hens. They went in and they were the ones that looked at the building before the work began. So when we hire professionals to go into the site and help us with the scope of the work, and nobody noticed that there's no alarm system in a senior citizens building, no one notices that there is no alarm system in the senior citizens building. I mean, I do get it that they need an alarm system, but if we hired professionals to go in and help us with the scope of this work, some of these things should never have occurred, as Mr. Stevenson stated in his memo. And so I do understand that when you keep lowballing your bids and trying to remain under 20%, as I told the council before, all you have to do is your homework. Go find out how long Levy has been coming back to Trenton with change orders since 2008. 2008. So they've learned quite well that they can come into Trenton and be the lowest bidder, get the job, and come back with 4 or 5 change orders, because this is the 4th change order that they've come for the same building, the 4th. Thank you, Mr. Collins. You may continue with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-335, a resolution authorizing change order number 4 to the contract with Levy Construction Company, Inc., for 2020-39, renovation of the Reading Senior Recreation Center, 15 Ringgold Street, Trenton, New Jersey. I have an instruction by Mr. Blakely, second by Mr. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Order carries by a vote of 4-3. Next, we have Resolution 21-336. A resolution authorizing payment for contract with Winzinger, Inc., awarded on an emergency basis demolition services in the city of Trenton. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Floor is open.
Madam President,
Go right ahead, Council.
I have to make a comment on this. I believe that this is the property where a homeless person died right on the fire not too long ago. Is this the same one? 400 block of North Clinton Avenue? Can somebody answer?
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Director. Councilman, yes, I believe you're correct.
Okay, thank you. And after a person died, those 2 buildings became a safety hazard that require emergency action. How come we don't do that to prevent our residents to die in fires? Why don't we do that? Why don't we accelerate the demolition of those buildings that we had $11 million for them that we gave to our friends at Greater Trenton? The friends at Greater Trenton that have an office, a wonderful looking office, because I went there. Nice office. How come we don't accelerate the demolitions all across the city? Not wait until homeless people or not homeless people, a senior citizen, a resident of Trenton dies on a fire, and then we declare an emergency. That's all I have to say on this issue. Thank you.
Council President, do you want me to respond?
No, I don't need a response.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Again, I totally concur with Santiago Rodriguez in all his comments here this evening. I'm just appalled that the interests of the city and the people that live here aren't this council as a whole priority. People state a certain thing and then they vote differently. And I will just say to all my constituents and Trentonians, you guys pay attention. Don't ever vote for people who don't have. No. You let Joey Harrison speak, Council President.
This is not about an election.
Well, it ain't about an election.
And it's improper.
It's about people voting the interest. Don't you dare cut me off, Kathy McBride. But you did not cut Joey Harrison off when he up here speaking about something that's not even relevant.
Right.
And I'm speaking what's relevant here
No,
because
you're
we're
not.
voting.
Because we're not talking about a vote here. We're talking about.
We're talking about. I'm not going to argue.
Wow, what's going on?
And somebody needs to stop muting me because you guys don't mute anybody else.
That's illegal.
No,
Yes,
it's not illegal. She called a point of order, so she has the floor.
No, but Colin, you did not. When she called the
Point of order.
You did not do it.
Ma'am.
Okay, but I'm speaking now, and I'm an elected official.
Ma'am, she has the right to take the floor.
So, Kathy, what do you want to do here?
I said that you cannot talk about the election. You have to.
I'm not talking about the election. I'm talking about voting on these contracts here tonight.
Okay.
Don't you understand the correlation? Just like you drew a correlation to Kingsbury. Don't you play with me, Kathy McBride.
No, I am not.
Please do not call out
Yes,
the
you are. Either you don't understand a correlation, or you just being biased here.
I
and
want
you
a
up
legal
here,
opinion on
you up
this
here
conversation.
pandering.
We'll move on, Councilwoman. If we
No.
You want to speak to the resolution?
Let me. Do I have the floor to talk about the resolution or not?
The
Why are you worried
resolution.
about the West Ward?
The resolution.
And why don't you say your name? You coward.
Please don't call names, ma'am. That's
Well,
improper.
no. You shut that person down who yelled at me during the meeting.
That was actually Council Vice President Colwell Wilson calling for a point of order, ma'am.
Well, she should worry about her ward.
Come
Because
on.
our constituents are very unhappy with her.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, you say Councilman Carwell Wilson.
I said.
Okay, I'm going to continue about this payment and emergency contract for Winsinger. Now, we voted here again to given a contract to an organization that that we have not gotten the proper documentation on and have not vetted. And if we haven't done that, we should not be giving taxpayer money away to these companies. So I will say again, the lowest responsive and responsible bidder should be getting the contract. And the responsible bidder language protects Trenton from shoddy work and unscrupulous contractors who bid low, as you stated, Council President, bid low and bill high and make change requests and cheat to compete. And that's what they're doing. Now, if we can't see that, then shame on all of us. And yes, Trentonians, you don't vote for people who don't vote your interests. And your interest is your taxpayer dollars here. And these contractors are billing low to get the contract, and they've been doing it for years. And then they change in their change requests, place change orders to bill high. And we as a council are allowing it to happen. Shame on us. And shame on you, Council President. And I'm yielding my time.
Thank you,
Council President? Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Why would we need a change order for demolition properties? We should be demolition properties all over the city. I mean, at the end of the day, we're again talking about demolition properties. We're not talking about change orders. Change order, that was the Reading Center. We should stay focused. Reading Center, change orders. Demolition, taking property down. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. So I have this is Resolution 21-336, a resolution authorizing payment for contract with Winzinger Inc., awarded on an emergency basis demolition services in the city of Trenton. I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely, second by Mr. Harrison. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution fails. It must pass by a two-third majority, and accordingly, it does not have two-thirds for an emergency resolution, so it does fail.
Can you say that again, Mr. Collins?
The resolution fails. It requires a two-third majority for an emergency resolution, so the resolution does fail.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, sir.
Burn down building.
Next, we have Resolution 21-337, a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to the contract with Levi Construction Company, Inc. for bid 2020-46, renovation of the South Broad Street Senior Recreation Center, 870 South Broad Street, Trenton, New Jersey. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. Floor is open.
Yes. Council President.
Go right ahead.
Okay. And here we go again with the Levy Construction Company. They are a perfect example of an irresponsible bidder. And although they probably bid it low, but they cheated. And this is how they game the system. They're gaming the system by putting in a low bid because they thought or they think that that's what gets them the contract. And who knows? I don't know who's inside the city hall, who's instructing these particular contractors who get the bid over and over again as to what bid they should submit so that they are the lowest bidder. Because I find it very odd that the same contractors get the contract over and over again, and it should be investigated. Okay? The rule is it goes to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, period. And if they're going to game the system, and then once they get the contract, by putting under some low bid, and then they up the billing, yeah, they're cheating. And it's against the law. And we should not tolerate it as a council. So, and I go back to Mr. Cruz, who is by statutory, the business administrator who provides the oversight across all departments, including procurement department. So you need to crack down on this, Mr. Cruz, and you need to come down hard. And on this council, we should not, going into the next year of our term, seeing these same contractors on getting these bids. So, because I am tracking this and I'm monitoring it, and I know the contractors who are in violation. Ain't no way you are the lowest bidder, Levy, and then you think you're going to come here and game us and give us, and then going to put up the value of your contract by putting in change orders, and then see firms like CCH is clearly in collusion with them. So I'm done. I said my piece, and folks need to worry about their ward. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Okay. There it goes again. And the problem is that according to the Economic Development Director, if we don't pay for these change orders, these contractors do not finish the work. They leave. That's what they are. I believe that's extortion or blackmail, something like that. So they come, they're the lowest bidder because they know that we are approved those change orders because we don't have the guts to challenge them. But I'm going to be voting no again on this. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'm hearing stuff again.
I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't see you.
I'm sorry.
Let Mr. Harrison finish. And
No. Let Councilman
Mr.
Caldwell.
Harrison,
I did not see your hand.
floor. Mr. Harrison, you have the floor.
Sure. Okay. Only thing I want to say is, my colleagues are saying that they have evidence that there's something illegal going on. Maybe we should turn it over if you believe that there's something illegal.
Kathy,
What do you?
Council
I'm
President,
I'm
are you
getting
talking about the resolution or are you talking about Robin Vaughn?
I did not say. Who said you? I said a colleague said something illegal was going on. I did not say nobody's.
I don't know what's going on here, Council President, but you can apply the rules with equity here
Point
for
of
equality.
order, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, no.
Yes, it is.
I demand.
I had the floor.
If somebody want to call me out.
Mr. Collins, you had the floor, Mr. Collins.
Talking about the resolution.
Yes, exactly. Nod your head. Thank you very much, Mr. Collins.
But we know who you were talking about.
Point of order.
What are you talking about? I just said whoever
Are you
on this
kidding me,
council.
Kathy McBride?
Okay.
Are you
No, I
kidding
am
me?
not. I said point of order. Let the gentleman finish.
Well,
Council-
tell him to talk about the resolution,
Well,
not me.
listen.
I'm not going to allow people to.
Say you.
I'm not
Listen.
people talking about me.
Point of
Somebody believes they're important. I did not talk
Don't
about
address
somebody.
me in
I
any way.
just said, and again, that if somebody believes that there's something illegal going on, please report it to somebody tomorrow in the newspaper.
Well, you see,
Maybe go to the
Who is he
Trenton.
talking about, Council
I
President?
don't
Are you
say
kidding?
Council President. That's all. That's all. I'm just kidding. What?
Council
I had the floor and I'm getting attacked again. See?
Is he talking
This is
about
going on
Robin
here.
Vaughn? Is he talking about the
No,
resolution?
I'm not
He
talking
did not
about.
call your
I'm
name out,
I had the floor.
Councilwoman.
Well, what's the
Thank you,
difference,
Council
Council
President.
President?
The difference
Thank you,
is
Council
Not that you're
President.
simple-minded as well.
And that
the
wasn't
point
about a war.
is that he
Speaking
did
about
not
me.
call your name out, Councilwoman Vaughn, and you have to adhere to the rules of the floor. You can't.
There you go.
He's
Thank
not,
No.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell
he's
Wilson.
not talking about the resolution.
Councilwoman
He's
Caldwell
not
Wilson.
talking about the resolution. Then who is he?
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yeah.
Point of order.
The president.
No, go ahead, Councilwoman
Manager.
Caldwell Wilson.
I can't talk while she's talking. So,
But
I-
that's all you do. Okay? You don't have no or even.
this one.
This is crazy.
Okay.
Because all
Please
six
mute
of you
that
ain't big
person.
enough for me.
Okay.
All six of you can't compete against me.
Actually, by 2/3 majority, they can limit your speaking rights, but
Which,
Oh, no, they can't. No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
I'm still speaking. And I'm still speaking, right?
ma'am, she has Ms. Caldwell Wilson has the floor. Ma'am, please, Ms. Caldwell
They
Wilson.
already
has the
tried.
floor. Ma'am, Ms. Caldwell Wilson has the floor. Pretty please.
So,
With sugar on top.
No,
Ma'am,
you don't have to beg
please.
her. She's going to have to adhere to the rules. And it's a point of order. And she needs to have some respect for the floor.
I have it, ma'am. I have it. Ms. Caldwell Wilson, please proceed. I'll unmute her mic when she,
Okay.
after
so
you
I have my concerns about levy construction being low bidders, and I do. And if you just look at the county record, you will see that too. And I think that we need to do something with these RFPs to let them understand that when you finish the job, there's no change orders. There's no additional jobs going to be given to you. Those jobs can be fielded out if there's an additional work to be done and if it's not in the RFP. However, all of these change orders are for our senior citizens. They're for the senior citizens buildings, and they need to get in there and be able to have the recreation and do whatever they do because they love going to the senior centers. And I am not going to hold up these change orders for $16,000, for $20,000, and deprive the senior citizens access to those senior centers that have been in bad repair. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, you can move to the vote, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-337, a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to the contract with Levy Construction Company, Inc. for bid 2020-46 renovation of South Broad Street Senior Recreation Center, 870 South Broad Street, Trenton, New Jersey. Motion by Mr. Harrison, second by Mr. Bushel. Mr. Blake?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
Hell no.
Council President McBride?
No.
Okay, and just one other clarification. I made a mistake in the rule. This is hour 15 for me, so The emergency budget appropriations are 2/3. Emergency resolutions are only by simple majority. Mr. Bridges emailed me. He is correct. I had the wrong rule in my head. So emergency budget appropriations are 2/3. This is not an emergency budget appropriation. This is just an emergency expenditure, and therefore it is by simple majority. So that resolution actually, and the resolution for the record was resolution number 336. It did actually pass. So my apologies for that.
Mr. Conlon, I tried to clarify that, but you said no.
Yeah, no, and that's why we all work together. So it's not a problem. The vote was there. So whether, the record was created. So it's not a big deal. We next have Resolution 21-338, a resolution to appoint members to a working committee to assist the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Office of Local
Did
Planning.
337 pass?
Yes, ma'am. 337 does pass by a count of 4-3. Resolution 21-338, a resolution to appoint members to a working committee to assist the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Office of Local Planning Services. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
List of people. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, you may
Council
move to the vote.
Council President?
Wait a minute,
Yes.
I have a comment.
Okay,
Okay.
Councilman
I'll wait.
Harrison and then Councilwoman Vaughn. Councilman Harrison, then
Council,
Councilwoman.
the committee, I'm looking at the committee, and the committee is made up of diversity. Manny Hernandez is on there from the Latino merchants, and there's other people from the community. So we do have diversity on this community. We have a lot of people on this committee.
Mr. Harrison, one
and-
person out of 40%
It's Mr. Harrison's
Latino
floor,
community
sir.
is diversity. Come on.
Mr. Rodriguez, it's Mr. Harrison's floor. sir.
Santiago, I didn't cut you off when you were talking again. Here we go again.
You are disintelligent what you say.
Point of order.
Councilman, a
Point of order, exactly. Thank you very much. Like I said, we have a diversity on this committee, but I'm not sure why my colleague keeps saying that, because we have one of our council members on the committee too. So, but at the end of the day, we keep doing this. We keep creating a narrative. When we don't like what somebody says, then we try to attack them. So, like I said, when everybody gets a chance to talk, I let everybody on this council speak. I don't attack you when you're speaking, but my colleagues seem to do that, or we laugh like that right there, which I don't know what that is. That's a little, I don't know what that is. But at the end of the day, if you know these names of these people on this committee, you would know that they're from the city and they're invested in the community and they're a part of the community. Like John Harmon, the African American Chamber of Commerce. You're going to tell me that he doesn't care about the future of the city? I beg to differ there. Okay? And I look at all these other names of these people on here. Like it says, there's residents, artworks, Old Mill Hill Society. He said, we should stop taking chop shots at these people, because these people did not have to get on this committee. And I'm grateful that my colleague and anybody else who wanted to be on this committee. So thank you for being on the committee. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I think that we did our best effort here to ensure that, I agree with Santiago, that based on the demographic of this city and who's residents and who are not, it does not adequately reflect the demographic in the population of the city of Trenton. So he's totally correct with that. The other issue is, you can't continue to expect change and transformation and get ideas from a diverse group when you have the same people who've been part of these committees for decades, right? For years. And we expect them to come up with new ideas. No, they're not coming up with new ideas. They're just there to maintain the status quo. So, when you're on multiple boards, on every board in the city, and everybody knows who that is, and I don't have to say a name based on Council President's commentary here tonight, but it's a red flag when you see the same names on every committee, on every board. And Trentonians, pay attention. those people do not have your interests. And some of us have already realized that. So we should always make sure that the committee are different and diverse. When you sit on the council, you should have no input to any of those other committees. You should leave the seat for the resident. Why would a council member take up a seat from a resident? That tells you something. So I'm definitely going to support this because I want to, there are some people on that committee who've never been heard before and have a voice and have the expertise and the know-how to help change the direction of the city and take it from the hands of the people who have bought it here, who have bought it here and in the state that we are here today. So, so we're going to slowly get rid of those folks who have been part of the problem and have not presented any solutions to the city in years. But yet they're just persistent and putting themselves and injecting themselves in the process. So it's not 100% Councilman Rodriguez. It's not diverse enough, but we're making progress, my friend, and that's all I can say. We're making progress. We're chipping away at the mountain, and it's a new day in Trenton, and those folks need to just go away. But thank you, Council President, and they will. It's going to be a different day in the city of Trenton. Thank you. I'll be voting yes. I'll be voting yes for this.
Mr. Conlon, can you continue with the vote, please? Mr. Conlon?
It would help if I unmuted myself. Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-338, a resolution to appoint members to a working committee to assist the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, Office of Local Planning Services. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison, a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Conlon, I will not be voting on this. It's a no vote.
Mr. Rodriguez enters a no vote. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Resolution carries by 6-0. Next, we have Resolution 21-341, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Zalparelli Contractors, LLC for construction of ADA-compliant ramps as directed at various locations within the city of Trenton, 2021-1, for a period of 1 year from June 24, 2021 to June 23, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $750,000 through bid 2021-36. Do I have a motion?
Excuse me, Mr. Conlon, before we go into the motion, how about 340?
As I believe I announced it earlier at the meeting, I sent out a email to council. Resolution number 21-340 was pulled by the administration.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. In case I didn't note it for the record, it is now.
Mr. Conlon, is this 341?
Yes, ma'am. This is 21-341, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Zalparelli Contractors, LLC for construction of ADA-compliant ramps as directed at various locations within the city of Trenton, 2021-1, for a period of 1 year from June 24, 2021 to June 23, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $750,000 through bid 2021-36. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. Floor is open.
Mr. I just want to ask Councilman Michelle. Councilman Michelle, are these the same kind of ramps that were put in backward before and we didn't have any supervisors on the site? Do you remember?
Yeah, they were handicapped ramps that weren't put in.
Hold on one second, Councilman. Hold on one second. We got a lot of background noise. I need to find it because it needs to go away. And please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
These ramps were handicap ramps throughout the city of Trenton. They weren't put in right, and we took it to court. We lost because we didn't have an inspector there. These ramps were poor. We ended up footing bill, but they all were put in wrong.
So if we move forward with this, then we need to definitely have a supervisor on the site, Councilman?
That's what happened. We had no supervisors when they poured the handicap ramps, and they were poured wrong. So we lost the suit. But we had to pay the contractor for all bad work.
Basically, he said there was no, and just because he was in and out, there was no supervisor on the site. They were all poured backwards and they were poured wrong. We still had to pay the contractor, even though that they were all poured wrong, and this is why this is necessary. Sorry, Councilman, you're fading in and out there. There's a microphone issue.
So my question was, don't we need a supervisor on site when this is done?
And he
Yes,
did.
we do.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Council President,
Council President?
I have my hand up.
Yes, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, then Councilwoman
Yeah,
Vaughn.
I'm very concerned about this, and I had spoken to Mr. Cruz about it, that it looks, when I looked at the bids, they were severely underbidding, and Mr. Cruz said he would get back to me on this, and I can't support this because there's a lot of interference.
I'm looking for it, ma'am. Keep going, ma'am, please.
Okay, so when I threw it, I noticed that there was a lot of, like, really underbidding compared to the other contractors. And I spoke to Mr. Cruz about it. He was supposed to get back to me on this. And in all honesty, this is like revisiting levy. So I just wanted to put that out there and let everybody know they should look at they should look at their documents and see the bidding. Thank you.
Council President?
Ms. Vaughn was next, ma'am.
Well, Councilman Rodriguez can go because, I'm sure I'm going to agree with him, some of his comments. So you can go, Council President.
No. Councilwoman Vaughn, you have the floor, and then Councilman Rodriguez.
Okay. Well, thank you, Council President McBride. Zombarelli contractors. I don't know if anybody knows this, but I'm going to give you some facts. Zombarelli is the same contractor as Rippey Contractors. They changed their name. Oh my God. So they've been having this contract for years. I would say, from my research, they go back to 2008, 2006. Okay? So, now you mean to tell me, now I know a lot of other cement contractors and that do a good job in and around Mercer County. There ain't no way that Zombarelli, aka Rippey Contractors, they're the same organization, same business, they changed their name, is getting this contract, or it's the responsive bidder and responsible bidder. In no way. So I want to know, and I would like Mr. Cruz and Mr. And the procurement department, Mr. and Wally Onateri, to come back to the council as to how this particular company gets this, been getting this contract for since 2006. I want to know, because there's no way. They've been the lowest bidder, all right, but they're certainly not the most responsible bidder. And based on what Kathy McBride just asked Councilman Michelle, come on now, putting in the cement backwards? That's just...
It's the same company?
The same company. There's Rippey, R-I-P-I, same company. They changed their name. So these are the things that irresponsible contractors do. Shady contractors. Contractors that are gaming the system and going around the fair and open process and shutting other competitive contractors who are honest, who are putting forward market rate bids. And these suckers come in and lowball us and then come back and rip us off by doing what they did with the, pull the okey doke on us, as they say, by putting in the cement wrong, and then the city has to pay them again. That's some bull. So we need to really, I mean, I'm not voting for this. No way they getting $750,000 from the city, and they've been fleecing us like this for years, cheating the system. So no, it's just so it's just outrageous. Thank you, Council President. That's all I got to say about that. But they are not a responsible contractor. Hell no, they're not.
Madam President?
Councilman Rodriguez.
Well, yes, thank you, Ms. Bond, for the clarification. So it's the same dog with a different name. Oh, yes, there we go again. That's not extortion. That's stealing. I tell you, guys, those are the facts. They switched their names. They did the same thing that Jingoli did with what it must be, changed names, so they keep on getting the same contracts. I was going to ask for it to be tabled before I heard that it's the same company. But based on Councilman Monchar, what he said, what Councilwoman Marsh Cardwell said, I don't believe that anyone in this council could vote yes on this. So let's vote it down. I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Councilman Harrison, do you have your hand up? Councilman Harrison, do you have your hand up?
Yes. My question is going to be regarding this company. Did that happen during this administration, or what administration was that? Where you said they had the concrete was poured in reverse?
I think it happened under the Jackson administration.
Right. So to Mr. Cruz, what steps are you going to be taking regarding this company? Are you going to have a supervisor on site? What's going to be the procedure?
No, they're not going to be there.
I said Mr. Cruz.
Council President, I would like for Wali Anatiri, the director of DPW, who will be overseeing this contract, to speak. He's ready to speak, and he would like to say something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Hello, Council President.
Yes.
Yes, Council, I just want to make a reference to what the Councilwoman Vaughn was saying about this company. They are local. One of the reasons why their price was low, they are local right there on New York Avenue, and they are able to shuttle between site and those chains. One of the reasons why their prices are better, lowest bidder that they have. That's one thing there. And the other one about name change, I don't believe they are the same company. There are two companies that still maintain that same name you are talking about. There are two companies, not like they change the name for wrongdoings or something like that. No, I don't believe that. They still have that name, the same name they had before, and the current business they have. They are the same company that have those two names. So as far as they're bidding low, it's not because anything, because they are local contractors and they're right here, they can mobilize on time without having to go far. And I believe that really helps us with the cost of this. And also we do have supervisors that goes there now to supervise them whenever they do this ADA compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Wally.
So, Rippey and Zamparelli is the same company. They are the same company. Rippey changed their name to Zamparelli, but they are one of the same.
That's my understanding.
All righty. So, Mr. Collins, you may move to a vote.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-341. A resolution accepting a bid and awarding contract to Zamparelli Contractors LLC for construction of ADA compliant ramps as directed at various locations within the city of Trenton 2021 for a period of 1 year from June 24, 2021 to June 23, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $750,000 to bid 2021-36.
Could I table this?
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. I have a second by Ms.
Wait a
Vaughn.
minute, could I table it?
Yeah, let me answer.
Okay.
Let's vote no.
Okay, hold on one second. I don't believe, and I got to ask Mr. Kaloji or Mr. Bridges on.
Mr. Kaloji.
I don't know if a member who actually seconds a motion can then move to table, and I'm not 100% sure on that. There are certain rules, but I'll defer to whatever Mr. Kaloji tells me.
Mr. Kaloji?
You can go to vote, council. I'm not going to worry about this one.
Okay. I have an introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Mr. Vaughn. Then Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
What?
Ms. Cole.
No.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
It fails 3-4. Next, we have Resolution 21-293, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Ducon Inc. for TWW cleaning and mortar lining of approximately 5,580 linear feet for 6-inch water main in Crown, Woodhampton, and Farm Roads in Ewing Township for a period of 1 year from June 11, 2021 to June 10, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $815,784 to bid 2021-15. Do I have a motion?
Can we skip 1342?
Second.
Didn't we skip 342, 21-342?
We did. We'll do 293 first, and then we'll get back to it.
Okay.
The papers must have stuck together. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Go ahead.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Is Mark Lavenberg on the line?
Yes, I'm present.
Mark, last council meeting, we approved, I think it was the last council meeting or the one before that, we approved a $4 million contract to Ducon to do the same type of cleaning in Hamilton Township. Is that correct?
Council President, may I speak?
Yes, you may, Mr. Lavenberg.
That is correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Mr. Lavenberg, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry. Yes, there was an award for that project in Hamilton for $2.2 million, and that was on the Clockner Road area.
Mm-hmm. And the reason why I bring that on up, because I asked the question as to why are we only doing that effort in Hamilton Township? And why aren't we doing the cleaning throughout the other service areas? And your response was, because we've already done the cleaning in all the other service areas, Ewing, Lawrence. You said not Hopewell because, Hopewell didn't need it, but you said we did it in Ewing, we did it in Lawrence, and we did it in Trenton. And you said that here on the record. So now I see a resolution to do this service in Ewing where you said it was already done. And so can you reconcile that for me, Mr. Lavenberg?
Council President, may I?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Lavenberg.
Yes, Councilwoman, if we do want to reflect on
something's going wrong.
miles.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes. Of the 700 miles of water main owned by Trenton Waterworks, approximately 500 miles of that had iron system. Again, with the exception of Hopewell, which has newer ductile main in that area.
Yeah, so you did state that, but again, I didn't expect to see this resolution for Ewing because you said very clearly about the $2 million for Hamilton. And I said, why isn't this being done throughout this other areas? And you said, because the other areas, it was already done, you said. It was already done. It was already done in Trenton. And I said, Trenton too? And you said, yep, Trenton, Ewing, and Lawrence. The work was already done many years ago. And didn't need it. Only Hamilton needed it. And you said Hopewell didn't. So I don't understand why this resolution is here today. I mean, did you misspeak or did I misunderstand or what?
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Lavenberg.
Yes, again, my apologies, and if I'm not being heard. We have 700 miles of water main existing in the system, approximately 700 miles. We have done 500 miles of that. Okay, so there's an additional 200 miles still to be done. And I'm sorry if that didn't come across clearly in the last meeting.
No, it did not. But you did, but again, you said that was already done in the other service areas. You did not, now your explanation or justification has now changed. Now, I mean, it's just, you said it was all done. And actually, I'm going to tell you, because several people emailed me and said, who listened to you make those comments, they said, Ms. Vaughn, the director said that this work was already done. Why is this on the resolution this evening? I mean, on the docket this evening. I said, I know, I remember. And I even asked for a list. I asked Mr. Collin, but Mr. Collin never does anything I asked him to do. But I asked Mr. Collin to get a list from you of the dates and when that work was done, and it was never forwarded to me. Because I wasn't asking for myself, I was asking for some constituents who heard you say that. Because folks were saying, and why is it that everybody, Mr. Collin, can you please mute those individuals?
They are and Richard.
Are these people kidding me?
Yeah, please don't call me out during the meeting, though. I appreciate that. I'm an employee.
Well, you're the clerk. You're
Right,
supposed to be your job.
Mr. Collin.
So all I'm saying to you is that I asked this to be done on the record, and it was not. So, Mr. Lavenberg, folks want to know. Trentonians wanted to know. Well, Ms. Vaughn, how come our pipes aren't getting the same service that Hamilton is getting? And I said to them, well, the director said that it was already done in Trenton. And it was already done in Ewing. And it was already done in Lawrence. And now you come here this evening with an additional to do it in Ewing. Now, I don't even know, I want to support these initiatives, but we're getting erroneous information. And you're not just giving it to the council, you're giving it to the community. So, Council President, I have nothing further.
Go right ahead, Mr. Collins.
Council President?
Oh,
Council
yes.
President?
Yes, go right ahead, Council.
Mr. Levenberg, how many, you said 200 miles, right? You said it was, of the 700, 500 miles were done, correct?
Council President?
Go right ahead, Mr. Lavenberg.
Yes, Councilman, and again, I appreciate the question. Yes, I do believe, and I don't think anything has changed.
So
over
the 200 miles
of Trenton Waterworks, we've done 500 of the 700 miles of our system, and that's been throughout the whole system. And we do that based on primarily, and in this case, primarily on fire flows. That's what makes the determination what sections get done.
Right. So 200 miles. How many miles are there in Trenton? Would you say?
700. 700 and 500 have been done.
No. I'm saying the pipes that are in Trenton, not the whole Trenton Waterworks, not the 700 miles. You said 200 have not been done. Of the 200, are they located in Trenton, Ewing? Because I remember before you said Hopewell was excluded, but where are the locations of the 200?
Yeah, I don't have that information at hand of where that is, but I would be happy to provide you and the entire council a map of our entire system that'll indicate the areas that have been done and the areas that have not been done.
Thank
And
you.
again, it's based on fire flow. So when you have much larger diameter mains, like we do in the city, you're going to naturally have much higher flow. When you have water mains that are 6 inches in diameter, which these are, that's very narrow, and when you get tuberculation on the inside, it reduces the fire flow. So when you go to open a hydrant, the water comes out and barely reaches the curb.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Collins, you may continue with the vote.
Madam President,
Yes,
I
Councilman Rodriguez.
have to ask Mr. Lavenberg a question. Mr.
Yes, go
Lavenberg,
ahead.
the same as Alden Avenue, can American Rescue Plan money be used for that rather than our money that we have for capital projects? Yes, no, or why?
I assume, but that's going to be at the discretion of the council if that's what they want to do. This money was bonded, I think, in 2010. That was set aside to have this project done. As you know, we are in litigation with the communities, and one of the particular issues with Ewing is the fire flow issues that we're dealing with.
That means that, yes, I'm right, we can use the American Rescue money for that and save the other money for a later date, rather than Mr. Do you have a plan of what to do with that? I'm going to send an email tomorrow to the clerk requesting the plan for that. And I also like to request all those miles, when they were done, where, who did it, who were the contractors, all those records. I like to request them now publicly. Thank you, Mr. Lavenberg.
Mr. Collins, can you continue with the vote, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-293, a resolution accepting the bid and awarding contract to Ducon Inc. for TWW cleaning and mortar lining of approximately 5,580 linear feet for 6-inch water main in Crown, Woodhampton, Farm Roads, and Ewing Township for a period of 1 year from June 11, 2021 to June 10, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $815,784. Through bid 2021-15. Mr. Harrison introduced. Mr. Blakely seconded. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution carries by a vote of 4 to 3. Next, we have Resolution 21-342, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Jesco Inc. for service, repair, and purchase of parts for one Wertigen W2000-131 milling machine and one Vogel Super 2000-31 paving machine on an as-needed basis for the Division of Streets for a period of 1 year from June 24, 2021 to June 23, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $57,142.98 through bid 2021-32. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Council President McBride. Floor is open.
Seeing no hands, we can move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. This is Resolution 21-342, and introduction by Mr. Harrison, a second by Council President. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Council President, that actually does it for the items that are on the docket. We did have a number of requests for a number of walk-ons. Do you want to address those and handle those one by one now?
Yeah, what about, we did the ordinance?
Well, the ordinance was pulled.
Oh, okay.
Remember that?
Right,
There was only one ordinance for introduction.
Okay.
I believe there is an issue that we're about to get to, but you wanted me to do the resolutions first?
Excuse me, why is my video off?
I didn't know it was turned off. I thought you just stepped away from the camera.
Joe? Mr. Collins?
Yes, because you were interrupting another council
Oh,
member.
you don't.
Being walked on by Mr. Harrison, this is a resolution authorizing the acceptance of $5 million in additional transitional aid for the fiscal year 2020-2021 for police vehicles and capital improvements to recreational and cultural properties in the city of Trenton.
Can I get Mr. Kaloji on this line, please?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Kaloji, he is unmuted.
I'm
ma'am.
here, Madam President.
Mr. Kaloji, could you, I had emailed you and I asked you for an opinion on this. Could you please render your opinion so that the public can hear it too?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what the substance was. Which opinion?
The opinion on the MOU and the mayor's signature.
Yeah, I sent around a written opinion today at 1:37 p.m. by email under the Faulkner Act, subsection 36. One of the council's enumerated legislative powers to be exercised by resolution includes the approval of contracts presented by the mayor. I haven't seen the actual document, but I'm advised it represents an amendment to the MOU between the city and the Division of Local Government Services. In my view, it's clearly a contract or an amendment to a contract that would require approval by a council resolution. I'm in respectful disagreement, with Mr. Bridges on this issue, but I don't see it as anything other than a contract.
Thank you. Mr. Collin, you can, how do we handle this?
Well,
it takes a supermajority to get it on. How do we handle it?
Yeah, so it is a supermajority to walk it on. Respecting Mr. Kaloji's opinion, it is a contract. You can vote to move forward with this. It would take it to you. Pulled it at the docket review, which is
right,
that is a standing rule of this council. I have two conflicting opinions. But I do have the clerk's manual, and the clerk's manual is extremely clear on this, that to override a standing rule of the council goes to Robert's Rules of Order. The other one in the clerk's manual is Cushing's Manual. Robert's Rules of Order, in order to override a standing rule of council, which this council follows, requires a two-third majority. Cushing's Manual actually requires unanimous consent, but we follow Robert's Rules, not Cushing's Manual. So accordingly, I'm going to defer to whatever legal opinion the council president wishes to follow. I do have a legal opinion from Mr. Bridges that indicates that it is not a two-thirds majority required to override the rule and your pulling of the resolution. Mr. Bridges indicates that it would be a simple majority to override you. However, Mr. Kaloji did issue opinions earlier that indicated it would be a two-thirds majority of this council that is required to override a standing rule. I have the New Jersey Municipal Clerk's Manual, which also has the various rules in this for, I'll just bring up the motion chart. There's a motion chart in here, and this indicates that, if we get down to it, to suspend the rules of council, it requires a two-thirds vote. No debate is allowed. It does require a second, and it cannot be amended. And there are no special conditions. So this is the rule that I have out of the Municipal Clerk's Manual. With regard to motions, this would be a motion to suspend the rule, the specific rule being that the council president has the right to pull a resolution for one meeting for further consideration. Mr. Harrison is making a motion essentially at this point in time, and I'm going to ask him for the motion because he did tell me he was going to make the motion. That's why we're here.
And so I am saying that we're going with Mr. Kaloji's opinion, and I am saying that we do not need to entertain this based on the Roberts rules, based on the legal municipality rules, and so therefore.
Well, Mr. Harrison does get the vote, ma'am. He does get he's walking it on. If he gets a second, we would have his vote to see if we suspend the rule by two-thirds. You're saying go for Mr. Kaloji. Mr. Kaloji said it would be two-thirds to suspend the rule.
All righty.
Accordingly, would you like me to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, go right ahead then.
Mr. Harrison, are you making that motion for Resolution 21-308?
Yes, I am.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison to suspend the rule for the walk-on, or I'm sorry, to allow the walk-on. The rule is specifically that the council president has the right to pull for further consideration and further information any resolution or ordinance at docket review. She has pulled 21-308. Mr. Harrison has made a motion to suspend that rule and allow the walk-on despite the pulling by the council president. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
By Mr. Michel. I'll hear the motion first. If the motion passes, I'll read the resolution into the record, and we'll proceed there. But this is for the motion. Mr. Blakely, your vote.
Yes.
Mr. Blakely votes to suspend the rule. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, your vote.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes to suspend the rule. Mr. Harrison, your vote.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes to suspend the rule. Mr. Michel, your vote.
Yes.
Mr. Michel votes to suspend the rule. Mr. Rodriguez, your vote.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez votes not to suspend the rule. Ms. Vaughn, your vote, ma'am.
No.
Ms. Vaughn votes not to suspend the rule. Council President McBride, your vote, ma'am.
No.
Council President McBride votes not to suspend the rule. The rule does stand. The resolution is pulled for further consideration until the next meeting, which will be August 5th.
Council President, can I speak on this though? Even though it failed?
Pardon me?
Can I speak on it even though it failed?
I can't, what did he?
He's asking to speak on the resolution even though it's...
No, it says no debate. That's what Robert Rules says. Mr. Collins.
But you do have your civic comment tonight, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
I have next a resolution 21, this will be resolution 21-348. This is the resolution I forwarded to council yesterday from the administration. This is resolution 21-348. It does not require us to suspend. It's a walk-on in general. It doesn't require any special rule for the walk-on. It wasn't pulled at meeting or anything. This is resolution 21-348, a resolution consent continuation of acting fire director Christopher Mazior for a period of up to 90 days. Whereas Christopher Mazior currently serves as the acting fire director of the City of Trenton Fire Department, and whereas it is the desire of the mayor to continue Christopher Mazior in the position of acting fire director for a period of 90 days, and whereas provided to the Trenton City Code, Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 4C5, the mayor has the authority to temporarily appoint an active officer to fill a departmental director vacancy, and whereas Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 4C6 states that no vacancy shall be filled longer than 90 days from the date of appointment without the City Council authorization. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton hereby consents to the appointment of Christopher Mazior and acting director of the fire department for a period of up to 90 days, said term to expire no later than October 6, 2021. Do I have, do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second? I have a second by Mr. Blake. Council President, the floor is open. Would you like to open the floor?
That's the question. What is this motion for?
This is actually a resolution that's being walked on. This is resolution 21-348. It is the resolution I sent to you last night for Chief Mazior to extend his term as acting director.
Okay.
So the motion should be to walk it on or not, Mr. Conlon? Not to vote on it, because there hasn't been, who walked it on?
Well, Mr. Harrison, my apologies.
No.
That is correct. You are correct. So I asked for the motion, and Mr. Harrison did make the motion, and Mr. Blakely did second the motion.
To vote on it or to walk it on?
Well,
No, it has to be voted to walk.
I would imagine to walk it on is what the question on the floor is. This is a majority. This is not a. Actually, I'll have to defer to Mr. because technically we're suspending a rule. Mr. Pelosi, I'm going to actually ask you to speak on that.
I would think it would be the same rules for walking.
Yeah, so it would be suspending the rules. So it would be 2/3. If that's the opinion we're going with.
Yeah, the same logic would apply to what we did earlier. Here's the issue about walk-on. If it's not going to be a consensus and it's going to be contested, then there has to be a vote by a 2/3 majority to allow it to be walked on and overcome the council president's removal.
Thank you.
No, I didn't remove this. This was never removed.
This wasn't a remove.
This was just this is just a walk on. It was never pulled or anything.
And Council President,
if you're going to allow the walk-on, there's really no contest. We'll just allow it and vote on it on the merits.
All righty.
Council President, did you want to allow the walk-on?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and Mr. Harrison, do I have an introduction, Mr. Harrison, still?
Yes.
A second, a second?
Second. Second.
Would you like, yeah, I got it, sir. Would you like to call the roll, Council President?
Yes.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Walk it on?
No, this is actually the vote.
This is the vote. This is the vote.
Oh, God.
But I wanted to comment, and I wanted to comment on this.
This is to walk it on.
No, it's not, man.
No, this is the
No,
vote.
no, so you
Council
changed my vote.
President.
I don't, no vote on that. I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Rodriguez changes his vote to no vote. Ms.
Well,
Vaughn.
I wanted to comment on it first. There's no
I
debate.
didn't see your hand.
Well,
Councilwoman,
because
but go ahead. Go ahead.
Because Colin didn't say debate. I was waiting for him to say open for debate.
Yes, before we vote on it.
Yes.
What's going on?
Okay, go. So Councilwoman Vaughn, go ahead, because we did skip that part. You do have the right to have the floor open once a motion is
Yes, my
second.
concern about this, I have no concern. My concern is about the process and protocol. We have had a number of acting directors in the city of Trenton appointed by the mayor. And even in this case, the resolution itself, I believe, is stated inaccurately. It's not accurate, right? It doesn't present to the residents any transparency of what's been going on at that fire department. So Derek Sawyer, the last fire director that was appointed by the council, selected by the mayor, given advice and consent unanimously as the fire director of the city of Trenton, departed back in, I believe it was, November. And Mr. Maziar have been acting director since November. So it is a bit disingenuous or just downright unethical for the mayor to put up a resolution to say extend Mr. Maziar's tenure for another 90 days when he's been in there since November. And half of the city didn't even know that we had the acting director in there because the mayor never shared that information or never followed proper procedure per the statute, per the law. So I don't understand how we can even vote on this without the proper descriptions. We're being disingenuous as well as a council. If we allow the mayor to say, oh, let's extend him 90 days. Well, we never, ever extended him for the first 90 days. So, do we not understand math? Simple, basic mathematics? November, December, January. So we should have had this resolution back in January. Here we are in July, and the mayor decides, oh, let's give him another extension. So what has the mayor been doing to recruit a fire director for the city of Trenton all this time? And now it's going to try to present a lie to the council and the people of Trenton. I can't vote on a piece of legislation, a resolution that is based on a lie. And that's what it is, a lie. And it has nothing against Mr. Maziar because he's trying to do the right thing. But it's the mayor who continues to do the wrong thing, and it's the council who refuse to hold him accountable. You just can't put legislation that's false and fraudulent in front of the council. And I'm not going to sit back and just say, okay, and pretend it's not. So we can sit here and complain about the mayor, but we continue to give him a pass. Stop giving Mayor Gussie Orr a pass. hold him accountable. For God's sake, here we are about to vote on a resolution that is totally inaccurate. At least make it accurate. Can we make it accurate and say Mr. Maziark has been in the position since November, whatever? We can amend this resolution to make it accurate and transparent to the people. We're not extending 90 days. We're beyond that. And that means the mayor is in violation of the law. What is it that we don't understand about that, city council members? He's in violation.
Councilwoman,
Okay? Well, that's all I have to say, Council President. He's in violation of the law, and everybody needs to know it.
Did you want to amend this on the floor?
Madam
Oh,
President?
yes, Council President, I would. You're absolutely good. Yes, good call. I appreciate you. Yes, I would like to amend it.
I have a motion to
The
amend.
actual date that Mr. Maziark has been, his tenure as the acting director of the fire department.
Okay, what is the motion to amend again, ma'am? Could you clarify?
The motion to amend the tenure of Mr. Maziark to reflect the actual date that he started as the acting director of the fire department, I believe was in November. I don't know the exact date, but if Mr. Maziark is on the line, on the call, he could tell us, in the meeting, he could tell us what date he started.
And so you want the amendment to say what? That
Whereas Mr. Maziark, the acting director in his role started November 2020.
I can't write that fast. I can't do it that way. I gotta have it. So please, I gotta have the background conversation with Mr. Rodriguez stop. So I gotta mute him for a
Someone else
second.
is talking.
Yeah, it was Mr. Rodriguez. So, okay. So Ms. Vaughn, what is the verbiage we're amending?
Okay, just say whereas Mr. Maziark held the acting position November 2020 to current, which is, that is how many days? Let's see, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. That's 8 months. So 8 times 30 days.
Well, I could figure out.
240. That's 240 days.
I can figure out.
240 days.
Okay, I can figure out the date from his appointment to that date and be accurate if that's the way you want to do. Is that what you like?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Whereas Mr. Maziark held the acting position from such and such a date assumed in November 2020. We'll get the actual date for the resolution to July 8th, 2021, which is blank days. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
And is that it?
And the council will extend, and whereas the extension will be for another 90 days from the 240 days that he's already serving.
Okay. Where do you want that in? I have whereas Mr. Maziark held the acting position from, whatever date in November 2020, July 8th, 2021, which is blank number of days, and whereas, are we amending the now therefore? Okay, so you're saying you don't want any more than 90 days. You want a solid 90 days and that's it.
Well, we extended starting another 90 days on top of the 240. So he has already served.
Technically, they're asking for an extension to October 6, 2021.
Right, 90 days, an additional 90 days. That would be 90 days.
July to August, September, September to October, correct. So, okay, so that language is already in there. You want to say, where would you like that additional 90-day language inserted?
I mean, an additional 90 days subsequent to the 240 days already served.
Okay, so what we'll do is now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Trenton hereby consents to the appointment of Christian Maziark as the acting director of the fire department for a period of an additional
90 days
subsequent
to the 240 days already served.
comma, said term to expire no later than October 6, 2021.
Now, the only question I would have is, and this is something that the lawyers, Mr. Kaloji, can the council per statute extend somebody who already been in a position for 240 days? Can we give them another 90 days?
I'm reading from the ordinance. It says that whenever there's a vacancy, the mayor may make a temporary appointment. I'm paraphrasing. And the appointment shall terminate no later than 90 days after the date of the appointment, unless council shall by resolution authorize one or more extensions. The ordinance doesn't put any specific cap on the extensions. It would probably have to be confirmed because acting positions, interim positions, these are all terms of art that civil service deals with. So there may be an issue under civil service that I'm not familiar with at the moment, that would affect how long someone could stay in a position, but there's nothing in the code in front of us at this point. So it appears that council can give extensions not exceeding 90 days, and it doesn't put a limit on the number. It says authorize one or more extensions, so it doesn't put any kind of limit on it.
Okay, very well. And that's it, Mr. Collins. We're good.
Okay, so I have a motion to amend, which is actually a whole separate incident unto itself. So we're actually going to vote on the amendment being added for consideration. I can do it two ways. I can vote on the resolution itself as amended, but really I think we should vote as to the amendment itself. Whether to allow that would be a majority of the council. So I do have a motion by Ms. Vaughn to allow the amendment. I do need a second for that motion, for Ms. Vaughn's amendment. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn to amend. I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez to amend. This is not adopting. This is just to amend the language in the resolution itself, and then we'll vote on the resolution. I have a motion by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Blakely to amend.
I have one question.
I have a question.
There's a motion on the floor.
And it is.
Yes, Ms. Vaughn, I'd like to know what the legal department and Mr. Kaloji have to say about this. If this is extending after the whatever 200 and some days, because this was done wrong completely. I don't know the legality if we are breaking the law by accepting this resolution. I'm not against extending Mr. Mercier's. I believe he has been doing an excellent job. He should be the permanent one, but the mayor sent like a memo saying that he's planning to appoint the director soon. Probably for the next meeting, we're going to get the appointment for the permanent director. So also, I was supposed to share a copy of that person's resume, and I never got it. Mr.
Okay,
thank you. That's all I have to say.
Yes, because there's a motion on the floor.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, but this actually is a motion that can be debated. Motions to amend can actually be are totally debatable.
All right. Well, so Councilman Rodriguez said that he wanted to know whether or not this was legal, and Mr. Kaloji just spoke to that at length. Did Councilman Rodriguez want Mr.
When was that?
Kaloji?
I wasn't listening.
Okay, so Mr. Kaloji, could you repeat that for Councilman Rodriguez, please?
The legality.
Councilman, can you hear me?
Yes. I have a death in my family, and there was somebody was calling me. So
I'm sorry, I just got unmuted. Councilman Rodriguez.
Because I wasn't really listening, but I like to hear what you have to say.
You have a municipal ordinance which empowers the mayor to appoint a temporary department head for a period of 90 days, not to exceed 90 days, with council's approval, and council can give extensions of one or more extensions of 90 days. So there is nothing at the local level that prohibits this vote in favor of the individual. Again, if civil service has an issue with it, that's something that the personnel office would have to reach out to them and determine if there's any problem there. But we don't have anything in any of our local ordinances that prohibit an extension as long as council wants to give it.
Okay.
Council President?
Council President.
Let me finish,
Council
please. Let me finish, please, before Mr. Ecology leaves. Without the amendment, we could have not done it, right? Mr. Ecology? With the amendment, we can do
It's
it.
your choice whether to give the extension or not. It's up to the council.
But without the amendment, it will be not 90 days. We'll be extending him over 200 days without
Well, it says
the
up to
amendment.
90 days. Council can extend it for whatever period up to 90 days. So, they
Well,
can
that's
pick a
what I'm
number if
saying.
that's relevant.
That's what I'm saying. If this amendment get voted down, that's what I'm trying to see what we're going to do if it gets voted down, because it could. You know how these people vote. So it could be voted down, and then if it gets voted down, what are we going to do? Because then it will be extending the director, not for 90, because the 90 were done in January. So we will be extending the director for, 300 days or something like that. If that's because we cannot, if we're extending just for 90 days, it will be until when? Until February, March, until March. And then we have to do another resolution to another 90-day extension. So it'll be 3 extensions.
If the amendment language was not in there.
I'm asking the question to the law department, Mr. Ecology.
And I've got a question too, Councilman.
I want to speak to them.
I'd like to get an answer from Mr. Ecology on that, on my question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman. In other words, when does the last extension expire?
Back in
Not the one
January.
we're doing tonight. I'm sorry?
That was in January. No, there was no
Okay,
extension.
well-
He was never extended.
Well, here's the problem, and this often happens in municipalities. In a very technical sense, the individual is no longer empowered to do the job after the extension is over and a new one has not been approved. However, it is not unusual for council viewing it that, the continuity of government has to go on and the acts taken by this individual have to be authorized and ratified. So you would basically give an extension retroactive to the date that was not extended.
So means that he has been doing all that illegally. We have been approving resolutions with his name illegally. And I wonder if our mayor that was supposed to send us that resolution for the extension of the first 2 or the second. If we extend it 10 times, to me, it's no problem. But right now, what we are doing is going backwards, like pleasing the mayor on the mistake he made. If he made a mistake, he's an attorney. He has been taking us to court for violating the Ordinance Act. He even fired our attorney one time illegally. And what are we doing? What are we doing? We have to be careful because these people that are with the mayor, they're going to vote no to this amendment. And without the amendment, this will be illegal for us to vote. Right, Mr. Ecology or Mr.
Well, you're right. The problem is you're confronted with an untenable situation. If you don't extend it retroactively, someone could make an argument that any of the acts taken by this individual following the expiration of his last extension have no force and effect, and it could open up a big can of worms to everybody. So the appropriate thing to do, in my view, I don't know why this is so hard. Someone's in for 90 days. Someone should keep track of it on a calendar. And at about the 75th or the 80th day, they should submit a new resolution request to council to extend it. That's what's supposed to happen. It doesn't seem to be that difficult to task. But when it's not done, the question is how do we deal with it?
In our city, it didn't happen with the bridges. It's not happening. What's going on? That's my question.
I can't answer that, sir.
Council President? Council President? Hello, Council President?
I was muted. I was just making sure that Councilman Rodriguez was finished. Go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
There was a vote on the floor. How are you amending vote on the floor? There was a vote on the floor to give Mr. Mayfield another 90 days. Now you're amending that. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can. It's a subsidiary motion, sir.
No, you can't. No, you can't. There was a vote on the floor, and now you're talking about changing the vote on the floor. You can't do that. You already had 4 people vote. Now you're talking about changing it.
The vote was illegal.
Mr. Santiago, I didn't ask you for your input. I'm telling you, 4 votes.
I'm not talking to you.
There was a second by Mr. Marshall, and we started voting. So now you're talking about amending the vote that should have went through. So now, what are you doing here?
Council President,
There was a vote on the floor. There was 4 people who voted. Now you're talking about amending the vote. You can't do that.
All right, Councilman Harrison, if you made your statement, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, first of all, I don't think we took the vote on the resolution, and I kind of think that the councilwoman's amendments, it's not to deny him the 90 days, it's just to cover us because he's already performed the job without an extension. You know, we just want to recognize that in the resolution that he was actually on the job. He got 1 extension and he's still there. And now we're going to give him another extension, but we want to put that in there to show how long he's been in there. Am I correct, Councilwoman?
Yes, Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, absolutely.
Thank you. So it's not a big deal. We're going to vote it, but we just wanted it to reflect in the record. Thank you.
So this is my take. My take is if you did it without the amendment and it says extending it for 90 days.
Councilman Blakely, mute yourself, please. Councilman Blakely, mute yourself.
If you did it for 90 days, although it says October, it would not be for October. The extension without the amendment would only be from January to March, the second 90 days. Although they had the language in there saying October the 6th, if you did not put the amendment in, you would still not be in compliance. And so I think that's the way I see it. So I'm thinking that the amendment is like Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson said, and like the Councilwoman admitted, it is to cover the actual time that Mr. Maziark has been in that position. So, Mr. Conlon,
you could make it 2 90-day amendments. I mean, that might. This is a very sloppy way to proceed. The easiest way is to advise the council when the 90 days is up and have it done before it. But obviously, we're not in a perfect world. Things don't always happen that way. So now the question is, how do we not expose the city to a lot of problems? I would say if 180 days does it, you provide 2 90 days extensions in the resolution. Will that bring us up to where we need to be?
She's proposing an amendment to extend it for the time period from the lapse in the 90 days to the present date, and then extend it 90 days beyond the present date. That's actually the amendment on the floor. And just to clarify, that we were in the middle of a vote. Council President suspended the voting to allow the debate to open. A subsidiary motion actually can intervene on a main motion. So even though we did have, the voting was suspended, and to allow for debate that wasn't allowed prior to. So, but that'll let Mr. Kaloji rule on if Mr. Kaloji has an opinion.
What does that time period add up to? 3 90-day periods, 270 days on?
Yeah, and I don't necessarily know. I know that Mr. Sawyer left in September, so it would be September, October, November. So it would be sometime in November. So it would be part of November. December is 31. January is 31. That's 62. February's 28, so, that's 72, 82, 90. March is 31, so that's 121. April is 30, so that's 151. May is 31, so that's 182. June is 30, so that's 212. And then July 8th would be, the extra 8 days, so that's give or take 220 days or 230 days. Ms. Vaughn was in the neighborhood. We don't know the exact date in November that he expired. I think Mr. Sawyer resigned somewhere around the 5th or 6th, so it could be early. But we, in that 220 to 240 range is the sweet spot.
So it seems like the only logical way to deal with it would be, because council's got the authority to approve 90-day extensions, would be to approve 3 90-day extensions retroactive to the date of the last, either the end of the last extension or the date the person left if there were no extensions. I really don't see any other way to do it.
Ms. Vaughn, would you like to change your amendment to reflect?
Oh, yeah, that's fine, because 390 days extension, that's 90 times 3, that's 270 days. So that's about
Okay.
right. Yep.
So then this will read, whereas Mr. Mazur held the acting position from November whatever date, 2020 to July 2020, which is blank number of days. Now therefore be resolved, the City Council of the City of Trenton hereby consents to the appointment of Christy Mazur as acting director of the fire department for a period of additional 3 90-day terms set to expire no later than October 6, 2021. Is that acceptable, Mr. Kaloji?
Yeah, but I don't want this interpreted that I'm endorsing this course of action.
No. Just the amendment. Just
sloppy way to proceed.
Right. Just
I
the
would
legal
urge that
verbiage of the amendment.
Well,
No, I just urge that in the future there be some communication in terms of when the individual's 90-day is up, and if it's going to be asked to be extended, that a resolution be sought prior to the extension of the 90 days. I mean, what we're doing today is extraordinary, and I don't want it to be interpreted as this is something that would be a general practice. This is something that's highly unusual. It's designed to stop the city from having any legal difficulties covering the conduct of this individual or his actions on behalf of the city during that period. But this is something I wouldn't want to have to do this again. So hopefully in the future, we'll deal with it in terms of asking for the extension before the extension is up.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Council President? Council
Yes.
President?
Yes.
So there was a vote on the floor.
Yes, and she suspended voting, sir.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. How did you suspend the vote? You already had 4 votes. So we don't do it. We've never done it before. Why are we doing it now?
But the rest of the members didn't vote. She suspended voting because a council member raised that the right of debate wasn't given and proposed an amendment to the floor, which is a subsidiary motion. A subsidiary motion, because voting was suspended and all council members had not voted, a subsidiary motion does intervene on a main motion. It is specifically to amend a main motion. The main motion gets aside. You vote on the amendment, whether to allow the amendment. If you don't vote to allow the amendment, then you go back to the main motion vote.
So, Mr. Collins, so you mean when the council president says to Mrs. Vaughn, do you want to amend? Don't you think that's a little strange?
Well, that's not exactly what happened. Sir, that's
asking
not
our
exactly what happened. You asked me a question, so no, that's not exactly what happened. What happened was Ms. Vaughn spoke before she voted and said, Council President, I did not get my right to debate. This is a walk-on. I should have a right to debate. At which point the council president agreed. Because of the earlier with the walk-on issue, we had bypassed the debate, and council president had moved the motion to the floor. When we asked for the second and you and second Mr. Blakely, we went to the vote. When it came to Ms. Vaughn stated, I did not get my right to debate. I wish the right to debate. This is a walk-on motion. It should be debated. At that point in time, council president made a decision in her authority to suspend the voting to allow that process to take place. At which point, Ms. Vaughn and, council president, Ms. Vaughn said something that sounded like an amend, a motion to amend, and that's when council president asked, do you want to amend this? To which Ms. Vaughn said, yes, I would like to amend it. Ms. Vaughn put the amendment up. Mr. Rodriguez seconded. We went then into the subsidiary motion, at which point Ms. Vaughn, we worked out the amendment. We now have the amendment on the table, so we have an introduction for a subsidiary motion by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Mr. Rodriguez, and the vote on the table would be to vote on the language which was offered, which is an insertion of the last whereas clause, whereas Mr. Mazier held the acting position from November, whatever date, 2020 to July of 2020, which is blank number of days, and we'll insert those days as we get those dates. Those are hard dates, so it's not, they are hard dates. And then we change it to now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Trenton hereby consents to the appointment of Christy Maziar as acting director of the fire department for an additional 3 90-day terms, said final terms not to expire later than October 6, 2021. And that's where we're at.
Right, Mr. Collins, I'll say it again. The council president said to Mrs. Vaughn, would you like to amend this? That's what she said. Councilwoman Vaughn never asked for the amendment
Yes,
until the
she
president.
did.
No, she
Mr. Collins, do you have the
No, she
minutes
did not.
to read them back?
She did not.
I don't. I don't have the ability to roll it.
And remember, the council members are the ones that had asked for the extension for Maziar, right? That's what was recommended. So you're right. We take a vote. Then all of a sudden, the council president says, "Oh, would you like to amend?" And then Ms. Vaughn says, "Yeah, I like to amend." So yeah, that's the council president. That's just not right.
Well, that's not exactly the way I heard it happen, and I don't think it does.
I like that tape. I like the tape.
Fruitful to debate this.
Yeah, exactly. I want the tape because at the end of the day, I just said it doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Harrison, we're trying
I'd like
to get
to call
it
the
right.
question.
We're trying to get it right for everybody. Here.
And Miss McCall Wilson would like to call a question, which is also an important issue.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
No, I wanted to call the question so we can move the vote.
Okay, so she's moving the vote to the floor. That different. Moving the vote to the floor, Council President, would you like to proceed to the vote?
Yes, please.
This is for the vote. This is solely for the vote on the amendment. And if we accept the amendment as a majority, then we vote on the whole thing as amended. Okay, so this is the vote to accept the amendment or not. We have a motion by Ms. Vaughn, a second by Mr. Rodriguez to accept the amendment. Mr. Blakely?
Sure, yes.
Ms. Blakely votes yes. Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yeah, whatever. Come on, let's go.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Ms. Council President McBride?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have it as amended. I'll read the whole amendment into the record. 21-348, a resolution consent for the continuation of Acting Fire Director Christopher Maziar for a period of up to 90 days. Whereas Christopher Maziar currently serves as the Acting Fire Director for the City of Trenton and the Fire Department. Whereas it is the desire of the mayor to continue Christopher Maziar in the position of Acting Fire Director for a period of up to 90 days. And whereas provided in the Central City Code, Chapter 2, Article 3, Section 4C5, the mayor has the authority to temporarily appoint an active officer to fill a departmental director vacancy, and whereas Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 4C6 states that no vacancy shall be filled longer than 90 days from the date of appointment without the City Council's authorization. Whereas Mr. Maziar held the acting position from a certain date in November to be named in this resolution to July 2021, which is a total number of days, which will also be the total number will be entered into the resolution. And now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Trenton hereby consents to the appointment of Christy Maziar as acting director of the fire department for a period of an additional 3 90-day terms, said final term to expire no later than October 6, 2021. I have a motion.
Move it to
so moved.
And I have a second by Mr. Rodriguez. Sir? As amended?
Second.
Yes. I have muted myself.
Thank you, sir. You muted. Thank you. This is for as amended. Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0. Congratulations, Acting Director Maziar. And it is a unanimous vote by roll call. Next, we have Resolution 21-349. Council President, you had asked for a walk-on yourself. For the zoning board, this is for the council, 21-349 would be the resolution number. Did you want to suspend the rule with regard to walk-ons for resolution 21-349?
Yes.
In our discretion, Council President is allowed to walk on. This is Resolution 21-349, a resolution appointing a regular member of the Trenton Zoning Board. Whereas the Zoning Board of Adjustment was created pursuant to NJSA 40:55B-69 et sec. And whereas the members shall be residents of the city of Trenton, shall be appointed by the city council. The term of each regular member shall be for 4 years, and the term of each alternate member shall be 2 years. And whereas vacancies currently exist on the Zoning Board of Adjustment due to the expiration of various terms of 1 regular member and 3 alternate members. Now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the city of Trenton and the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, that Mary Horn is hereby appointed as a regular member of the zoning board, appointment to expire June 30th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So,
It's actually Council President McBride's motion. My apologies. I have a motion by Council President
I'll
McBride.
second.
And I have a second by Ms. Colwell-Wilson. Council President, would you like to open the floor or move to the vote?
I'd like to move for the vote.
Council President is moved for the vote. Mr. Blakely. Ms. Blakely, this is to appoint Mary Horn as a regular member of the zoning board through June 30th, 2025.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Colwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So order. Council President, the last order of business before public comment is ordinance 21-017. Mr. Harrison would like to suspend the rule and walk on ordinance 21-017. Per the earlier opinion, Mr. Clogier required that opined that a 2/3 vote was required to suspend this rule, wherein you had pulled ordinance 20-017 for further study. Mr. Harrison, do you still wish to walk this on and suspend the rule?
Yes. Did you read it? Did you read it at least, Mr. Collins?
I can read the title. It's 27 pages long. Would you like me to read the entire ordinance? Just for
No,
the
not
consideration? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so this is ordinance, this is ordinance 21-017.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
to suspend the rule, we can read it in by title, and it would be for the efficiency of the meeting. This is ordinance 21-017, City of Trenton, County of Mercy, New Jersey, ordinance 2021. I'm not sure that's the title. An ordinance repealing and replacing the revised general ordinances of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, New Jersey, Chapter 146, licensing, Article 9, cannabis licensing, Chapter 268, taxation, Article 7, cannabis transfer tax, the amendment of various redevelopment plans, and the land development ordinance. I have a motion by Mr. Harrison to suspend the rule and to allow this to be walked on, despite the Council President pulling it for further study per her powers as Council President. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. Council President, I am going to call the roll because suspend the rule. I will call the roll. Mr. Blakely, to suspend the rule.
No.
Mr. Blakely votes no. Ms. Colwell-Wilson, to suspend the rule.
No.
Ms. Colwell-Wilson votes no. Mr. Harrison, to suspend the rule.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes yes. Mr. Michelle, to suspend the rule.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle votes yes. Mr. Rodriguez, to suspend the rule.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez votes no. Ms. Vaughn, to suspend the rule.
This is not to allow it to be on, right?
You suspend the rule, you are allowing it to walk on. If you vote aye, you're voting to allow it to walk on. If you vote nay, then don't walk this on.
Oh, no.
Council Member Vaughn votes nay. Council President McBride.
No.
Council President McBride votes nay. The nays have it by vote of 2 to 5 against. The rule is not suspended. Council President, would you like to proceed down the agenda?
Yes.
Council President, the next item on the agenda is public comment. Would you like to open the floor to the public for comment, ma'am? Second call.
I raised my hand, but I'm not sure if you saw it.
No, okay, there we go. I have, and could you state your name for the record, ma'am?
Sure. My name is Ms. Chowdhury, Aparna Chowdhury. I have a business which is located in Trenton.
Okay, Council President, Ms. Chowdhury, for public comment.
Yes, go right
Chowdhury,
ahead.
thank you very much. You've been recognized.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. I just wanted to respond to a couple of issues, but it's really late, so I don't want to. I want to maintain the efficiency of the meeting, just not go into detail. But I wanted to particularly address the issue of hiring inside of Trenton, which has been mentioned a couple of times. I think that this relates to the issues with contractors and some of these contracts that are being given out. There were comments made about the contracts being, fraudulent, and then there was a call for, if something illegal is going on. I don't think it's that kind of illegality. I think it's a much subtler kind of corruption that happens inside contracting. And I just wanted to point out that contracting as a field is one of the most corrupt. There's entire legal firms dedicated just to dealing with the issue of fraudulent contractors. Corrupt, overpaid contractors, illegally written contracts has been something that's actually even more prevalent in this state, I think, than in other states. So I think that addressing the issues of these contracts is very important to Trenton. Contractors can get around the clause that requires them to hire within an area when there's any clauses that, dictate that you have to hire, women or minorities or local residents or any of that. All the contractor has to do is come forth and say that they couldn't find someone qualified. The problem with this is that the oversight of that is situated only with the contractor. No one else is actually checking to see if that was the case or not. So contractors are able to get out of this quite easily. Sometimes corporations do the same thing. So I feel like one of the problems here is transparency and oversight, which seems to be a running theme. There's not enough oversight of these contracts, and there's not enough transparency to the public and others about these contracts. The other issue, I think, is accessibility. I think there are contractors and there are, companies and corporations inside of Trenton, but I don't think they understand, and I don't think there's enough kind of public outreach and communication that faces the public to help people understand how to bid for these contracts. So it becomes a long, tedious, confusing, kind of labyrinth of a process. And that's the reason, amongst the other reasons that there's not enough contractors bidding for these. I think it's a really important issue because it keeps the flow of dollars constantly outgoing. It affects jobs in Trenton. Jobs affect everything else in Trenton. It affects whether people are in transition or not. It affects whether people can manage rent. It affects whether people can purchase a home. You're not going to be able to purchase a home if you can't get a job, And so I think that the contracting issue is very central, and I appreciate those who are putting emphasis on it because although there's nothing perhaps blatantly or provably illegal, contractors tend to be there for long periods of time. They develop relationships with municipalities. They develop relationships with individuals, and then they end up getting the same contract every single time. As far as the additions to the contract, there's always supposed to be a 10% clause in all contracts, which states that you can only go 10% above the contract. After that, it's got to be renegotiated. So these additions or I forget what you called them, but the additions to the contract is very questionable. And low bidding a contract so that you're able to add a bunch of things later. I know for residential contractors that I use, anything that goes 10% above the contract has to be renegotiated, or I have the right to back out of the contract. So I think that there does seem to be a lot going on with these contracts, and it's not fair to the residents of Trenton. And the other thing is, on a simple results-based analysis, the contractors obviously aren't doing that good a job when they're making, obvious mistakes. And when you look around Trenton, you don't see much done. So obviously something isn't going right. So for those that are supporting that these contractors continue with this as they have in the past, I think that just reality would belie that and demand that you question that process and what's happening. Because I see, in the time I've been in Trenton, I've seen very little change. And I've also seen very few people from Trenton hired. And I look around at the contractors whenever I see them on a job. And it seems quite obvious that they're not, from the area. And I don't think it's for lack of interest on the part of people looking for jobs. I think that I guess that's the only real issue I wanted to talk about tonight. And I appreciate everyone who's dotting the I's and crossing the T's. any contracting issues needs to be looked at a very rigorous level. There was a comment about it's just $16,000. $16,000 is life-changing for most people. These are not small amounts of money. And I think it's part of a larger corruption that's going on. If not blatantly illegal, it's certainly not ethical. So I appreciate those, I appreciate the people taking a second look at all of this. And that was it. And I heard that there's a new police director, and hopefully that'll signal some change in Trenton. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, Mr. Chester Jones.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, esteemed council members. I'm Chester Jones. I'm a Trenton resident, stakeholder, and avid voter in the city of Trenton. I'm here today to express my disappointment regarding the statistical death toll of our youth in Trenton, and that it has gone unabated for over 3 decades. Our children are dying, and addressing these issues should be treated as an emergency. I'm imploring to this city council to advocate for innovative legislation regarding public safety to help prevent our kids from dying in these streets. I say innovative because our archaic ways of dealing with public safety in the city isn't measuring up to these 21st century violent offenders. Every Trenton resident is aware of this stigma. Most people living outside of Trenton is aware of this stigma. And before running for office, I'm certain that each member of City Council was also aware of this stigma. So why are Trenton mothers still burying their children due to senseless gun violence? If children are the future, what does the future of Trenton look like? We need answers. This is why it is extremely important that we give Miss Athing Mo a citywide congratulations for her accomplishments. She has faced all of the disadvantages that was thrown at her as a youth living in a disenfranchised city and persevered. Athing is the epitome of how Trenton youth becoming student athletes is a proven winner and is one that we all should be advocating for and is one our city should be investing in. I thank you all in advance for listening to my concerns and coming up with strategic ways to preserve the lives of our youth. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Council President, Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett. Ms. Garrett.
Thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you, Council President McBride. I just wanted to make a comment. I couldn't say it better myself. The young lady who's the Trenton business owner. Thank you very much, because I think that's shining some more insight into the. What is some more insight? Hold on, I'm sorry. Just shining the light on some what's main issues with contracts and contract law. In reference to the police budget that was spoken on earlier about the overtime, I just want to say this, that a police officer cannot intervene until after a crime is committed. So, I mean, I think we're paying out too much for officers, and they know this, and we hire them. That between the police department and the fire department, they're our biggest budget, and they're costing us too much money. In regards to what Mr. Jones was stating, I do agree, but we have to be accountable and make choices. We can't expect people outside of our homes to handle problems that need to be addressed in the home. Thank you very much to the council. These meetings are getting, I know it's been a short thing, but so far it's improving. I thank most of you for doing your due diligence, looking into things. That's why you were voted in office. It's looking at these matters, the spending, getting more, looking more, doing more of a deep dive into a lot of these resolutions that are being presented to you, because at the end, it always looks like the council is the problem for why things are going wrong, and that's not the case. I hope that we can put a resolution to ask the mayor and the mayor's administration, when are they going to give us something official of how they're going to spend the American Rescue Act. We've been sitting on this. I know a portion of it, or 50% of it, was approved to be put into our coffer or into our accounts. So what is going on? Now, we had this, he had this public meeting about possibilities of how he wants to spend this money, and I haven't heard anything. Two, when will I don't know what happened to this forensic audit, and also have the administration figured out how we're going to get some of that money, because right now there's a few initiatives coming from the federal government in regards to working with public water systems. Money's coming for that, and for infrastructure. Have anybody in administration, for what, we have them there in the role, decided how Trenton is going to get that money, because we are very desperate and dire need for those funds. So, we're asking, I hear where this council is asking the mayor, when is he going to present how he has confirmed how that money is going to, based on per dollar, what percentage of the population is going to benefit from this spending, and is there a plan from where, is there information of how these monies are going to benefit the recovery or revitalization of Trenton? Because this is a one-time deal, and we can't waste it. That's all. I'm yielding the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, we have Johnson J. Can you state your name for the record, please?
John Johnson.
Thank you, sir. Council President John Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you, Council President. It's John Johnson on Lamberton Street, South Trenton. I wanted to toggle on a few things over the discussion we've had tonight. The unprofessionalism amongst the council is astounding at this point. The fact that we got people yelling over each other, it's not even to get their point across, it's to see whose voice gets heard the loudest. It's almost a disgrace. And I live on Lamberton Street, like I said. I live right on the water, and I see that bridge every day. Trenton makes the world takes, and this is a complete opposite of what that means and the history behind it. That being said, I wanted to toggle on the 5-year residency for police officers, firemen. I'm assuming we want people from communities, black and brown, if that's what the community is made up of. We want people who are keeping us safe, black and brown people in our communities that are made up of black and brown people. But that brings us to, maybe it's not enough black and brown people wanting to be police officers and firemen. I worked in Camden as a police officer, and majority of the people to my left and majority of the people to my right were not black and brown like myself. And it's because it starts over in the homes. I don't think, and Mr. Chester brought it up, our youth are getting killed left and right because families are just raised in unbroken families, period. I was raised in a single family. My mom is Puerto Rican, full Puerto Rican. My dad's black. My dad wasn't involved in my life. And this is what these kids are raised to. And parents are struggling. Single moms are struggling no help from the government besides the scam. And at this point, it's like the mom's not even involved. So it's like we have to start in the house, and we have to, whether that's bringing some more after-school programs, or we have to fund. We're funding everything else. We're thinking about funding gardens. No, we need to fund after-school programs and sports. Every day, especially for the past week, every day there's 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds outside my house playing with fireworks, shooting them at each other for the past, like I said, week. We need these kids, whether that's working out, whether that's playing football. We need to also hold these parents responsible. And we need to hold them responsible. And if they can't keep their children aligned, like I said, we need to figure out what the issue is. And I think the issue comes back at what are we doing for these kids, and what outlets are we providing for these kids? I haven't heard anything really about kids tonight and what we can do for them. We're talking about gardens, and yeah, that's important, but we need some more programs out for these kids. We need some better outlets out. We need better role models. We don't have that in the city of Trenton. And these kids are the future. So who cares about these gardens if we don't have kids who are going to continue this legacy? So maybe we need to start putting some funding into that, education, scholarships, supporting our single moms. I'm not sure what we need to do, but something needs to go into kids. And like I said, it's a tag team between what's happening at home and why we don't have enough black and brown firemen and police officers who want to work in this city. I'm a police officer. I don't want to work in this city. It's because that's how everything was aligned in a black and brown community. I was born and raised in a black and brown community. I was taught to not be a police officer. I worked in Camden. I switched over to a different department. I'm working in Somerset County now. I hang around my black friends, and all they do is bash cops, F the cops. We don't mess with them. Pigs, this and that. At this point, I'll be honest with you, at this point, I kind of don't even want to be a cop anymore, because if that's just what our environment is being raised around. It's being raised around sex, drugs, guns, violence, and that's something I think we need to fix. And like I said, it's starting to sway me just hanging around other people, and it's not even their fault. It's their environment that they're raised in. And I'm sorry to call you out, Councilwoman Robin, but you're rolling your eyes at me. It's like it's almost hysterical. And I'll be honest with you, you probably showed the most disrespect throughout the whole night. And it's astounding. It's astounding. I rest my case. Mm-hmm. You too.
Good night.
Thank you, Officer Johnson. Thank you very much. Council President Micah Brooks.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks? Are you muted?
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good evening, Council.
Good
President
evening.
McBride
How are
and all the
you?
council. All right, great. I mean, I'm just great. I just want to say I'm hearing good things and I'm hearing bad things, but the most important things are about our community children. You know, right now I'm doing a program for the TCHS All Years Scholars and Development Program. Right, we're in dire needing of funding as well as public facility use to train and practice and play our games, particularly the concession stands and restrooms and scoreboards. Please could we introduce a resolution for the TCHS All-Year Scholars Development Program? The proper level of funding to cover the cost of all these things is mentioned in this program. And what we do, we run a free program for kids throughout the city of Trenton. We don't charge them a dime, nothing. Girls and boys from the age of 7 to 17. We give them free breakfast, free lunch, and we also train them and to develop with mental and basketball skills. And like on Saturdays, we don't play in the league. We got a control atmosphere where the kids be controlled by referees so we can tell them what they did wrong. So when they start the school in the fall, they can have some type of stability that they learned how to play basketball the way it's supposed to be learned. A lot of our kids are getting like out of Trenton, they getting to get moved all around. But if we teach our kids right here, we can keep them in our city. You know, we got a new school, new high school, and you know, and it's their time to have something. And all of my staff, we all volunteer, coaches and you know, people that played for the school and all over. You know, so we just need some type of help from the city to make this happen. That's all. You know, I don't have too much to say, but I want to just thank everybody for listening, and thank God if we could get a resolution. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Council President Scott Goldsmith.
Yes, Mr. Goldsmith. You have the floor. Mr. Goldsmith, there's too much static.
Yeah, Mr. Goldsmith, we can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you at all. You're not coming through at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Evening, Council President McBride and other council members. I'm echoing the two comments of the last two gentlemen regarding our youth. I spoke about my experience, and I live here on Genesee Street, and I've lived here for the last 18 years, coming from the Princeton community. I've spoken about our park, Franklin Park especially. I go there pretty much every day with my two boys, and the power that the city has to get our youth involved with city athletics, like the last gentleman who was doing a great job himself and others, is important. My last battle with the city was 111 days to get the basketball hoop back up installed. It finally happened. I know there was COVID and other issues going on. I just asked that Director Richardson, and with your help, that we keep the city park. So I know we have plans for it, and I hope they get it installed quickly. And I know it takes time, but we are short-staffed, and we need to increase our staff in the Parks Department, the Streets Department, the Public Works Department, as well as the Police and Fire Department. Where this money comes from is, like we're talking about, with little $16,000 here and other contracts where we have to be vigilant on the fleecing that is going on. And certain council members are doing their job with that, and other council members need to step up and get on board as a team. You go back to what we're all saying, the last two gentlemen and I, and that's the youth. So we get more than 3 members on this road department to help keep the alleys clean, so children can play in the alleys and not have to worry about trash that has been there for over a year. Little stuff like that. It's crazy that how this new administration that came in talking about trash was one of the big things, and it's been a minor thing. Well, we do have major stuff going on in the city, understandable, but the little things count. And I hope that this council, together as a team, comes together so we can get this children educated and ready for the future to make the city what it really is worth. The potential is there, and I hope we all get together as a team to do that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't see any other hands up. Would anybody else like to be recognized by the Trenton City Council for tonight's meeting for public portion?
If not, I move to close the public session.
I have a motion to close public portion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Right.
Seeing none opposed, public portion is closed.
Over to the mayor in reference to the American Rescue Plan, and it should have been submitted to the council so that we could review it and sign off on it. And as of this date, we haven't received it. We also passed a resolution for a fiscal monitor. We need to know exactly where that RFP is for that fiscal monitor, and how soon before they will be actually brought into the city to begin the process. With that being said, my colleagues, starting with Mr. Blakely for his civic comments. Councilman Blakely? If Councilman Blakely is no longer on the call, I will move to Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Not at this time.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson. I will move straight to Mr. Joseph Harrison. Mr. Harrison? Councilman?
Yeah, Council President.
Yes.
I would like to talk about tonight how my colleagues in the meeting tonight are making allegations of this being wrong, that being wrong, attacking each other. Resolution tonight, 21-308, was about police vehicles, and it was about recreation. People talked about recreation tonight. It was about $100,000 for each ward. That was talked about tonight. Cannabis. Cannabis is another thing that everybody's talked about. Tonight, again, we decided that's not important, I guess. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of things on the docket. We talk about change orders, and then we bring up other locations throughout the city. Instead of like what we said we're going to do is talk about what's on the docket. And at the end of the day, I mean, like I said before earlier, if my colleagues have any of these so-called allegations of informations of somebody doing something wrong, they should come forward. I mean, I do understand my colleagues seem to have a major problem with the Trentonian, but again, you get in politics. Sometimes I write good articles. Sometimes I write an article you don't like, but that's the nature of the game. You shouldn't, at the end of the day, we should be careful about what we are like saying towards each other and everything else. But at the end of the day, I'm concerned about moving the city forward. And I'm not sure why every time we turn around, we keep hearing the words corruption. Only one people are applying for contracts, and people are saying it's something shady. Where's the evidence proving any of that stuff? But then again, I guess it's what people on this council want to do. I understand, some of you have aspirations. I guess it's how you're going to do it. I guess attacking, making stuff up. But I think maybe you should have some something to back that up. Because I was for the Antico Square regarding, skateboarding. I'm for soccer in parks. I'm for the seniors. I'm for this writing center, getting things fixed. I'm for cannabis. I'm for giving people an opportunity. I'm for Fight the Blight, which is giving opportunity to people on the streets. I'm for people who can log on to the Trenton.org and about the American Rescue Plan on there. And, but at the end of the day, I think we should be concerned about moving the city forward. But all we keep doing is arguing and instead of voting on stuff. I mean, we had people tonight who wanted to buy properties and come into the city of Trenton. And we're saying that they were from Lakewood. I mean, I'm grateful for people who want to move to our city, because if any of us live here, we want to open doors should be open up to everybody. We shouldn't be closing our door to anybody. And the auction, it stated in the auction that there would be 5 years that they would live in those properties. So we should stop trying to attack people who are trying to move to the city. And like I said, that auction, we had a man who came on there and said, look, I've had things happen in my life that I can't meet my responsibilities. So I think we should, this council should have some compassion towards him. But I mean, that's on my colleagues, whether they're going to, bring that up or not. But at the end of the day, I think we got a lot of work to get done regarding parks, everything else. But like I said, it just seems to be over and over. If you don't agree with somebody, somebody's going to attack you. I'm going to let people speak, and I don't attack them when they're speaking. So, like you said, you want to talk about professionalism, we should be professional. Shouldn't be attacking people when they're speaking, especially when my colleagues have been asking for everybody to be treated the same. Well, exactly. Why don't you, when you spoke, or when my colleagues speak, I give you the opportunity. So at the end of the day, hopefully, like I said, like you said, come August, we got a month in August, a meeting in August, the beginning of August, and one at the end of August. But we got a lot of work to do. So hopefully we'll get things voted on and we'll move things forward. And like I said, stop blaming everybody, stop attacking everybody, accusing everybody of something. We got business owners who want to come to the city. We can't accuse them. People want to buy property. We shouldn't be accusing them. So at the end of the day, I'd like to welcome Steve Wilson, the acting police director. Like I said, there's a lot of people in the city who are grateful to see the city moving forward. And I want to see that too. I want to see there's a lot of work to get done. But like I said, we should be concerned about getting the work done instead of every time just saying there's something this or something that. How about proven evidence? How about showing that to the public? Thank you.
Councilman Michelle, I apologize. Councilman Michelle? Is he still there?
I don't see him. In fact, let me just check my phone. He actually just said, a minute ago, he just let me know that he stepped out. So,
all righty. Councilman Rodriguez?
Well, I have a few things to say tonight. I'd like to know if Director Wilson I see that he's still there. So I have a question for him.
Go right ahead.
Director, can you answer? Are you available?
Yes.
Okay. For the past 3 years, we have been dealing with an issue, the police department, the radio room. I have right in my hands comprehensive radio system assessment and recommendation report to the Trenton Police Department. That was done. I requested it to be done. It was done, completed about October, but I got a copy probably about March. I'd like to know if you're going to go by this assessment and go by the recommendations on it. And I'd like to know if you're going to put the blame where the blame belongs. The assessment said that MPS, the company that is running the radio room, in a way ripped the city off billions of dollars, putting the wrong equipment there. Wrong equipment. I've been fighting for this for 3 years, and I understand that he hired a couple of our ex-police officers to work for him because he didn't have a crew. Now I understand that there were changes made in the radio room, and the people that were there before, that were the cause of the problems of the radio room, they were assigned back to the radio room. And I really don't believe that was right, really right. The lieutenant that was switched back to the radio room, I don't know, there was a young lady that was working there. She was kicked out, and this lieutenant was placed back in the radio room. My question, are you going to take this MPS company to court? Like I was told by Mr. Morelli that they were in the process of doing that. Can you follow on that? Because this person could have caused us a lot of death in our police and fire departments. That was negligence, and that was authorized by a former police director. And he's still there because nobody is saying anything. Now, he's working on emergency basis, milking the city of money when he should be in jail. Okay, I'd like to have your answer.
Anything involving the court is probably with the law department. As far as that, but I think the recommendation you're talking about was for a new system, and a new system, from what I'm told, is probably going to cost the city about $10 million, and that would be something that council would have to approve.
Director, right now, you could request about $10 million out of the American Rescue Plan. That's one of the areas. That's one of the areas that are covered under for this. Yes, we need police and fire protection. And it says broadband, radio, and stuff. So go ahead and put a request to the mayor for the $10 million for the radio room. I'll appreciate that. If you do that, I tell you, you'll be my hero. You'll be my hero. And I have to tell you a good thing. Today, early today, there were police officers around my neighborhood chasing, I guess it was a criminal or so, but they were around my neighborhood. I didn't see that in the last, well, since I bought this house 9 years ago. You know, the only time you saw the police officers was after a crime was committed. But they were trying to protect the community. They were around today, and I hope that all our police officers leave the headquarters and you assign them. You were talking about police in the streets. I love that. I love that idea of doing that, and I will be helping you 100% on that. If you put all these lazy people that you have sitting there and the air conditioning to work the streets to protect us, the residents, not to come and harass anybody, just to protect and to make themselves known by the community. Very few people know who the police officers are. What I hear, they are our enemies. They come to our community to harass us, to give us a hard time. That's all. They don't come to help us with what was said today, like youth programs, like we used to have. The police athletic leagues, that's gone. All these youth programs, the police department gets the money, and then they give the money to Mercer Street Friends. Outside non-profit agencies, no, we should go back, and our police officers, on their spare time, should do something about their youth, because the residents of Trenton are paying very high taxes to pay the police department salaries, which are the highest in Trenton, and they don't even live in Trenton. So they, I don't think there's anything wrong by they taking half an hour every 2 weeks or so and walking a block, introducing themselves to our residents. That's what our residents want. So they are tired of this reactive police department, reactive. No, we cannot wait until a kid gets killed for patrols to go around. We need the patrols out, not just for a couple of days after a couple of kids got killed on Center Street, 2 days, and they were gone. And the hoodlums are back in Brunswick Avenue, are back on Hosmer Avenue, are back on Marbury, all over the city. They are back. They are controlling our city. Director, I tell you, I have my hopes on you. You are my last resource, because having through this frustration of 3 years, where we had how many directors? 6, I understand, in 3 years. and nothing has been done. So hopefully you are, I have all my hopes on you. Okay, and thank you for listening. And this is going to be all for my comments tonight. I had other stuff to talk about, but it's a little late, and I have to go to a relative funeral in the morning. Goodbye, and excuse me from the meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I just want to say something really quick and summarize. I agree with all the comments that were said tonight from most of our constituents and residents, and a few from our council members. We do agree on quite a few things. We disagree on a lot, but that's not bad. I call that democracy. And we do that, we settle our differences by the vote. So, and we all have to accept the vote. And however it lands, pass or fail, majority prevail. So I just want to say, you know, it's one thing to criticize, and it's another thing to come to this council that was elected by the residents and taxpayers of the city of Trenton, and for outsiders to come and make some of the most horrific comments about this council. And I would just say, unapologetically, you know, you need to go to your own council meetings, and you need to go and speak with your own council representatives that you voted for, because you didn't vote for me if you don't live in Trenton, and you don't live in the West Ward. So you have no business with me or this council if you're not a resident of this city, you don't pay taxes, and you don't vote here. So I don't give a damn what you got to say. And when you come here and say, I'm a police officer and I don't want to serve in Trenton, well, I am going to roll my eyes. And you're lucky that's all you got was a roll eye. I lived in Trenton all my life. And Councilman Blakely mentioned something today. He said, well, none of us are from Trenton. We all came up from the South or whatever have you. Well, my family came from Trenton, came up from Jim Crow South. This is on my maternal side. And my grandfather settled in East Trenton. And my aunt, my grandparents had nine children, and the youngest daughter still lives in East Trenton. So my grandfather came up here in 1916 and settled in Trenton and had his own business. It was a time where all African Americans, Black people coming from the South, looking for opportunity, escaping the horrific oppression of Jim Crow laws, to earn a living, to just be able to live free and survive. And my grandfather, along with the wife that he chose, my grandmother, on his way up to Trenton, he stopped in South Carolina and found his wife and settled in Trenton, in East Trenton, and ran a business on New York Avenue. So in 1916, Jarrell Blakely, so do the math on that. That's over 100 years. So I have a long history in this city, and I'm sure so many other African Americans do as well, who came up during that same time period. And some of those families, we married each other, we were related. Trenton, I'm a daughter of Trenton. So Councilman Blakely, you should you should stand corrected in that regard. So I'm just going to go back to what Trenton needs to do going forward, and that's about funding. All the things that we've asked for here tonight, from youth programs to investment and Micah Brooks, a basketball league, and other sports, track and field, basketball, baseball, soccer, football, skateboarding, right? All those things take money. And one should not take precedence over another. And we cannot call us be fair when we give money to one population in sports and don't give to the others. We should definitely understand and practice equity. Okay? You cannot invest in one group, in one sport, and do nothing for the others. Okay? Not when we have a diverse demographic like Trenton. So funding is the cornerstone for everything. And we have to, this council, this is what a city council or a municipal council, this is what we do. We're all about the funding, the money, the taxpayer dollar, that bankroll all these things that you guys want, all the services that you want. So you should be critical of what's on the docket and how we spend it. You should be woke, right? You should understand it. Okay? So when a council member, we're voting against something because we believe the money has not been properly, is not being properly spent. So I would say that we need to do a better job with funding. We need to do a better job with planning. And the mayor needs to make good on a plan that he has failed to deliver since he's come into office. And I'm not talking about the plan for the from the American Rescue Act or the plan from the CARES Act funding. But I'm just talking about the overall plan for this city. We have never been given that from Mayor Gussie Hoare. So we don't know where his position is, where his heart is, where his thinking is, strategically or otherwise, short-term or long-term for the city, because he's never shared that with us. I don't have any expectations that we're going to get a plan from him around the Rescue Act. He will spend it willy-nilly, and we will never see a comprehensive, well-thought-out strategic plan on how to spend this money and how and prioritize our most prevalent issues and that impact this city. So I will just say we need to spend time, holding the directors accountable in their jobs, making sure that we are hiring Trentonians, as one of our constituents stated. We need to take that seriously, because if Trentonians don't have jobs, then our vision for economic transformation and for a man and a woman or a single mother, a two-parent household, whatever have you, can't feed their family. I mean, what do you expect is going to happen? That cannot be. We cannot give all the opportunities to outsiders. We have to keep the money within our borders, like all municipalities do. We have to take care of our coveted assets. We have revenue-generating assets, self-liquidating assets that we must take care of and have some transparency and report it back to our citizens. We have a water utility. We have a sewer utility. We have a parking utility. All those utilities need to report into this council as to how they are doing. We got to understand what those assets are doing and what revenue generation they are producing. And if they're not producing, we have to, as a council, make some decisions around them. So, we can't be fearful. The council is granted statutory powers to investigate any wrongdoing or suspected wrongdoing in the municipality, in the best interest of the residents and taxpayers. So to sit here and say, when issues are presented to you and we turn a blind eye, or when issues are presented to you and facts are presented, people choose to close their eyes and close their ears and vote along, party lines or whatever have you, or special interests. I'm not for special interests and I'm not for a party line. I'm for Trentonians, and that's the bottom line. People who live here, people who pay taxes here, people who vote here. I don't care whether you look like me, don't look like me, don't live in a West Ward, don't live in a West Ward, whatever have you. You're Trentonian. I am for you. Anything on this docket, I will vote for or vote against if it's in your interest. And right now, Trentonians, we need to start thinking about Trentonians in our city and what is in our interest. And do not support anything or anyone who does not support your interest. When an entity or individual chooses to move their company out of your borders or to say, I don't want to live here, but take your taxpayer dollars out and invest it in other places, you don't want, they don't have your interest at heart. They have divested, right? Divest in Trenton. They're not invested in Trenton. They're not invested in Trenton. They don't live here. And that goes for all the directors. They don't live here. They don't have the interest. That's why they come here and speak the way they do, right? No interest in this city. So anybody who would say, I'm a non-resident, they don't get the benefits that you get from the taxpayer dollar. So, and a lot of folks are getting the benefits from the Rescue Act plan who are not Trentonians, and that money was not earmarked for them. They have to get that money from their own municipality. And some people will be double dipping. They'll get a benefit from their municipality and they'll get a benefit from Trenton. And that should be unacceptable. And the mayor should not allow that. So I'm running out of time, but we have to talk, really focus on the funding. The state is not giving us our fair share. And we got to hold them accountable. Pardon me?
Your 10 minutes is up.
Yep, hold them accountable. And we have to ensure that the mayor locally is allocating the money properly across all our service areas to move the city forward and to help the residents of this city. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming this evening. And I want the residents of the city of Trenton to know that this American Rescue Plan money is not the only dollars that should be coming into Trenton. We also changed our calendar year. That is worth millions of dollars to the city of Trenton. The state government, which is Governor Murphy administration, received $6 billion. We should also get our share of that. They also received $2 billion for the hubs, the transit hubs. We should get our share of that. They also received $200 million for the roads. We should get our share of that. The county also received American Rescue Plan funding and the tune up, I believe, $70 million. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of money in the hands of Mayor Reed Gusiora, and the residents in the city of Trenton have an obligation to themselves to make sure that you hold your feet to the fire, make sure that that money stays in this city, make sure that the contractors that are getting this money hire the locals, make sure that each and every one of our Little League fields are complete before the fall began. Each one of our Little League fields should have new scoreboards, new concession stands. What they have a tendency to do is drag it out, thinking that the people will forget. But we have spent and we have allocated a lot of money into the recreation department. The bleachers are still not there. And Maria does an excellent job on doing things in the city, but some of her movements are slow and they don't come around soon enough for the kind of money that we have allocated to that recreation department. And what I'm saying is, before the fall sets in, I want to see a clean sweep of all the concession stands, all of the scoreboards, all of the clubhouses, all of the Little League should have money for uniforms, the whole gamut. Don't tell me that this is going to come to pass next year. It needs to come to pass now. There's a lot of money here. You have to make sure that you hold this mayor feet to the fire with the kind of money that is coming into Trenton. Where is the fiscal monitor? Where is that fiscal monitor? It is not just my obligation to ask for that fiscal monitor. Once we put that resolution forward, then the residents of the city of Trenton has an obligation to make sure that the administration gets that fiscal monitor. Where is the plan? Where is the plan for the American Rescue money? Where is the plan for the 30 million plus that we're going to get because we changed the calendar year? Where are the plans for this money? The residents in the city of Trenton has a right to know, and you, as the residents, has an obligation to make sure you know where that money is and where those plans are. It's not just up to the council, it's up to you as the residents of this city to make sure that that money stays in the borders of the city of Trenton. I thank each and every one of you for coming this evening. It's been a long evening because the meetings are combined. We'll see you again. I believe it's August the 5th. Thank each and every one of you. Have a blessed summer. And Mr. Collin, I make a motion for an adjournment. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
This meeting is adjourned.
Mr. Conlon, are you still on?
I am. Yes, I am.
But there will be no talking once this meeting has been adjourned.
Yep.
I'll send an email.
Thank you, Ms. Chandra. We adjourned at 11:51 p.m. Thank you, Council President.